It's okay. You're safe now. You don't need to see any of those mean people anymore. I can't believe anyone would ever crush someone like you. 15 of your friends are going to be crushed tomorrow. I know. It's sickening to even think of it. Welcome to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. It is the first day of the grand finals. Let's do it. No. Shh.
We have watched dynasties fall, we have watched kings be toppled, and we have it all culminate here in the final week with PUBG to figure out who is going to become our champion. We've already had the dynasties fall here in just the group stage. Twisted Minds is no more. New Happy, our previous world champions, is no more. And now we have 16 teams who are going to clamber over one another, dash up the mountain to try and grab the trophy here for PUBG. For the Esports World Cup, it's going to be excellent. It has been busted wide open to figure out who is going to become the champion here across the next 2 days. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris. Joining me to my left-hand side, I have Toffees, I have Avenger, to talk about everything. It's been awesome over these last 3 days. There's already been heartbreak, Toffees.
I mean, I think you even saw it in the opener. Our stage host, he was like, I'm not a favoritism, but Twisted Minds, I think a lot of people had favoritism towards that team. Well, it's not an issue anymore. The Kings have been toppled, and now it's wide open for an exciting day.
Yeah, you can tell that he filmed that already a few days ago because he had not watched what happened and what occurred yesterday. He had not watched that someone else stepped up, was ready to take the crown here. And honestly, as you said, James, it is wide open. I honestly feel like there could be 8 or 10 teams to take this right now.
And a pretender to the throne, hell, no, a contender to the throne here. All Gamers Global, right? If you think about what they were able to do. Tycon, that man right there, and he was ice cold at the end of yesterday. Sunglasses, chewing gum, but literally, they knocked Twisted Minds out of this tournament. They posed a threat to them on Miramar, challenging them. That is not only a rivalry now born here, a rivalry that's going to permeate the PUBG esports for the next few tournaments.
You know, we've watched tournaments for so long saying, I think sometimes these teams need to be a little more cutthroat, a little more aggressive, a little more willing to crush the key, if you will. And that's what they did. They saw a chance to put Twisted Minds out, and I guarantee that if they let them choose which key to crush, they chose Twisted Minds and smashed it, because that's what they did in that second to last game.
But what's cool as well is that if you win the tournament at the end, you get to keep 3 keys to put in your trophy. There's no world. Well, I think a lot of teams would probably still keep the Twisted Minds key, but All Gamers Global definitely going to be keeping their eye on that one.
100% for sure. I mean, anyone looking and going into this tournament, everyone, if you ask any of the teams, any of the players, they would all be saying, who is the biggest favorite? Who's your biggest rival? It would be Twisted Minds. They have just been too consistent not to keep in mind, not to have in that favorite spot.
Well, they are gone, of course. Let's focus on some of these teams here. And I've just mentioned them before because they were the talk of the town throughout these last couple of days. All Gamers Global. Off the back of Tycon looking formidable, unbelievable. He is definitely their star player, but that's not to say that the rest of them are not stepping up around him.
I mean, I am going to say that if Tycon has 1,000 fans, I'm one of them. And if he has none, I must be dead. But he has been phenomenal. But it's not just about him. You're right. Sapao has come alive. right? He started a little bit slow, but pow, 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 non-stop play. He's supporting Tycon from the opposite side in almost every single fight, but that doesn't change the fact that this has felt largely like the Tycon show.
It has 34 kills in 12 games.
Correct.
Absolutely insane, but Sabao did get 20. Also very impressive. It does not leave a lot of other kills with other teams. Doesn't matter.
Right.
If your 2 star players on the team has 54 kills in just 12 games, that'll be far than enough. And as you can see here, to break that 3 digits as the only teams in just a BO12. Super impressed here with All Gamers Global and what they're able to do in the finals. I hope that's the trajectory that we're going to continue to see for them.
I feel like maybe Martin's a little bit left out here. It's like,
are you not?
Sunglasses?
Are you not a Tycon believer?
No, he doesn't
No,
have anything.
he doesn't.
He tried. All right, anyway, we're moving on. Let's go to TSM as well. Second place in the group stage overall. I think coming in, we thought to ourselves, day one, wow, teams like Falcon setting a precedent here. Day number 2 coming in, Freak 62 points. But TSM was super consistent across 2 days.
I'm from the Americas. Right? When we talk about the 3 teams.
Okay,
but there are 3 Americas teams here. And when we talked almost exclusively, it was like Falcons this, Sonics that. And TSM has just been sliding under the radar. Yes, that's because if you go back to before they joined TSM, they were SDK, and they were sort of good for a while and then just fell off, and it was absolutely brutal. But this is a renaissance. The adding of Sparking to the roster, the fact that Purdy seems like he's in sort of this whole new bloom of his life, and the team, they're just keeping their heads down. They're keeping their eyes on the prize, and they are so, I don't know, just in tune and on point right now. They could be an odds-on pick to win this thing.
Yeah, and Purdy Curdy looks more buff than ever.
Yeah.
And also adding Luke 12 back to the team for this year after not having him last year.
Right.
It really feels like the boys are back together, right? It's the boy band is back in town here.
It's 4 years of history.
It is, and it's super good to see. And of course, Alo and Purdy Curdy has been together forever. More than 5 years. And it's just insane to see these guys continue to be at the very top here, and also the consistency throughout the years. They have been to so many international roster here as a call, and it's just great to see them here and
for sure
be at the very top.
A veteran leadership in Purdy Curdy, right? For sure, when you consider how far he has been into the history, but veteran status in terms of roster. Na'Vi in terms of the organization, definitely veteran, but it's the young guns, it's the new blood, as we have Na'Vi, even though that is not Na'Vi, that's Petrichor Road. Are we talking about Petrichor Road? Okay, so yeah, let's talk about Na'Vi here, because they are scary. I am talking to the players at breakfast after yesterday. A lot of people are scared of this roster, not only for here, but scared of what they potentially can do moving into the future as well.
Absolutely. I mean, you call the playing field a garage, because these guys are mechanics, and every single pro I talk to says that they are blown away by these 4 players. I don't know how Na'Vi put this roster together of people that most of us had never heard of, but they love this game. They play nonstop, and you talk to them, they're scared to death to talk to us, but when they put the headsets on, they're monsters.
Yeah, it was obviously I had a pleasure talking with them in the pre-interview, and they're just so much into themselves and so focused on the game, and that's their only focus and thought of mind with that. And I really love how we're going to be able to see them come into this and have another consistent tournament, because I do not feel we're not going to, they're going to be in the top 5, top 6. They could be a contender, 4th and 5th at PGS 3 and 4, right? And I feel like there's no chance we don't see them in the top.
I caught Alrain in the elevator on the way down today, and as much as technically he is a world champion coach, as of being able to win PGC Dubai 2022 with a previous roster, he says he's confident, and then he said, but not as confident as the guys.
I love that.
Players. And I love that. Oh my God.
That's great.
Oh no, that's bad for the rest of the lobby. But anyway, this is the overall rankings from our top 24. Of course, we said goodbye to everyone 17 and under. Of course, the big story is Twisted Minds. It is a travesty for a lot of fans out there that unfortunately they were not able to make it. It was at the hands of All Gamers Global. We've talked about that as well. But there's other names down there that we expected to do better.
I was going to say, if you're talking about travesty of brands and rosters that aren't there, I think New Happy, a lot of people were like, this is absolutely bananas that they're not going to make the cut. VP getting, I think it was 7 points yesterday and performing at that level also, to me, I expected at least a little bit of a stronger showing.
Teams that had insane performances at just the last lands, E-Arena, VP, these guys performed extremely well. Also, sad for the org in terms of Luna. They just went out and got 1,000 points in the club championships, and now they had to get top 12 to secure some of that back, but they were not able to.
Now, of course, I mean, and just to mention as well, Twisted Minds, the first finals of a global they have not been at since 2020.
But it's also one of the first times there wasn't a loser's bracket to bounce back from,
True.
right? And that,
Which
I think
they have done in the past.
they do a lot. Like, honestly, their journey often goes through the loser's bracket. And I think that's because of their style of play, and we don't even need to focus on it because without the loser's bracket, they just did not make it to the grand final. And I think they have to question, as we move forward in this, some of their play choices.
Well, it's going to shake the foundations here for this tournament for sure. We'll see what happens for the future. Let's take a look at the Doritos top reactions, though, from yesterday. Because, again, there was heartbreak. There was elation from some of these teams as they were able to make the top 16 coming through, Martin.
Yeah, honestly, in this case here, you're looking at the games yesterday. We felt like it was going to be A and B the first day that was going to have the most insane day, but it was not. It was yesterday.
Correct.
We had some of the most amazing plays. We had some of the most clutch moments, and it was yesterday and, of course, the second day that we had the biggest days. 62 and 61 points for all gamers global and for Freaks. And honestly, these two teams here, we have so high expectations for them coming into this. It's a BO12 finals, guys.
Right.
I am really excited to see how that unfolds, because usually it takes some time for these teams to get established and to put themselves into this situation to, okay, we are going to be able to win in the last day.
There was the man himself getting hyped, but I think that you're right. With the 12, you know, you said the big days were 2 and 3. That's because on the first day, a lot of teams like to take it slow and make sure that they maintain their point totals. You can't do that today. The difference in payout between first and second place is astronomical, and that's what you're here for, is you want to make that big money. So you have to start strong. If you're like passive and say, I just don't want to make any mix-ups in the first couple of games, I don't know that you're going to be able to close the gap with this many strong teams.
Everybody arriving now to the stage to take part in this grand finals. You can see Falcons. They've got the weight of the organization on their shoulders. They've already won the Esports World Cup. However, they definitely want to do a little bit more for pride and for glory. And I think one thing that's important to note about these global tournaments, Avenger, is that we actually have such a diverse wealth of talent. We constantly have almost every region being able to claim championships on international soil. However, it still seems to be, somehow, some way, Southeast Asia almost always stealing the headlines. Be it Himas, be it Cerberus, be it Tycon, be it All Gamers Global. They're awesome at this game.
And honestly, if from last year going into this year, it felt like it was more even than ever. But yeah, as you say here, this year, it is the year of APAC. We saw Cerberus, of course, and it could very well be the Tycon story to be able to go out from a championship roster, build what he want to build himself, and then potentially take this home as well.
They also have the flash. They have the pizzazz. Everybody remembers Jordan, not Bird, because three-point shots are cool, but it's this dunk that matters most, right? It's the action, the big moments, and that's what Tycon and a lot of these SEA teams bring to every single game.
That's a sports ball reference, right?
It is a sports ball reference, but I felt like it was general.
Who's Bird? Is that what I'm supposed to say?
Who's Bird?
Yeah.
No. Well, the Bird's the Falcons, and that's my next question.
Well,
do you think they can perform here, because their second day of play was terrible?
Well, hey, let's hear from them here. We've got Falcons as well as FaZe to check in with as they're two contenders to the throne.
Welcome to day one of the finals of PUBG at the Esports World Cup. I've got two players from Team Falcons joining me. There's, of course, Roth and Rello. Rello, let's come to you first, man. How are you feeling today? Day one of the grand finals. Bit of nerves, anticipation, happy? What are you feeling?
I'm a bit of nerves, but I'm excited to play. We've been working really hard for this, so we're here to play, man.
Here to play. You had a cheeky, you had a week of like hunkering down here in Riyadh, prepping. I know we spoke to you about it on stage. How do you feel like that's impacted you guys coming into the grand finals, into the group stage? You got support from the players as well.
I think it was great for us. It was something that we really needed as a core. I mean, we've been through a lot individually and as a team. And I'm really excited to see how, we can continue to work on that over the course of our time with Falcons and our career. And, working with Lars has been amazing.
In the group stage as well, you guys were in Group B, so you played day 1 and 2. So yesterday you had a day off. What were you guys doing during that day off? Were you guys prepping? Were you guys working on things that were maybe causing you issues in those first 2 days of groups?
We actually focused on our sleep. We kind of forced ourselves to get up because the finals are starting a lot earlier, 6 hours earlier than the group stage games. So we just focused on getting up and pushing through the day and getting a good night's rest for the finals.
That sounds nice, doesn't it? Focusing on sleep. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. Good luck in day 1 of the grand finals. We'll see you on the main stage. I've got Gustav here from FaZe Clan. Dude, we have to talk about how you guys actually qualified for the grand finals, right down to that final map. Tell me what the comms were like before you went into that final map. Was it just like dead silence, or were you guys like, come on, we can do this?
No. It was 100% we can do this because we've done it so many times. It's not the first time we qualify in like one of the last games, so always keep believing,
Veterans of the game. I like that approach. Now, we've got to talk about some of the other teams that are going to be here in the grand finals because, we've got, let's just say Na'Vi, these young guns coming through, It's like they don't feel any pressure on the main stage. Are you more wary of teams that are kind of like newly formed, coming out and kind of ruining the status quo in the maps?
I mean, honestly, I would have said Twisted Minds would have been the strongest, but they're not even here. So I don't know what's going on this tournament. It's so weird. There's like, I feel like there's so many big dogs missing out, you know. And about Na'Vi, I feel like they're gonna do good, but I doubt they're gonna win. I'm seeing them like in top 5 probably.
Is that wild? Just like watching yesterday and seeing Twisted Minds not making it, being like the #1 ranked team in the world. Like, what were your guys' reactions initially?
I mean, I kind of feel bad for them, but we're also laughing a little bit at it because, like, I mean, it's really good for us as like competitors because they are probably on their best peak. They're the strongest team here. But yeah, it's good to see them out, but also feel bad for them.
And how are the boys feeling today coming into the grand finals?
The boys?
The boys, your boys.
Oh, my boys. I think we're feeling good. A little bit tired right now. I need to get the coffee in a second because it is early, but feeling good.
It's good that we got a barista here. Gustav, thank you so much for joining me in the interview, and we'll see you on the grand stage. Grand stage? Main stage. We'll see you somewhere.
Well, the complete understanding of the reactions coming out with Twisted Minds not making it. But let's talk about the schedule. Let's get into today. Erangel starts things off. Rondo is next. Tego, we round things out with Miramar here at the very end. Again, as you already suspect if you're listening to this, hey, we're starting earlier, guys, but you're already listening to me, so there's no really point in me really saying that. But anyway, let's start talking about it. Coming into the grand finals, Erangel is to begin here. You guys at home can go and send your predictions forward as well. stcplay.gg, so make sure to do that, get those filled in as we now look towards the grassy pastures, boys, because this is going to be exciting.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts coming in, Toffees?
I mean, I think it's nice. I love starting with the old mainstay. I love that you're comfortable. You can set yourself at home before you end up in like the chaos of Rondo. And I think that's really good because teams are going to have to utilize this map and the big dogs, right? You heard Gustav say that. This is where the big dogs can use their experience to get off to a big start.
There's only one dog in this lobby, and it's Cerberus.
That's
but
true.
They were not impressive in the group stage, guys. But with this drop here on Erangel, honestly, they have so much space.
Yeah.
And I hope for them to have some of these more kind of easier circles, right? We have had some wild ones, we've had the Stalpa ones, we've had the military, and honestly, in this situation here, if we have some Cinder, easy ones, we're going to see them stride a little bit.
We've had a jostling in the Discords as well. It's likely Tiamba's going to be pushed away from this position, all things considered. But gentlemen, it is time. Now we have a best of 12, $2 million on the line. One of these 16 teams is going to walk away with $700,000 for first place. Let's get it going. The grand final for Esports World Cup.
Everything you have seen so far in the STC arena has led to this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day one of the grand finals of PUBG at the Esports World Cup. My name is Dawood Sandstorm and I am your host alongside Barney Banks.
Whether you are first or 16th in the group stage, everything resets and we go again. Today, the real work begins. Today, you have to start strong.
Our competitors have had a taste of what it is like to compete on the main stage. And now, every knock, every kill, every placement point will make a difference.
And if the adrenaline wasn't pumping enough already, you are one step closer to the $2 million prize pool and the Esports World Cup trophy. So, with that being said, it is time to introduce our finalists to the main stage. Kicking things off with your first place finisher in the group stage with the Terminator Tycon in tow. It is AG Global.
coming in second place without a single win. I can only imagine what they can do when they secure one. Welcome to the STC Arena, TSM!
Securing the highest kill game from the group stage with 18. Welcome to the stage, the Expendables.
The headshot heroes of the group stage. 23 kills, cleaning up 23 heads. It's Danoa Esports!
With 2 map wins on their second day of the group stage to secure their spot in the grand finals, Guangdong Freaks.
Making their explosive entrance with 92 grenades thrown in the group stage. Let's hope that's the only thing they throw. Welcome, 17 Gaming!
The Molotov Madmen with the highest damage with Molotovs in the group stage, BB Team.
Waiting until the last 2 games to secure their spot in the grand finals, keeping us on the edge of our seats. Welcome, Sonics!
With 57 points in their second day of the group stage, can they perform like that in the grand finals? Day Trade Gaming.
Still looking for their first international title. Can they make it happen here at the Esports World Cup? Joining us in the STC Arena, it's Tianba!
With 7 top 5 finishers in the group stage, can they maintain that consistency here? It's Valley Thai Esports.
A rough start for this team, but a first place finish in their very last game earned them a spot in the grand finals. Can they turn things around? Joining us now, it's FaZe Clan!
The new kids on the block with an average age of 20, but make no mistake, they are demons on the battleground. It is Na'Vi!
The hometown heroes, with the fans giving them a home field advantage. Can they bring home another trophy? Team Falcons!
A absolutely deadly team. With the hitman, Himas, in tow, it is Cerberus Esports.
The Olympic swimmers of PUBG at the Esports World Cup. swimming a total of 1,200 meters. Can they swim across the finish line? It's Petrichor Road! A few teams were on fire yesterday. Some took some time to find their footing in their journey. But we know that everything can change on a dime.
Yes, it can. Who will hold their nerve on the biggest stage in the world? And who can remain consistent across the next 12 maps? Let's find out, shall we? Casters, over to you.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup Grand Finals. My name is Match. I'm joined by Porosaurus. We're going to be taking you through these first couple of games, and they should be spicy as 12 games is all we've got. This is going to be one of the highest pressure Grand Finals we have seen in a long time.
It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal, especially considering what we had to see these guys go through for the past 3 days. And then you consider the fact that you also have A and C that are coming off of a pretty quick turnaround from games yesterday, the ending of games yesterday coming into the start of today.
Yeah, that's been the topic of conversation for a lot of these teams. You even saw it during the interview sections, right? Is it's like, okay, we had about 12 hours from the end of the games yesterday coming into today, reset mentally, come into it. I mean, there are some benefits to it. Sometimes players, I'll be honest, can overthink their problems, so this time you don't get the chance to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're thinking about it, maybe a team like AGG would be, after the performance that they delivered yesterday, would be coming in here with a lot of confidence and haven't really had time to lose that confidence or overthink it. But at the end of the day, we're still at a clean slate. They've got to make all these things happen now.
Well, we're looking at a 12-game final.
Yeah.
With two entirely different play styles for our number 1 and number 2 teams. AGG, heavy spikes, big kills, victories, then a little bit, let's be honest, maybe a couple of 0s, 2s here or there moving in. Yeah. And then it's TSM, not a single victory, just consistency over and over again.
And I think that's got to be one of the reasons why I think TSM might be one of the favorites to win this thing. I mean, it is 12 games, and it is obviously a blank slate now coming in after the group stages, so you have to, as you said, reset and get back into things now. But when you talk about who you think is going to have the highest chances, highest odds of success, it's the ones that have just been kind of going through all the time, not relying on those big, heavy point games.
Two teams that we haven't had a chance to dive into just quite yet, Danoa and Freaks. Yeah, I mean, coming in respectively at 4th and 5th, they are, I don't want to call them underdogs, it's just they play in a very consistent, quiet style until those later stages, and then that's whenever they really start ripping things up. So you think that they're going to be able to hold that through?
Hugs for Dubs. Love to see it. I'll give Gunner a hug right now. I know you asked me an actual question.
He does give some of the best hugs.
It's a fantastic hugger. But no, I mean, I think a lot of people were kind of overlooking Danoa a little bit, especially after the fact that they didn't qualify for PGS 3 and 4, the big roster swap. I think there were a lot of question marks about that team and how successful they were going to be now that they got back to the international stage. But so far, they've proven to be pretty capable as they've gone. You talk about consistency, 45 points on day 1, 46 in day 2. Freaks, a little bit different, a little bit of a slow start, but man, they came alive on their second day of play. And you talk about going back to even the qualifiers, Freaks looked fantastic. Leading, obviously we don't put too much into scrims, but in Korean scrims, it was Freaks and T1 just dominating everybody.
This is a squad I am very interested to see. They have a massive opportunity in front of them. The Expendables managed to get into 3rd place, made a very big play in the last second to last game, going for the crash as well, really trying to hold people back. They were kind of the pace setters, them and AGG. Whenever we went over to Miramar, that says something in and of itself. When you're a squad that's making that big of a commitment into what you think that you can accomplish, moving into the grand finals, they have to be coming in with confidence.
Look at that. We don't even have drops. We've got potential rotation paths here. They are doing their homework. The coach is working full time right now. There's only 12 games. You've got to get out there and get started quickly. You don't want to have to be playing from behind. And 2 games to start on Erangel, that's not too bad.
And the mental on this is going to be so taxing. One bad game is going to be so hard to bounce back from. You're going to have to just completely mentally reset. And that's going to be really difficult, especially when we couple in with the squads that just had that very short shift over coming in 12 hours directly afterwards. So it's going to be real interesting to see how this all stacks up moving into the Erangel games today. I am just beyond excited.
This is another team that's got a lot to prove, not only to the world, but to themselves. After it couldn't be a more disappointing PGS 3 and 4, or the fact that they qualified, went to both of them, didn't manage to take home a single PGC point out of either of them. They've managed to turn up here today. Thanadol being a huge impact on that team. The first day, not so great, but second day, 57 points, looked fantastic.
Hugs and huddles are over. Everybody is starting to beat in. Get ready. Get in that right mindset. Right. Yeah, you've got to go. Focus up, and man, yeah, I can still see some smiles, a couple of squads, but a lot of them are just really just into it. No surprise whenever we see a couple of these squads, it's all professionalism now.
Absolutely, and saw Bet Boom team there, another, I would say, I guess I think it's fair to call them a dark horse a little bit coming into this one, but here we go, 10 seconds before we get into the air. Get on Erangel and get this thing started.
EWC, PUBG Grand Finals. Let's kick it up. Let's get airborne. Plane is up and active. We're going over Millie Base. This is a very southern to north plane path, ending up over Stalber. I cannot wait. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And make sure you guys keep that map stream open if you can. Follow along because it's going to give you so much information as we get to look at the eyes, the faces of all these guys. So much pressure. So much on the line here, not even for some of our teams, even for the club championship, a lot of money on the line if they can manage to take home a top spot here.
A slightly pressurized plane path. When if you're going over to the west, you might have to stretch a bit.
West ain't looking great.
But I mean, really, unless you're a team that's going to be going like, let's say, South George, you might have a bit of a problem. But even then, I think it's doable.
Looks at TSM. Yeah,
TSM never being around where the plane path is going to drop with Georgia Pool? Yeah, never, right?
Nah. Well, you got 4 teams dropping on Military Island. Looks like our group stage heroes, AGG, going to take over the military base while Valley Thai a little bit off to the west, Tiamba, Novo in points west, and that BB just going to opt for that bridge spot right there. I imagine they'll probably get their looting done as quickly as possible and then get off to the north.
With the way these circles have been going on Erangel, I am not surprised we're seeing a bit more of a commitment onto Military Base Island, right? It's just, it feels like it's just got a magnet pulling this direction down into the south and just making it so complicated. We are going to get Milta, though. We are going to keep Prison in play, Lippo as well. Still have some Yasnaya, but a lot of water.
Indeed. And see right off the bat, Na'Vi and Falcons they pretty much have their choice about where they want to play towards the center of that circle here. As we check in with Tiamba over there in Nova, they have left 7700 over by the bridge at the crossroads. We'll keep an eye on Valley Thai to see if they start getting a little bit closer as they start making their rotation.
Do want to give a heads up, since we mentioned it a moment ago, TSM did find some vehicles. They're going to go ahead and make their way, it looks like, over to Georgia Pool. So no big surprise there. Looking at Petrichor Road, very wide split and control along this road, very close to the zone itself. But it's going to be, it's one of those interesting games when you're technically on the main island itself, but School, Pachinki, neither one inside the circle.
Yeah, a lot of water in this zone, as it's probably, I would say, probably about 50% playable all said and done. And
about that, yeah.
I mean, this, but again, this is the way you want to start, right? If you're playing on Erangel, you get a brutal circle like this, but this is a circle these guys have seen a million times. Everybody knows exactly how they want to play it. They know exactly where pretty much everybody should be, and that's a good thing, especially when you consider the fact that a lot of these teams obviously were playing yesterday and they had a very limited amount of time. Every team really had a very limited amount of time to prepare for what this lobby was going to look like.
This is a beneficiary of this circle without a doubt. Na'Vi, the desk was talking about them, and the capabilities. We know this squad can really decimate. Didn't get the highest overall, coming in 11th in the group stage, but it is a reset. Back down to 0 points, and with a circle like this off the start, dropping down in Milta, you're going to have a good control point to play from. You're going to have a good area that you can navigate if you have to get out of this. They have Falcons that are going to be to the north of them, FaZe that's going to be over the west. But the big X factor already inside the circle for me is going to be the Expendables and Danoa. Danoa up into the north in Yasnaya is going to have a very well-looted situation and a first dibs. They're right along the edge of the zone, so they can choose, are they going to be a catalyst team? Are they going to try to really cause some problems in rotation? Or are they going to play it a bit quieter? Are they going to go for position first?
Yeah, if nothing else, all these teams that are actually trying to send it and try to get more central positions here early on, you have to keep eyes on them, because right now, this is, yeah, there you go. Summer, the primary man for Petrichor Road. The rest of the gang has just now left school apps, so Summer needs to be extremely careful as he is rolling through right up onto Falcons.
Ooh, he's got to dodge this one out. You can feel like a lot of the teams are feeling that this is going to go that mansion route. A couple of spots being vied for already. The Expendables creeping in right back behind Summer. Falcons are getting an idea on what's going on, but Summer should find that compound. And it's a pretty strong compound inside the circle. Falcons with their 2-2 split does have a lot of vision, but has to be pretty careful as we're getting very hefty. 4-man squads already starting to collapse along this line.
Yeah, a lot of these teams actually opting to go towards dead center circle and not really expecting the southern shift back down towards Milta. So you can see the poker chips are being placed all into the center of the table and in the center of this zone. So we'll see how that plays out as the rest of the boys from Petrichor Road will go and try to rejoin Summer. Now you got Danawa off to the north. You can see the Expendables taking a few shots on the southern side, but looks like they should be safe for the most part.
This is a bold choice. They're going to go ahead and try to go for a bit of mansion. Is that going to scare off Akari? Looks like it might. He looks like he's pulling away from it. They might make their way over to Heaven / Skygarden, whatever you want to call it. And I believe that Freaks were also eyeing along that path.
Goes to show you the quality of this lobby, that it's 5 minutes in, and they're already just barely getting to the center of the circle in time to get these 2-2 split spots without having to run into anybody else. So everybody is on top of things. They're getting their looting done as quickly as possible, getting on rotations as fast as they can.
Valley Tai had swooped in down to the south, the circle, moving around the Milta Power Peninsula, very far to the south. They're running a 2-2 split of their own. Tiamba being a bit more aggressive, forcing them away from that position. Curious to see if Valley Tai is going to opt into a regroup, but no, actually they're just going to do the stop off a gas station.
Yeah, we're just taking a look at Tiamba right there. They have Linshu off to the north of Milta Power Main that did an E-pickup scout type of situation, but he's getting a little bit close to Valley Tai and Navi. He's getting shot at, but it doesn't look like they're going to find him just yet to get the knock, but the rest of them not anywhere near.
Yes,
I guess that's where you're going to go. Sure, that works.
I have all of the vision in the world now, and it's just make sure you don't step too far back. That's the problem with this location is whenever somebody takes some pot shots and you try to juke away with it, you're used to having that step or two to get away, right?
Maybe don't move around too much while you're scoped in, buddy. You don't want to lose your footing. That's going to be tough.
But it is so vertical, it is often overlooked for a scouting route. Like whenever you're driving through, you just don't bring your eyesight up that high. So there is a lot of vision, and it's pretty safe. With that information being said, it looks like Tiamba is actually going to try to capitalize off it. If they were moving in, I think that they got shooed away from those couple of shots. But they should have known that they were already there. Now it looks like they're maneuvering a bit more closer to the Navi and the hillside. Get Mini itself, and this is pretty collapsed over here. If we see it come down this direction, Navi doesn't have a lot of maneuver room. They're just right up against the road.
Yeah, Navi opting instead to take the compounds along that roadside. Now they're split up. They've got two in the yellows. They did get a little bit of a care package drop. So they're going to have good information about anything coming from the north. If the circle does decide to shift back down towards this way, they're in a great position to do a little gatekeeping and try to maybe get some kills away that way. Tiamba, meanwhile, they've got 3 deep in Milta Power Minor, but yeah, Linshu's still stuck on the top of that thing, which could be great.
We'll say stuck in quotations-ish, you know. I do like it. If you're going to emergency pickup, that's a good read because one of the problems whenever you emergency pickup is a lot of times you'll aim for that low ground position, and that's where everybody's going to go for the sprays in. Stopping up high gives you that safety.
And the other good part about that is the fact that he's up there high. If it does shift to the north, he's got a spot to do some scouting off to the north and kind of read their path before. So, you know what? At the end of the day,
eyes all the way to Lipo, right? All the way over there.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so here's our teams. We've got ourselves Sonics coming around Yaznaya. They're going to be approaching in. We just saw BB Team a moment ago in their rotation. TSM and AGG and No Rush into the circle are number 1 and number 2 coming out of the group stage. I mean, no surprise on either one of those. I guess a bit more surprising with AGG, who can sometimes come into circles a bit more hot and heavy, looking for some early game kills. This time around, going to play it for safety.
I think maybe they learned their lesson from day one where they tried to play a little bit more aggressively in the first 2 games. Didn't really see a lot of success for it. Obviously, they turned things around in a big way after that. But from day one, from the group stages, they weren't having a lot of success by playing too aggressive. So slowing things down, playing it from the edge, especially when you're coming from Military Island, not the worst idea in the world.
Anonix just kind of looking around, seeing what's going on.
Around a wide open field. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay.
You're Anonix. You can do whatever you want.
With Heaven being held up, well, Hikari's also doing the same thing. This is a 2-1-1 wide split across the field, and it could be a big benefit, but it also feels really scary right now to me.
It's a little spooky, but you know what? At the end of the day, Donowa, you talk about some guys that have just a boatload of experience in international lobbies. I would not be too terribly concerned here as we check in with Cerberus. They've got 17 just off to their north in Shelter. Doesn't look like they've spotted them out. FaZe Clan, meanwhile, just off to their east at the top of the logging camp. So it looks like a few shots were being sent from FaZe into the backs of Cerberus, but nothing too terrible yet.
So with Tiamba's positioning, we can see playing up here on top. This is what I wanted to look at. Valley Tai is very separated out. So they've got 2 members that are playing north of the peninsula and 2 that are playing on the approach into Lumberyard on the hillside just to the south of it. So they've got 2 squads in between them. This makes them very, very vulnerable. If anybody goes down, it's on your other duo member to really support you and lynch you. It's like, yeah, just keep taking those shots.
Well, here's the thing, though. If you're Linshu,
do you even shoot?
Yeah. Do you want to give away your position just yet? I mean, obviously, there's nobody anywhere near you, so and you can hear that's that Dragunov, so that's kind of a scary proposition to get into a peak battle with. But he's got Kiss dead to rights here.
I mean,
there's no way Kiss would have any idea.
His nearest teammate is on the southern part of Milta Power along the wall. So this is very, very scattered. Should get something out of it. Though Circle's going to still keep a ton of water in play. We still got Lippo, we still got Prison, and we still have Milta Major.
This is one of those bait circles where it feels like it's good for everybody because you got most of your teams already in. But it's like, I feel like a lot of these teams are like, well, we took this spot because we thought it would be good for Circle 1. I don't know how much I like it for Circle 2, so we'll see how many try to reposition themselves. I feel like we're going to see a lot of getting people back.
Look at Tiamba. They're just coming up full reinforcements. Are they going to make it to the coastline? They might be going directly after Kiss, and yes, they are. They've just directly beat it in after him. That should pop up in just 1 second. Expendables, though, having to deal right over his head. Goes for the shots in. Expendables trying to find some more out of this. This got messy pretty quick, but Loki should be fine to res. Going to go for the flush out. Yep, now what are we going to do from the top of it? Danawa's just continuing to pressure points along this trench line warfare, bouncing in between them. Loki down still, and that's going to be another one in Anonix. Calorius just trying to cling to life. Hunker down, Molotov back behind him, so close.
Not the best place in the world to get in a fight here. They're getting third party by Sonics, they're getting third party by Petrichor Road, and everybody is just suffering after this one as Loki is still bleeding out, but it looks like Deal will be able to get that res, but TE in a bad way after that one. I think it's just down to Delwyn.
I mean, Danoa took some casualties in that one as well, but at least got into position. Falcon's doing a good job of refereeing that one up on top. Everything else a lot more quiet while we're looking at this one. So also update, yes, Valley Tai did lose their member that Linshu was scouting for all of 2 minutes. So
and they're leaving them up there too.
Yeah.
Diablo, the whole rest of them
it's working, right?
Side. Yeah, why not? I mean, you're getting, the only thing that you could wish for a little bit more is that he had something a little bit better than a 4X to be up there. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's good enough. Let's see what they can do from here.
Closest team to them is going to be Na'Vi, of course. Most of our other teams have already moved into like Lumberyard Hillside, Prison Hillside, and the Mansion locations.
Seeing AGG, they made their way over from Military Island. Well, we can check in with Freaks. They're in a little bit of a scrap with 17 here. But it looks like Tycon might be separated from the boys. They're getting a little bit close to BB Team. 17, meanwhile, still playing around that cliffside, around Prison. They've got KDF right below them. Nobody wanting to take any early knocks and flushes here.
This is a very important section inside this map. Getting control here gives you rotation potential around Prison itself. So it is going to be 17 with a bit more of a bead inside, very quickly trying to regroup, but get spotted out. Little Ghost going down. Freaks look like they're starting to get more control over this area. FaZe also hears it, but are really committed into the split with just Jeems being the closest member to it. This is its own contained firefight. Nobody really has good vision into this, and so it's just a matter of how Freaks want to navigate what they just got with that down.
Yeah, Freaks they're actually kind of fortunate right now to be able to take as much time as they are because, as you said, nobody really around really making any moves. Now TSM is on the move just off to their north. They could get involved here at some point. 17 will be able to get out of this though. They'll send it back towards the high side of Prison. There we go, TSM. They get a little bit close to Donowa, but not making the commitment to push right into the trenches, reading that situation correctly.
Falcons are hearing a lot of what's going on around Prison. Their eyes are drawn over there right now. I don't think that they have vision on TSM, but again, if TSM makes the push into Danowa's fortified trenches, Falcons should be able to spin back into that one and take some shots, as well as Delwyn maybe, but I don't know.
Man.
Delwyn's probably going to just play this one out.
You saw that Donowa had the mortars. Did they read that TSM is right there? They're going to send it over, but it looks like it might be off a little bit, even though it doesn't matter. TSM already in the vehicles, already on the move once again.
We also have Sonics doing an emergency pickup. They're flying over the entirety of this as mortars are going to be coming down. Down and we're going to go take those shots as we did get the new circle. Still has a ton. It's got the bay in between Milta Power and Lippo in it. This is such a small circle. I mean, that lower area around the bay itself is pretty wide, specifically to the west. So we've got not even all of prison inside the circle.
Absolutely on Baywatch right now. Sonics did pull the shoots. They're going to go for the high ground. It looks like Falcons will go right below them. Meanwhile, Donawa pushing out right next to TSM. TSM not in a position to take advantage. They're not even going to get a sight line on them here. As you see where Sonics ended up after that E pickup, and they are in perfect position to take advantage of Petrichor Road.
Falcons reposition also just below the positioning that Petrichor Road's trying to hold on. Delwyn even taking some shots into what's going to be happening in this position. Petrichor Road in a ton of trouble right now. Throwable's now starting to come out, landing very, very close. Connects up, but it's going to be actually Stakers. Gets the knock onto Akeslift, but Petrichor Road in a red zone right now as it is just raining upon them.
I don't know if this is where they wanted to stop or this is where they had to stop, but either way, it's not working out too well. Chewy will get the res on a Ming. Ike's left down to no HP. Can they get to him in time? Yes, they can. But Summer has gone down as well.
Okay, Delwyn very, very close to this position. That's what I was going to be worried about. Nades coming in. Just one member out. Make it none. TE picking up some kills in a desperation position. That is big.
Get yourself some points as a solo, my son. He's doing so well for that squad right now, just staying alive, although Sonics has spotted him out. You can see Shrimsy shooting down the toesies. That looks like a free kill, a free point for Sonics. Let's see how far they want to commit to getting it.
Is that not the most Expendables thing, though? Okay, we can kind of hide here and maybe get some placement points, or I could get 3 kills. Let's just go ahead and go for the kills, guys. So Expendables does get eliminated, but by their own choice.
Job
almost.
done. Yeah, I mean, what can you say? That's exactly what you'd love to see out of your solo player. In a situation like that is now, oh, Cerberus, they're going to be running into the firing line. Sonic's going to get 2, get 3. Can they get any more? Can they finish off the squad? It's just down to Duckmai.
Sonics at 5 kills already, navigating a very open hillside and really trying to exploit it. They've got FaZe that's holding down Lumberyard just up on top of them, but FaZe very much committed into their defensive line. With this, we're going to have Freaks coming in right back behind Duckmai. He's going to have to be careful. I don't know how we're going to see Freaks. They might opt into just stopping on the edge point right next to Prison, but Duckmai going to try to fight his way out of this one. He's got a couple of problems. He's even kickstart on an angle with it, and the louder he stays, the more attention he's going to draw.
Uh-oh, Sparking gets there. Oh, he misses the last bullet. That's not what you wanted there. Deal going to go down to Salute as well, but that grenade might be enough to get Loki. Indeed it will, so Sparking will get his first kill here.
Full collapse coming in as now new circle has popped, moves into that hillside that Sonics were playing from. TSM going to have to collapse in just a bit more to the south. Already got eyes on what's going to be going on with the Freaks and their repositions. Daytrade also moving just to the south of them, going to be bumping into the Falcons in just one moment. Tiamba holding down the Yellows just west of Milta Power in a very strong spot, going to be harassing Falcons as well.
And Linshu still on the pipe. He's going to stay there as long as he has to, as Jeems will find an opening knock, but immediately gets traded back by Beam.
All right, FaZe going to have to navigate this one. They've got the high ground advantage, but not a lot of good sight lines onto the Freaks outside of that. So Freaks still just trying to cling to life in position. TSM not wanting to get too involved. They've got good vision on what's going to be going on down in the Daytrade Falcons situation. So they're kind of focused in on that for the time being, making sure to get their vehicles into position. They know that any bit of cover is going to be a commodity in the circle. It's not, I mean, we've got the slope down the hillside. There's a lot of trees over here, but it's just not going to feel comfortable when we still got 44 alive.
He's got 2 knocks. And you know, of course, it had to be on AGG. I tell you right now, Tycon's looking at this and taking notes. This is the play that I feel like that team would absolutely love to see, as the rest of the boys are actually pulling up. So we might see Linshu get a few more. Is Purdy Curdy going to take it right to Freaks?
I don't even know if AGG has entirely figured out where they're getting shot from. They're just going to bypass us. They're like, leave it alone. AGG's playing along the coast, crashes it. I mean, this is kind of what they were wanting to go for. The crash spot doesn't work out as well as they want. Diving down, going to go for a bit of a dip, so Tycon going to at least find some safety. But, I mean, even if he has to swim to the nearest beachhead, that's not going to feel good.
We're mermen now. Tycon actually going to be the last player alive as his knocked teammate actually died to falling there. So Tycon will try to solo this one out as TSM still trying to figure out how they want to deal with Freaks. But the good news for them is FaZe has this line of sight into the back of them as well.
Freak's doing a good job on surviving a very bad situation, but it's only a matter of time. It feels like a couple of retaliation knocks coming back in. Freak's not going down just quite yet, sitting at 4 kills, and they want some more. Their eyes are set into TSM. They're dealing with FaZe back behind them, trying to juke in, use those trees for cover, but Sparking hunkered down. He's got himself his own little defended position with good sight lines up that hill, but I mean, FaZe now starting to mop up, pick up a couple of these kills.
They got to be quick about it, though, because Day Trade has now started to send it over here. They're wrapping around to the north. You can see them on your mini-map. Belmoth, Flash, and Nurens have just arrived. They can see the smoke clouds. I'm not sure if they've spotted anybody out just yet. Kwangdong Freaks don't want to waste any time. The grenade going to sail just a little too long.
Commitment into the res does pay off. Freaks getting closer and closer, but Day Trade also getting closer. TSM with their eyes set so long into Freaks, and Freaks surviving for so long has been a thorn, a massive problem for TSM. They thought that this was going to end fast. Day Trade coming up back behind them is going to be a big issue. Bean even stepping out into the blue. He wants to go for a cheeky play in, creeping in right back behind them, hoping the fact that he can get loud enough, but he's going to be right up along Day Trade's line. He goes for a couple of shots, realizing what's going to be going on with Day Trade, realizing his position is pretty vulnerable. Now Day Trade, beneficiary of everything here.
And look at this FaZe not wanting to be left behind in this one. They're going to aggressively push out, try to take advantage of this fight as well, immediately sandwiching on top of TSM. Luke 12's going to go down. Sparking now the last player alive for TSM as FaZe and Day Trade just sweeping the edge.
Sparking with that solo position. We've seen him make some big plays out of it so far in this event, but Day Trade looked like they're pretty comfortable. They're like, okay, we don't want to get involved in another firefight. We know that we're going to have to move into the circle, but they're kind of dancing around with the idea. Day Trade has a member in Thanadol all the way over into the west, right along the bay itself. FaZe are going to go after that last member, and it is going to be Corexy that does manage to take down Sparking. So TSM firmly eliminated now, but Sonic's in control over the circle, starting to take shots into FaZe.
Yeah, both teams, FaZe and Day Trade, now they've got what they wanted. They're pulling back. Day Trade still have 4 up as well. FaZe down to 3 after they lost James a little bit earlier. They have a path inside this next zone as Tycon tries to make his way out of the water, but he gets spotted by Thanadol.
Man, he wanted to creep up behind Tiamba so bad. He wanted those kills. Vengeance. He wanted to get something in retaliation. Should be noted that Rello is still alive for Falcons as he's having a ton of bullets dropped upon his head. He's just kind of holding out in that crate's position. That has been just a weathering storm of bullets falling upon Falcons to try to survive the point. So 25 alive and near on no buildings inside of it, just Diffx inside of one building to deal with. It's all trees, hillsides, slopes, and a little bit of the ocean still in play.
Finally have a little bit of a moment to breathe here a little bit as Day Trade will push into Rello, and that'll be it for Falcons going out in 8th place. Now Pow Pow tries to take some shots, but Diffx not going to let him.
Good shots, as now that's going to open up a bit more of an opportunity for Day Trade. They really appreciated that one. Linshu had to drop down in the water, so he's going to have to flank around. But that could put him pretty close to where Thanadol is. Depending on how, if we saw Day Trade saw that jump into the water, he might be trying to defend up over there. Nope, looks like he's just going to jump in a vehicle, maybe try to rotate, but he still has his eyes set along that angle just to be safe. Actually, no, his eyes are set up trying to make sure that he can get this flush out. That could be an opportunity for Linshu, but we've been seeing Linshu play the high ground. Can he play the low ground?
Boy, that is a tiny, tiny little sliver of land for 3 of Tiamba to share and try to go for that revive as Thanadol had the angle. They will get Pow Pow back on his feet. Day Trade, 7 kills. This is the start that we wanted to see. The grenade gonna fall right on top, but not get the knocks. Oh no, he's gonna get another one. Pow Pow down, 7700 down, and now it's all down to just Linshu, who's all the way on the north side, and he's been spotted out.
He wanted to flank back behind all of this. Thanadol does go down, but it was just a moment too late. Day Trade just going to go for all of these flushes. Sonic's going to try to take some shots, and Day Trade don't have the cleanest sight lines on that hill. So up to the southwest, we actually do have Valley Ty making a move around FaZe Clan. That's a pretty big detriment for them, as it is going to be Unique trying to move forward. He is also going to get spotted out, but Na'Vi creeping in right next to 17 Gaming, also big.
Huge, huge start to the day here for Day Trade. Hopefully they can get these revives, get all 4 back on their feet as they are up to 9 kills. As we check back in with FaZe, they ran into part of this Valley Tie split. Looks like Unique got a knock, maybe 2, and they were able to get him down, and now they've spotted out Megalos, and that is going to do it for Valley Tie.
Na'Vi creeping in, is taking a couple of casualties on this approach. 17 Gaming going to lose Suju, but means that the defensive line, it's going to be Zhao Wu on one angle, trying to see if he can get something.
Ooh, Shabay. That's a scary, scary duo to have to play with. Na'Vi, they had Circle of Fortune to start things off, but having to push out of those compounds were a little bit more on the brutal side. So Sid will spot out Xiaobei, gets a lot of damage in, but doesn't get the knock. As now the duo from 17 will collapse right on top of the final remaining player for Na'Vi.
Oh, pressure building. Got the nade prepped. Is it going to come out in the right angle? Goes up,
Ooh,
does
gets Xiaobei.
connect. Zhao Wu gets the knock in return, but can he get a res back onto his teammate? Attention has been drawn onto this angle, and it is scary over here as it is FaZe and Sonics also with eyes.
And Day Trade was able to get all 4 players back on their feet, so they are back up to full strength. They do still have the thorn in their side of Lin Shu, but it looks like they spotted him out. Sonics, meanwhile, working down to the south. They might be squaring off with FaZe here shortly as Lin Shu, he's going to find 2.
Big plays coming up from Lin Shu. He has been so massive in the entirety of this game. So much of this has been based around his plays, and he is still clinging to life up there, trying to make more happen.
Absolutely huge work from Lin Shu and Tiamba here. As now we cut back to FaZe as Gustav has spotted out 17. Again, both players knocked very, very low, but they just refuse to die right now, Matrim.
FaZe maneuvered down into 17 Gaming's position a bit more. Looks like they might want to try to pick up the stragglers in that 2 that are trying to hide over there. Sonics got control over most of the circle. Good vision position. Lin Shu, the beast, finally goes down. Day Trade enjoying that. Still sitting at 11 kills. One of their members still down. But Sonics has maneuvered along this hillside, spotted out FaZe, taking some shots at them while they are going after those members from 17.
Yeah, Sonics definitely feel like they're in the driver's seat for this end game here as FaZe, they did retreat to that hard cover, that big rock to play around. They would love to be able to get rid of 17 here, but immediately Xiaowu's going to find Corexi, and they're going to spot up another one as he tries to make a run, but Gustav with a great spray will take down Xiaowu. It's all down to Xiaobei.
Oh, even Day Trade taking the shots into the backside of 17 Gaming. Xiaobei trying to survive, but Gustav leading the way, should be able to spot it in just one moment. Goes for the spray, does manage to finish it. Circle pops, and it is going to favor Sonics and FaZe's position. Day Trade, the odd team out.
They're going to lose Corexi, and now Nurens will spot out Fex as well. As Sonics hears all of this going on, they see the kill feed popping. They're creeping over in this direction, but they just can't find the angle. Gustav just going to lie prone on the edge of the circle and try to survive.
Massive kill counts from all of our squads playing along this hillside. Sonics with their 2-2 split, playing the high and off over into the north. It means that they've got a lot of control on any movements coming out from these others. You can see one member of FaZe already down. Nuren's wanting to see if he can maybe pop it, and is going to pick up that kill point, maneuvering them up even higher in that kill count. Gustav, I don't even know if he can pop his head up from this point.
I mean, 12th kill for Day Trade. What an entrance into this grand finals lobby for them as, yes, Gustav not inside the zone, so they'll have to come up with something. As Kickstart and Tickleton, looks like they found an angle onto Nurens, and shots being taken over in that direction. They're not able to get the knock just yet. Shrimzy also sending it over there. So Sonics, they have to keep eyes on both directions here. They don't want to be taken advantage by that snake in the grass that is Gustav.
I don't know what happened in between everything finishing out in the group stage and moving into this, but 2 squads in FaZe and Sonics who had some troubles barely qualifying on those last couple of games have now managed to find themselves in good positions in 2nd and 3rd respectively. Sonics with control over position right now feel like they probably have this game on lock.
And Sonics, you got to give them props for the fact that they went for that high-risk, high-reward play of doing the E pickup to go right to the side of the hill and getting there exactly at the right time. But we're going to take this moment to listen in on Sonics.
What are you guys trying to blue tank it? Okay, last phase guys on the rocks.
We don't want to lose this point.
I'm going to try to go to green.
After the day guy dies, let's push.
We don't let him run it. No, we can't run it
out.
out.
Where is he?
He's on the rocks on blue.
Can you say I can probably run left? I can probably run left and kill him.
Shim, let's run left. Or cover right, Shim. I'm going to run left.
Let me cover right, so he can't deny.
I'm grouping.
Take and me are going to push left.
He's edge on me. He's like on this tree. He's on our side of the rock.
I'm nading the tree. Is that an exact?
There we go. Sonics take our first game of the grand finals in a strong situation, playing from an emergency pickup, as you mentioned, Poro, to just, I mean, you can see smiles on the faces. A lot better start.
Fortune favors the bold when it gets to the grand finals, especially when there's only 12 games to play, and they took a high-risk play. The reward also equally as high as they come in with the victory.
I mean, there's so much to look at whenever we look at that round. Yeah, emergency pickup was big. Lin Shu playing off the top of Reactor, massive in and of itself. FaZe finding tons of kills, but Daytrade being such a
Daytrade.
catalyst team along the north and just, I think, crashing into so many firefights.
A fantastic performance from Daytrade here in the first game. And, and again, FaZe as well. You know, the number of teams really finding some success there in this first game. Now, the circle obviously a little bit wonky, especially when we got to 3 and 4. But I mean, that was a lot to maneuver around. But I mean, these guys managed to pull it off.
That was, this is a very difficult set of circles to play around because they were all so much smaller than they actually were due to the water. And that's why we saw so many teams just trying to play around what was going on in the Bay. And that's why I loved Linshu's position. He was taking those pot shots on so many teams that ended up over there and really forced them out.
So much information gathered, but that's going to be it for our first game. Let's throw it over the analyst desk to hear what they have to say about this one.
Well, emergency pickup for Sonic straight into the middle and straight to the first victory of the grand final. I'm wondering, Avenger, if maybe we can muzzle him and try and keep him down to get him.
No, they did it. They got the win. They took a risk. I will be fair though and say they could do a little more practice with their utility. That grenade sequence we saw was rough, but it doesn't matter. They came out with the win, and I like that they had the mental that we're coming out and getting big points, right? E pickup, they took a risk, they got a good spot, and even to the very end when FaZe was still locked in the rock, you could hear Shremzy say, "Let's send flankers out to the right. We're not letting him deny this point."
Right, exactly. You want to secure as many points as possible. It's only best of 12, and that can make a whole bunch of difference. We've seen so many ties with three-way ties with teams right after 12 games, so yeah, definitely keep and get every single point. But yeah, an emergency pickup to get this win here, guys.
Yes.
Impressive. Honestly, this is a more of a rare case, but also they don't land into a compound. They land into an open area where they know they can establish control from, and this made them 20 points, James.
They really threaded the needle with that emergency pickup, because oftentimes in moments like this, you think to yourself, okay, that might be too late. They might get shot out of the sky, but not to be. There's a lot of tree coverage, which really helps for this location and denying that those shots coming in. But 20 points go their way. Brilliant stuff for them. And all things considered, let's not forget, they won last year here in Riyadh for PGS2. So starting off the grand finals hot, will we have a repeat?
They know what it's like to lift the trophy on Riyadh soil. They'd love to do it again, and they're motivated after a group stage. I love that we saw Linshu up here on top of the nuclear tower. Hard landing.
He's like a guy with a magnifying glass looking at the ants down there.
But there's no way to see him when you're rotating. If you're driving a car, you're like, he's just there as a surprise.
Can't do anything. Also super impressed with Daytrade here in this case. They're able to get so many kills from a tough spot, and also they knew they're not going to be able to win it, but they're going to be able to maximize points. And that's exactly what they focused on so far here. But also FaZe Clan stepping up. Hard game for them from where they came from. They had to fight and continue to have these edge fights here where Sonics, they established themselves central and was able to push out and garner the control 2 out.
ULFX, he has been absolutely phenomenal. He was great to watch there. As we get towards the end game, we saw Na'Vi work their way up to 6. We saw a favorite and AGG from the openers not even get a point in this one, so that was an interesting pivot. But this was a tough circle. You can see him fighting over that gap. We're used to seeing circles sort of drift towards Mill to Power, but normally they go back south. Don't see one in this spot very often. And so teams really showed their understanding of the area and their preparation and sort of knowing where to use those E-pickups and get in.
Yeah, it's a rare circle, this one. Usually, further south towards the compounds or even towards Mill to Power. And overall, really good pickup from the Sonics when they saw the circle pop, they timed it, and then they started changing immediately. And that's exactly the timing you want to have on an emergency pickup. You want to be in the air before your parachute when you see the circle pop, and they timed that perfectly for that.
Strong area control by Sonics, right? If you think about the locations that you can take in a circle like this, oftentimes it's alongside the coast, in the rocks, but how are you going to transition into later stages? I thought Sonics were going to crunch down on by a few teams here, but it was not to be. Their zone control was strong.
I think it's part of the symptom of the fact that this was so close to where we normally would see an end in this area, so they know that a lot of teams are going, because if there's anything the Sonics do, they study well trends of other teams. So they know, okay, all of these lock spots like the rocks and the buildings, there are going to be teams there. Here's a spot that never has anyone. I think they made a really nice short jump to get there and controlled it well. H-Win comes in 4th with the damage off the back of that, but like you said, Daytrade, 8-16 Flash, these guys were fighting.
Yes, they were. Flash doing well up towards the top. Linshu, we know why he had a lot of damage, let's be real, up on the cooling tower. And then Kurexi taking the 3rd spot here. So as much as Sonics gets the victory, a lot of other teams here were very impactful, Avenger, in this game to eventually lead Sonics towards the win.
Yeah, overall, in a game where you have so much water in play, right? All these teams are going to be like, okay, how can we get as deep into this game as possible?
Yep.
Also, the late game where you have this road down the middle, you have to establish yourself on either side, right? And the teams that are on that kind of water side, they know we're not going to be able to cross. Let's try to maximize points. That's why we saw all these kind of fights towards that edge.
Yeah, so the bottleneck is tough.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the MVP then from this game, as we have. He finished the group stage, and he's going to start the grand finals as the MVP. Good old Tiggleton here, Toffees.
I mean, he is a perennial favorite. His fans are Sonics fans, and he shows up when it's time to put up. So you got to respect that. I will say, I saw him at breakfast this morning. He looked exhausted. He sat down. He was like, man, that was just not enough sleep, but we're going to rally and get this thing done. And sure enough, they come out game number 1.
Yeah, you're right. They did kind of look a bit
They looked
tired.
rough. You looked rough. I'm sorry, Tig. You looked rough this
But
morning.
also, you know, they're starting 5 hours early.
Yep.
That is hard
Yeah, of
without a rest day, and that's the benefit that Group B had, right? They had yesterday off. They could kind of reset. That's what we heard the Falcons boys say once they started with it. Yeah, we just focused on our day off to get up early to make sure we can get this started, because if we have to do it on the game day, it's going to be way more coffee and way rougher than it is right now.
After last night for them and the late push to get qualified, I can understand looking a little bit rough, because they had to fight their way into this to the bitter end yesterday.
Yeah, well, I offered him some of my vitamins this morning, didn't I? And he was like, no, I'm not changing anything. I'm like, oh, okay, you know.
Vitamins.
Vitamins.
Not vitamins.
Vitamins. All right, anyway. All right, no. Is it written in the stars, though? TGLTN. We'll see in a few, though. It's already a great start for Sonics. We're going to a break. After this, it's more Erangel. See you soon.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Alrighty, back at the EWC for PUBG, we've got ourselves our next Erangel on the way to figure out who's going to claim all of these points. Already Sonics, very much so a strong game for them. 20 points going their way in a lobby where, let's be real, guys, coming into this grand final, as we take a look at our next Erangel, it's totally wide open. I don't think any of us can predict even top 5, never mind the idea of a champion.
We were joking about it at breakfast, right? Where you're like, oh, you know, normally we say, who do you think's going to win this one? And that's, you can even say, pick a top 3, pick a top 5. There are so many teams, and when you look at that scoreboard in the group stages that were so close together, it was absolutely crazy. And the only team that blew them out of the water got a 0 on game number 1. So I think this really is going to be a very, very tight race all the way to the end.
I think most of the people you talk to, most of the players you talk to, right? It's a best of 12. You need to have something going your way. And then you need to win the vast majority of your fights to take this home, right? Because if you don't have a little bit of circles going here, if you don't have some lucky nades or some other teams helping you, third party, some other teams, you're going to get stuck, and it's going to be another team running away with it.
So that's a great point, because Sonics missed their grenades, and the only thing that really, I think, got them to that win was the fact that the Expendables ended up going ahead and cleaned up for them. But if they hadn't...
Because an uphill fight is actually pretty easy. If you establish yourself on the shelf, and then you push uphill, they only had a few trees, a little bit of cover to play with, right? And yeah, if you have a team pushing you for both the angle from downhill and from the other side that Expendables was in, it could have been a whole different game from Sonic.
Here's the thing as well, is the fact that we are actually not used to best of 12 finals now. Normally we're used to those best of 18s. If Sonic suddenly has 2 good games back to back, everybody else is in the danger zone from that point onwards. 2 good games in a best of 12, suddenly you're thinking about an insane amount of points that a team like Sonics could just continue keeping up the averages. And hey, they could be setting themselves up for glory.
It's no fun if you go home at the end of the year and you come back and your bully's been in the gym, because that's what's going to happen if Sonics gets 2 wins. They're going to be big, brutal. Exactly. They're going to be throwing their weight around. So I think you do have to be aware of that. If you see some of these big hitters in the first 2 or 3 games take off, they may never stop.
Exactly. Yeah, honestly, in this case here, I just want to see on the kind of second last day, it's our third last wrangle. I just want to see a somewhat normal circle, because we've actually had quite a few curveballs. Right? So the averages doesn't average out yet, because we've had so many hard ones, right? Military, Stalpa, all this. And yeah, now that we're starting with this, if we have something crazy, it will not average out, and it'll be some team that is kind of striking lucky with that.
But one thing that is definitely something that you have to consider here about these wilder circles is that emergency pickup has changed the game. You see as Sonics doesn't start here, but all of a sudden emergency picks up in, finds themselves a spot, and then it's a game changer from there on out. So it's more adaptable.
And when you ask players about it initially, a lot of the bigger teams were like, bad teams will use it. It's for these big sweeping movements. But we've seen this evolution to surgical precision, right? The idea of we're using it for micro jumps and small relocations. And to me, when you even put that together with the maps we're going to, with the new items and the smoke guns and things that have come out, it's showing that I think PUBG has evolved into a game where you have to sort of have new adaptation levels. The old rotations don't work anymore because you've got scalpel emergency pickups into a spot that used to be able to say, hey, no one's going to be there.
I also like that there's 2 kind of different ways to use the emergency pickup, right? The early ones, and you actually go to a place where you take cars, where you grab cars, so you can play this open area, or you go into a contested compound, hot drop someone, or even the third option, as we saw Sonics, they go into a spot where they are hoping that they're not going to have to move too far away from, which was the case here in the last game, where they can establish themselves with a little bit of cover, a little bit of smokes, and they don't have to use a car to actually get further. They can foot push everything from there.
Yeah, usually I'm skeptical about the timing of an emergency pickup like that, but it is the perfect location to do. There are so many trees, all of these teams in the forest area. You can barely even see them dropping in for all that tree cover.
And the fact that they've added, and it's been a while now, but a reminder, the fact that you can throw that e-pickup in the back of the car and bring it with you, and it's not costing you valuable utility inside of your pocket. I think that these things have really changed the way that the game is played. And you said 3 ways. The 4th way, we saw Lynch, you get upped on top of that building, right? The idea that you can use it for scouting and for cheeky plays that do get you tons of damage, or at least area control. So I think the way the teams are using the new utility has been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, definitely. And with one more Erangel here, you can see these teams getting shaped up good to go into this one. TSM obviously looking for a few more points than prior, and we have BB team here not getting anything whatsoever from that game.
Yeah, last year they were 3rd here. Like, they're a team that we're expecting to be in amongst that top 8 here. So yeah, they need to step up. But then again, in the best of 12, I'm hoping to see max 2 really bad games. Every single other game you need to salvage something. You need to have a big game. Otherwise, you're not going to be making it into the top 15 seconds, guys.
That mouse pad was awesome.
That was But you call it awesome. I'm scared of cats because I'm allergic to them.
What?
So it was
Oh, that
terrifying
makes
for
more
me.
sense. You lost me. You lost me at the start. You got me at the finish.
Yeah.
But no, I do. I think BB is a great example of a team that has a lot of question marks around them. They looked really good in the groups, but starting slow here. I mean, Sparrow's using a Navi pad, which I find interesting. Maybe he's just, making space for the boys.
Well, you did that on purpose just then. You did. That was cheap.
He is the fun master.
Yeah. That slipped
Some
through
obvious,
the cracks.
some we don't understand at all.
Right. Well, sometimes I don't understand them either.
Okay. I like that though.
But here's a team that I don't always understand. It's Vali Tai. I will be honest. I've watched them and I thought they were a bit of a wild card and maybe kind of unexpected.
Oh, I would agree.
But I've heard a lot of coaches and a lot of players say that they are very impressed with the way that they approach the game. And it's a breath of fresh air in some ways. I think a lot of them hate running into them because, it can be devastating. These guys are often, I don't want to say they're game changers. They overrule the game, but they obviously get involved and cause sometimes a lot of chaos unexpectedly.
Yeah, exactly. I think their entire region sows chaos, right? If you think about the fact that almost every single one of the SEA teams can either come out and suddenly get an 18-kill game or kind of bomb out with 0. That's the kind of potential and capabilities that they have.
But that also comes down to the game, right? All these teams can have a 0-point game, but most of them, if not all of them, can have a 15-point win, right? And that's the beauty of this game here.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time now to head over to the commentary team. Erangel is on the cards. It's the grassy pastures for one last time today. Let's get it done.
I 100% agree with what they were talking about on the desk, right? Whenever we look at the region where we can see like Vali Tai and these guys coming from, so much of PUBG is based on, I don't want to say a formula, but a directed strategy. We talk about drop spots, we talk about rotation pathing, similar, always trying to make sure that you're playing into your strengths. When you're sowing that chaos, as James said, you're forcing everybody out of their expected pathing. You're forcing everybody else to start playing your game. And I think that's why we're seeing so much benefit come out for them in this region.
Yeah, don't let anybody be comfortable.
Yeah.
Ever.
Make people play the way you want them to play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the whole point about battle royales in general is how you deal with situations where everything's gone wrong.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're constantly playing the game, trying to achieve perfect conditions and need everything to be going a very specific way in order to feel like you've accomplished something, then you're not preparing yourself for the insanity that is international play.
It feels like we might have 13 teams that are trying to make everything go the right way and 3 teams that are trying to make everything go the wrong way for those other 13,
That's
right?
all you need.
Yeah.
And 3 teams is enough to just throw a spanner in all the works. As speaking of,
okay, well, here we are as we do have a smidge of a hot drop that's going to be just over here next to shelter. It's going to be Tiamba having to deal with that AGG right on top of him. Tycon already got himself some guns and some friends. It looks like Sir T, Zest do have a vehicle. They might go for a stop off, maybe trying to get themselves a couple of pieces of loot before having to get involved in anything going on over here. Just Pal, the odd guy out for Tiamba right now with this kind of positional that we're seeing going on. Their other members not going to have to make too big of a play if they don't want to.
So I'm just saying, Sir T and Zester are looking in the skies right now. They're like, I only see 3. We only see 3 of them. Last time Linshu killed us from the top of a freaking thing. Where is he? He's going to take advantage of us again. Well, you can see them slowing down a little bit more here now and just waiting. Each of these teams really just waiting for the other to make the first mistake.
I'd be 2 pretty aggressive teams now, both with near on no loot. Like, okay, it's like a game of chicken. Who's going to go first, right? They're both expecting the other one to push.
Well, Linshu is off in the compound just off to the east of the bridge, off to the north. So Tiamba, really, they have no reason to try to be aggressive here. They know that they're only a 3-man, so they're going to wait for AGG to do something.
What was your big complaint about the last circle? Too much water? No worries. We got pretty much the same circle, just with less water this time.
Okay.
So we'll see how it goes.
Well, Sir T going to escape, at least get a little bit more high ground, and he's got some range to work with here, so it's not the worst thing in the world, although I don't imagine that Tiamba is going to be moving anytime soon. Now, Linshu has arrived on the other side to do pretty much the same thing here, so this feels like it's going to be one of those stalemates until that first knock comes through.
Apologies, I thought we were up closer to the shelter area. We're actually on Military Base Island itself, so with the lines now coming in, Linshu back in that high ground. You know, everybody's going to start having to keep an eye out for it.
Well, he's got a shotgun, so be a little bit less effective.
That just means he's got to go hang out with Pal. Pal's got a vector.
That's right.
Get a shotgun, make the push, man.
Exactly. Well, Sir T still kind of scouting around, trying to see if he can find an angle here. Pal will push in. Oh, he's pushing in by himself, and Tycon will definitely take advantage of that. Linshu Try to peek him on the staircase, but this is a dangerous place to be.
Ooh, good shot gonna come in. Tiamba getting some reinforcements at range right now. 7-7 across the way, making sure to control that crossing. Nobody allowed to come over with direct time. Tycon looks like he might be trying to just get out of here, but already aware. Remember, if he crosses over to regroup with his friends, 7-7 has an angle into it. He's got to get his meds back up. Not a lot of ammo to work around. Now also getting a lot of problems. It looks like he's just going to juke right moment. Smokes are going to come down. A couple of shots to come out from 7-7, but AG now regroup.
Yeah. Tiamba as well. They've taken this opportunity as things have slowed down to bring everybody back, get Pow Pow back on his feet, and so now they are back into it. CC108 just keeping eyes on every window, trying to feed over any information. Lin Shu will spot out Tycon, and he is down. Surti, though, trying to come with some high ground shots, but it might be a little bit too little too late here.
This is a very low economy situation whenever we're looking at Tiamba. They're on Military Base Island. The circle's all the way back over where we were beforehand, with Prison being pretty much the center. Not a lot of loot to be had with these two squads all stacked up on top of each other. It's all getting burnt out. This needs to end pretty quickly, and Pow is going to spot out Linshu and get a knock onto him. See now throwables coming out for AGG in a big way, and it is starting to turn the tide.
Uh-oh, the forward line has now both gone down. So 7700, CC108, they're on the other side of the street. They're still in the compounds. I don't know if they're going to be able to get over here in time to try to defend their down teammates. They're both on the roof at least. So there is a chance.
I like
Pow
this.
Pow, I think this might be his second or third knock, so he is bleeding out quickly.
The two members of Tiamba have retreated back to the open facing of that the roof, so that way if they come up to try to go for flushes, CC has an angle into it, but it's a trap that AGG is not biting. They know that there's probably just going to be a bleed out. They don't want to step up there, and they don't want to risk one of their members. This is very well read from AGG.
Yeah, well read indeed. Looking around the map, there's not really a whole lot else going on while this plays out, so we can stick around and see which team can come out on top. Surti again repositioning. He got spotted out by Tiamba in the first spot, so good on him to realize that I can't stay here. They're going to know to avoid this line of sight, so let me go ahead and try to come from a different place.
What do you do at this stage? I mean, if you're AGG and Tiamba, nobody wants to cross the road. You don't have any utility. You're not inside the circle. You're just kind of here now.
Yeah, there's, I mean, Surti has a vehicle, so I mean, he might be able to pull into the western side of the compound where AGG is, and they could maybe escape that way. But even still, like at this point, 6 minutes into the game, what are you really gonna do? I mean, you're still on poverty loot for the foreseeable future. So we'll check in with Sonics as that fight has kind of come to a stalemate for the time being. We'll come back to it if anything does indeed pop off once again. As 17, the closest team to them.
See, this is
Linshu going to bleed out.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what you have to let happen. So you just got to sit there, wait, let it go, and
Operation Waste Their Time.
That's. But who wins the waste the time battle? I guess it's gonna be AGG with more members, with access to some type of vehicle. I don't know.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll keep eyes on it. Day Trade, meanwhile, they're coming in a little bit late. They're just south of Pachinki right now. One thing that to be said about this circle, it is very similar to the last one, but there's a lot more landmass in it, which means that our teams have been able to spread out a lot more this time. Nobody, again, last time we saw them all really centering up and taking compounds. This time, more spread out. So you can see even the western side of the circle, the zone, almost all the way to the edge is filled. So Day Trade, TSM, our teams that are coming in late are going to have a little bit of a hard time finding a smooth transition path. Sonics, too.
Yeah, we can see that Sonics are going to be our most western team inside the circle right now. There's a couple of shots coming out from Petrichor Road. Most of our teams, as you were just talking about, going to be far more west or to the south in location. We saw that Lumberyard, Hillside, Prison, Mansion, all that other stuff was much more contested. This time, bigger splits, Falcons and Danawa getting control of most of those territories that we had tons of teams trying to vie for in the last one. And the duel continues. I mean, I almost feel like that's all it is. It's one bad peak. But look, Tiamba realizes, okay, if we peak, we're in trouble. If we lose one of our members, we're just done. So we just don't.
Yeah.
So here we are.
I think CC108 now in the position, he's just crawling around on his tum-tum, trying to see if he can maybe pull away and reposition without them spotting out where he goes. TSM, we mentioned, coming in pretty late from South George, but it looks like they're going to go to the north side of this zone rather than the west, which a lot more open on the north side right now, so they should be pretty safe.
This is a big problem for AGG with only 12 games to play. They only got 2 points inside that first one. Now they're stuck in the stalled out position with Tiamba. Tiamba did have a good game 1. They're sitting at 10 points right now. So just sitting here and kind of stalling out AGG turned into a bigger problem for AGG.
True, but I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think either one of these teams really want to be involved in this, but at a certain point, you just kind of get roped into stuff. And again, remember, like these guys, there were not a lot of meds. So it's not like they can afford to just kind of sit around here and tank blue for forever, because even if they get these kills at the end of the day, it's not like they're going to be looting meds off of these guys' bodies. So this is really just a battle of egos more than anything at this point.
Not a ton of Pepsis that were sitting on the floor inside those rooms for just getting that energy up, getting the replenishment going. So looking over into a couple of the other kind of standoffs that we've got, you can see that Navi and FaZe are going to be playing along the lumberyard area, feeling that maybe this could go back this direction. Yes, they are the Milta Power and the Milta Proper teams that are just kind of bumping into each other over here. But Valley Thai has also creeped in and taken over a 4-point control of Milta Proper itself, and are really just trying to defend out anything that could come this direction.
Yeah, it's very interesting split there from them. Day Trade, meanwhile, there coming in on the southern coast, pulling in just behind BB Team.
Oh, CC got spotted. That is good for AGG. Maybe this could come to an end sometime soon, but they don't want to commit in. Circle goes directly on top of Mansion, so Collapse going to be coming in. Real estate going to be a big problem for whoever manages to survive coming out of this.
Yeah, absolutely. You see Danawa immediately hopping in vehicles and trying to get back on the move. They will take out one of Petrichor as they try to rotate in as well. So
oh, no.
He's going to get spotted out by 7700. He's going to get the flush as well. So that is a point given up there by AGG. They were trying to finish this off as quickly as they could, but have not been able to find the flush yet, as Summer is going to get spotted now by Heaven. Freak's in perfect position to take advantage of this Petrichor road rotation.
Sees RT walk up and saw the shotgun in hand. Is like, no, I've got to get out of here, and then gets popped as he's trying to retreat. Okay, Mansion is the power point so many teams are going for. Cerberus going to make that sin directly along Petrichor Road, taking those shots in. Denim was going to be over into the east of this. All their members going to be running a 2-2 split. They've got a position just to the east of Mansion as well as Heaven that they're going to try to contend with. Delwyn is down for the Expendables in the middle of the field. The rest of the squads are going to be coming in back behind them. 17 Gaming already inside of emergency pickup. Good emergency pickup potentially coming in for them as they have a lot of opportunities, specifically into the north. A ton of compounds still available. It is going to also be FaZe in control over the Prison Hillside with a lot of vision over that open field, trying to get those shots into what's going to be going on with rotations. Is the duel that never ends still continuing. And another one!
No.
7-7 refuses to die. He wants this so bad. And now, can we see the peak come through? The shotgun in hand. He's already had to dance around the bottom. He can hear the footsteps on top of him. How's he going to play it?
3 bandages and a dream right here as Zest just holding on to the line. As we see Valley Tide now pushing up on Ming, the last player alive for Petrichor Road. He'll find Kiss. He'll get the flush. So that's at least a point now in the pocket of Petrichor Road. But they are setting up to be finishing 16th place in back-to-back games. But 7700 will get taken down by Zest finally.
Here's the thing, Petrichor Road, yeah, they only have 1 member and Ming's still alive, but that 2 split that we can see, the 2 2s on the outside for Danawa are just absolutely decimating Valley Thai. They've just lost everything on this approach except for Latte.
They were getting shepherded by FaZe Clan as they try to make their way down south. Deal will get credit for the kill there on the Megalos. So now it's just down to the 1v1 as everybody tried to head into Mansion. Cerberus looking over here, Donawa looking over here, 17 looking over here. But looks like it might be.
Latte chewing gum. He's like, nah, man, I'm just here. This first floor's mine, second floor's yours. We're good.
I'm a bathroom boy now. I'm just going to stand here and wait for the inevitable. Let's see if Ming. Oh, Ming actually spotted it. Latte wasn't ready for it. Ming doing the most with the least here as a solo player for Petrichor Road.
Okay, quick update on a couple of interesting plays we've got going on. Remember the 2-2 split we're talking about with Danawa. Tanvu for the Expendables has managed to make landfall right underneath of Heaven. The other 2 members for the Expendables that are still alive are trying to make sure to cover him as he plays the low ground to the high ground going on with Danawa. He can't really crest up that hill due to a lot of other firing lines that exist at the time. But Ming's being pretty impressive, but technically the 5th member of Danawa, it feels like.
A little bit, yeah, but they need it right now because this is I gotta say, this is a gutsy 2-2 split from Donowa between Mansion and Heaven. Not really either of the duo in position to support each other. So really, they're just going to have to be left on their own here as we see the circle will pop north yet again. FaZe Clan just kicking themselves here. It's Na'Vi, Falcons, FaZe Clan, both 2 circles right on their looting positions, and both times now it's just shifted away.
The 2-2 split for Donowa can't really support each other, but they can crossfire anything that comes close to them,
That's fair.
Which is what we saw going on with a lot of these approaches coming in. I'm willing to bet that's how we lost multiple members of Petrichor Road and Valley Thai. Now, BB team going to be making their way up in the north, should be coming in. I'm very curious to see how wide of a wrap they do around this, and the Expendable stopping off here, no surprise. This is right on the edge of the zone, so should be safe. A lot of rotations going to be very heavy over into the north right now. That is our open territory. Day Trade's already taking control over a big section of it. And I mean, Donowa is still just raining in death and destruction on everybody, vying against 2 different teams in Cerberus as well as what we can see going on with the Expendables.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Deal and Loki working overtime right now.
Yeah.
Keeping eyes on Cerberus and the Expendables, but it looks like the Expendables are finally going to get out of that line of sight. They're going to start pushing into this Hikari and Nonyx duo. Hikari kind of on an island here in that high ground, but this is still, regardless, a tough push here for the Expendables, although in Nonyx, he wants to take all of it.
I like this. Nonyx shifting out.
Though.
The weak position that we can see Hikari playing from doesn't have good windows on that angle, so Expendables are trying to wrap around there. Nonyx realizing that he might be the more vulnerable one from the foot push, playing around it. Yeah, I mean, Ming just instantly cuts that one off. The window play was so cheeky coming out of this.
Roasted. Absolutely roasted.
Look at him. Look at him. Beast, man.
Huge plays there. Well, then let's see what Anonix can pull off here. He's got the AK, which is a scary gun. He's got to find Chloris, but Duck Juice will end his run here before he can do anything more.
Firefight happens, and it's going to be BB team that hears it. They choose to not get involved, but it looks like they could be flanking around. They've hopped inside the vehicles. They might crash just to the south of this one.
Oh, no, the timing. Look at that, Donowa, the duo from Mansion decided to leave to come over here and support Hikari, but apparently they're running in at the exact same time as BB team. Now, Deal's going to get spotted out by Tanvu.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet that they wanted that southern angle. Felt way safe, and Donowa, who's been just a problem for so many squads, finally drew a bit too much aggro, and they are going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, that 2-2 was always going to be tough to hold, and in the end, they do go down a little bit earlier than they would like. Now BB team has arrived, and they are fully aware of the Expendables. They've left Spiro off to the west in the blue even, just keeping an eye on the Expendables, feeding that information over to the rest of the team, letting them know if a push comes through.
Look, though, at the map, if you guys got it open. 2-2 split from TSM. This is a old school 2-2 split that is so strong. Circle pops back down into it again. You've got good covering fire angles onto each other. You can regroup quite easily off of this one, and you can see that that's what's already going to happen. That compound that you can see Purdy and Alo playing from is ridiculously strong in this circle.
Hard shifts, 2 north and followed by a south. And again, FaZe is just like, come on, man, what do we got to do? Let's get it 1 circle, please.
Good read by Sonics. They saw TSM retreat away from that compound that they were just in and just instantly backfilled.
Good awareness. They'll get a compound for their troubles as you see Na'Vi will combine on each other. Now, Day Trade, they have a compound, but it's just on the outside of the zone here. It looks like they were kind of taking shots over towards TSM's direction, but they'll hop in vehicles. We'll see where they decide to go from here, but there's just not a lot of great places to play on the north, but there's some stuff where they can stay alive.
AGG Zest still alive as well. It looks like he's managed to make it into, I guess, what was the safe zone. He hasn't made it into the new circle just yet. But he's going to come in a very low economy into an open field, and that is going to be very harsh to contend with. The Expendables also going to have to make some movements. Their compound's not going to be inside of play. They still have a bit of that hill that they can play. It's going to be Zest up to the north that's going to have any vision on them, but any shots he takes going to be a problem. BB team, though, the bigger problem with 4 members still up just to the south of them, not going to have too much inside the circle either. I think that they might still have a bit of the top of heaven that they can play, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't want to stay there unless they just absolutely have to.
And I gotta say, respect to the Expendables for taking this fight. Look, they're down to 3. They know they're in a 3v4. They have vehicles. They could easily escape off to the north if they wanted to, but they're gonna take this fight with BB team. Gets there just as Aduzi finishes the first aid, wins the 1v1. Chloris comes out on top.
Glorious runs up with a nade in hand, gets spotted, steps back down, and still manages to get the knock. That is insane. So Expendables starting to rein in as much damage as they can on top of anything for BB team. See, not too many more options. They're trying to flank around, maybe see if they can get over to Glorious. They might find some type of angle to work with on this one. I don't know if they can go for the res, but the other members for BB team very hunkered down, right on the edge of the zone, gatekeeping out any movement we can see coming up from the Expendables.
Now they lose one, but now it's a straight 2v2 as Best of Luck and Phil first, the last two remaining alive for BB team. Again, these guys need to get into the zone. So they don't have a lot of time to waste on this one, but look at that. Zest starting to creep down to the south. He's going to come down here and see if he can maybe shark a couple of more points for AGG.
Okay, Expendables, what you're going to do, you're going to have to contend in this position. They've got the outsides who can kind of hold in anything that BB team can try to throw at them. Bit of jukes going on. Not any other, I guess, third parties outside of Zest that can kind of happen here. Good step out coming out from Best of Luck. Read that well. So now it is just on to Duck Juice, looking in, waiting for the double up. Does get a nice headshot. That could be massive for the 2v1 that's about to go down.
BB team taking their time, playing this safe. They've got a little bit of room to work with here with the Blues on. They're going to try to go for the push here, and nicely done. Double peek coming through as Dutchus will get the knock on a Best of Luck, but immediately gets traded back, so that'll get him back on his feet. BB team now 5 kills, still 2 alive. They've got a little bit of a ways to go to get inside the zone, though.
10 teams, 34 as we are going to be closing out phase number 5 in about 25 seconds. But Zest, BB team, you're going to have to make some pretty wild maneuverings here, as it is going to be Freaks that are going to be trying to gatekeep out. Let's not also forget about Sonics in position just to the north of them, I believe, and as well as TSM in a firmly defended center position. Med position going to be significantly better for BB team, though, as I don't even know if Zest managed to find any fluke. I think that he had to come directly here after that firefight, so I don't think he's got anything else than what he had just a second ago, or what was left on the corpses around him.
Yeah, this is Zest just, he's playing it quiet, just seeing if he can maybe take advantage of something, as Cerberus will take a few shots immediately over here, but Best of Luck doing his best driving is getting a little honk, a little cheeky meep.
Thanks for the bullets, guys. I appreciate it. Looks like they are going to crash into, well, actually, no, not go for the crash. They're just going to try to wrap around. There could be a pretty decent option in this one. I think that we have Falcons that are going to be playing just a bit more to the east of this one. No, they're just going to wrap in. Backfell where we saw the Dono a 2-2 split at a while ago, so should be able to come into this one. And that outer wall, I think, might still be in zone to provide some cover, but really just the terrain itself should be enough for BB team to work with.
Yeah, this is the best possible option for them, and they get extremely fortunate that nobody was in that flat top compound, as they decided to just send it in. You can see 17 just kind of hovering around, looking over there, as we got a kill feed just popping off. What is going on?
FaZe trying to make some type of approach. I'm willing to bet Navi gets eliminated out, and this is going to be pretty close to that northeastern center, so I have to see how the plays are coming out over there. I think it was just that area is so open, you have to make some type of committal. So you're just going to have to jump inside of vehicles. You're just going to have to make the foot push through some really bad locations to try to get in. We saw that FaZe were playing over into the east and probably tried to approach in where we saw TSM holding down that very fortified center position.
All right, we see KDF now as Sonics try to make the rotation in. That P90 though, doing so much work for Bean, for Salute rather. Bean gonna get the knock. Strimzy will try to pull up. He's got next to no HP. Kickstart's gonna go down. TSM just sending it right on top of Sonics.
I mean, TSM, I was talking about, this is such a strong compound in the circle, sitting at 5 kills now. Falcon's going to be swooping in back behind FaZe. Gustav still alive, did manage to get to that shack, but you can see that's why they got picked apart, made that approach in. Sonics trying to figure out if they can kind of navigate this area north of Mansion, use those trees to their benefit, but TSM just defending the walls outside, gatekeeping everyone out. Freak's going to be back behind it. Snakers, I mean, that was overkill and a half. That was like, Gustav, we are tired of FaZe. We want Panthing over here. Get out of here.
Everybody's favorite weapon in the game, the Panzerfaust. Haven't seen any negative feedback regarding that weapon whatsoever. As Falcon's still 4 strong, 4 kills in the bag, and you can see on that mini-map that they have control over the eastern side of this map for the most part. BB team now finally going to have to get on the move. Cerberus not letting them do so just yet, though.
When I see those full machine guns in hand, M249 walking around when we got 23 alive, moving into a forest, it starts to get pretty scary. Freaks, gate kept out, Tickleton up to the north, TSM in front of them, as well as the remnants of 17 Gaming kind of playing around that position. inside of Forest itself. I don't know how Freaks can kind of breach this one. They're just going to have to get the knocks onto TSM or 17, but no good pathing options. I believe that Cerberus is also going to be playing just to the south of them. BB Team's going to kind of force them more into the north, right into Freaks, so Freaks could find themselves sandwiched and gate kept at the same time.
Yeah, everything is bad for Freaks right now, honestly. Is 17 just kind of holding their position, not giving away too much here. TSM does have that hard cover. You see them still looking over towards Sonic. BB Team going to finally try to leave. They're going to take a knock on a Phil first. Best of luck, just staying alive in that smoke as long as he can.
BB Team creeping out. Cerberus trying to pick up more kills. That means that they're going to get spotted. Retaliation. Knock's going to come out. Best of luck going to find it. Best of luck also going to go down to blue zone. BB Team is going to be eliminated. Cerberus now going to have to move into 17 Gaming, which might be nice for Freaks.
Yeah.
If a big distraction here happens, Freaks could step in. So Cerberus is that, and you can see Little Ghost already lining in. He's got the nades. That's a good toss, though. It's for it to be a distraction that Freaks can benefit from. This needs to go very, very long. So dodging out the nades, Cerberus going to be juking through. 17 Gaming's Ghost does line in. Suji's going to be playing up the north. Bullet's going to be hitting a lot of the gate itself, but does get some damage. Cerberus surviving, but you can see it is just, where do you go, man? Where do you even go?
And there you go. Finally, KDF getting the memo, and they're going to push right into 17 as 17 is turning their attention towards Cerberus. They immediately, though, turn their attention back. Xiaowu doing his best to slow down this push, and that'll do a lot there as he gets the knock on Guman with a well-placed grenade.
Freaks, I felt like just took a bit too long to get in this. They could have pounced on the side of 17, but the wings are now coming back together. You can see Little Ghost back into this as well, and it's just a line. And it's a firm high ground position with trees to play from. Freaks are just having to run tree to tree, nowhere, trying to juke through the bullets. As you can see, Bean trying to avoid getting beamed in the head. Meanwhile, 17 Gaming jumping, dancing around the outside of this, realizing the fact that they're picking up all of these kills. They want all of it. Freaks tries to make a big play, trying to get something, but gets a massive amount of knocks. Almost manages to turn it.
But look how much damage they've done to 17. It's just down to Suju. And TSM has left their compound. They were third-partying this fight. They know exactly what's going on. They should be able to kill Feed Monitor and know that there are so many knocked players for 17. Purdy Curdy just sending it over in that direction, but unfortunately, he's going to have to pull it back.
They don't want to overextend. They don't want to leave. I feel like this is one of those situations. Yeah, you want to go for it. You can see. They know that there's kills over there. They know that there's a ton of knocks.
So bad.
But walking into the forest with not a ton of information and relenting the circle to Falcons is a very, very scary prospect for them. So it's one of those you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't style situations.
Falcons still have a lot of room to work with over there on the eastern side of that circle, but TSM does have the hard cover. Purdy Curdy still left of the compound, keeping eyes on the south here. 17 do get the rest of their knocked members up on their feet, so they're back up to 3 strong. You can see what the utility is looking like for everybody. 18 frag grenades for Falcons right now.
Oh, can you out-throwable TSM? Because that might be the thing that you're going to have to do inside of this one. They've been fighting along the pathing. 17 Gaming sitting at 7 kills. TSM also at 7 kills. Falcons at 4 right now as here we go. Purdy playing that position off on the angle for his teammates wanting to support. Does get spotted. They picked that one up quick, but there are some return knocks, and it is going to get picked up by Falcons at 17 Gaming. Just what are you going to do? They're already coming in weakened after all those knocks just a second ago.
Good eyes on Suju, though.
Yeah.
I mean, Kurt was, he knew that guy was coming. His teammates were shooting at him before he even got there. So Xiaobai will get stolen away by Roth as well. So Falcons pick up another 2 kills. They haven't been able to spot out Kurt just yet, though. The smoke wall getting laid down by TSM. Falcons just kind of holding the angles, waiting for TSM to finally leave. Alo will try to leave the compound to go for the res, and he's going to get taken down by Flood.
TSM could not find a victory. They got all of their points off of consistency, and now after having control over this game for so long, 8 kills, they already have another one of their members flushed out. They've got a numbers disadvantage. Every peak is now getting punished. Falcons have got control over the circle. Alo just trying to limp his way in, see if maybe get rezzed. Roth making a bold play, just hopping inside of the vehicle, cutting across, trying to find a new angle to deny anything. It's all going to be onto the firing line from Sparking, while Luke 12 is trying to commit into the res.
But this has been what's been so huge for TSM so far this tournament. The play of Sparking. One man holding off the push from the team of 4 is going to allow Alo to get back on his feet and healed up. Now remember, you see those 18 frag grenades for Falcons. They would love for this to go to the point where TSM just has to throw smokes out, and they will just portable red zone them into oblivion.
18 nades versus 80 rounds of ammo and sparking
No
right now.
smokes for TSM, though.
They've been having to burn them because what's been going on with everything that's been happening around Forest itself, around Mansion. So they had to go for those reses. They were trying to commit in. Meanwhile, Falcons are just moving from rock to rock. It's, sure, entrenched position for TSM, but it's right up against the zone while Falcons are getting position around the center dot.
And look at that. Flood has the level 3 vest, level 3 helmet, fresh as a daisy, all the utility in the world, all the ammo in the world. TSM definitely have their backs up against the wall right now, as they won't have to leave the compound just yet. You can see the circle is allowing them to stay in a little bit longer. Sparking just trying to do anything he can from that high ground, but the Falcons aren't going to give it to him.
TSM needs a knock so bad. Falcons doing a great job of just corralling and defending. No real easy way to step up. Looks like Alo did find a way to path out of the compound, though. He's creeping forward right along the line, has managed to at least get out of their entrapped position. And a lot of that is going to be due to this high position that Sparking's playing. He's really forcing everybody on Falcons to keep their heads down, and that's allowing some low ground position movements. Luke up to the north also doing the same, but can this duo that's been providing the support for Alo have a way to move their own? Can Alo get in a position that he can find some angles to work with and really support his teammates? Let them get off of that wall, get away from the blue zone just a bit more, because they need to equalize that distance. They need to force Falcons to move as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem for TSM right now, is this slow game, this patient play by Falcons is doing nothing for TSM. They need Falcons to be peaking this. They need Falcons to be putting themselves in risky positions and taking shots and risking getting those knocks. But Falcons, all they have to do is wait for the inevitable here.
Last clip for Sparking. He's trying to see if he can get something, but just cannot find it. He's probably got some more in his AR. I'm willing to bet that he's got one stacked up, but I have to see. Shifting in, realizing it's all going to be low ground positioning from here on out. Now Falcons don't have to worry about that high position we saw him playing just a moment ago. It's now shifted into cheeky angles, and Luke, you can see playing a beautiful one right now, getting a couple of tap shots in, and with that little bit of damage now, Sparking creeping forward. It's just well played. Falcons making sure that this is an attrition battle, and they can win the attrition battle. They've got more resources to work with.
Absolutely, and you can see TSM, the biggest problem right now is just no smokes whatsoever. They've got a little bit of a ridge line that they can play around here for now, but again, Falcons, they don't have to peek. They don't have to be the aggressors here. They can just wait until they can wait out TSM until they have to make the move, and here you go. The portable red zone has begun.
It's almost like the nades are just a deterrent. They're just making sure to throw them out there. If they hit, they get a knock, great, but at least it's forcing the TSM to stop. That's what Falcons want. They want to control all of the pacing of this game, and they are doing it. Zone is now coming in. They know that they're in trouble. TSM needs to get a knock, and it's just Falcons playing this cleanly, making sure to hold an angle, rotating out, throwing down a nade here or there, putting out a flashbang. Stop the pacing. Don't let TSM step forward, but TSM back against the wall. They want to try to make it happen. Blue zone right on top of them, trying to go for some last-minute meds. Oh my God, Luke right along that wall, barely gonna get it, but Roth steps in, goes for the spray in, does manage to get the damage, and still TSM cannot find a victory. It's gonna go to Falcons.
Huge win for Falcons, and that's back-to-back wins for the Americas in our grand finals. First 2 games. Falcons, they didn't have a lot to do that game. They had a great compound early on, but eventually at the end they managed to flex out, control their area, and at the end of the day, it just completely they just out utility out. They had everything, and TSM just had nothing left in the bag.
That was just clinical control. That's all you can say. That was so well. Don't overpeak. You know, that can often happen in these late game firefights. You know, you start getting the adrenaline going and all the feelings and stuff like that. But that was just very, very well managed. It was like making sure that nobody bit off more than they could chew, and just constantly stopping anything TSM, because TSM is known for being able to exploit those weaknesses.
No, absolutely. And Sparking tried to do everything he could, but still, regardless of the fact that they come in second there, that's a big game for TSM. Yeah. They're back right in the mix here, as they had a nice little stack of kills for themselves here. Check in some highlights. 17 getting involved with TSM early.
Hey, if you think that TSM, because they can't find a victory, is going to be a problem because that they might not qualify as high as you think, or they might not have a shot at first, you are 1,000% wrong. This squad will just consistent you to death and walk away with a victory.
There you see Luke 12 denying that last point to the blue. As you can, well, let's throw it over to the desk to hear what they have to say about game number 2.
All right, it's wall-to-wall America domination then as Falcons, right after a Sonics win, gets the victory. And TSM even in the late game once again. I mentioned in the previous one we need to put a muzzle on Toffees to stop him, but we're going to have to fully restrain him now, Avenger. This is ridiculous, Toffee.
Put him down. Put him down. Handcuff him already. No, but guys, Falcons won it, right? But I have a crazy stat for you. Going into that late game, Falcons had 18 grenades. They used 17 of them, and they got 0 knocks with 17 grenades.
What you're saying?
Wait,
this isn't painting the right picture at all.
They should stick to shooting, don't nading. No,
they were zoning grenades.
It was just crazy. But also, it comes down to how the terrain works out, right? If you have a ridge a little bit, you have to perfectly cook those grenades. Otherwise, they'll bounce away, they'll bounce behind you, or they'll explode too soon, right? So it really talks to how much of a kind of the little ridge that TSM had, it worked for them.
I choose to believe those grenades were like depth charges. They were just sort of like setting them off on random locations, making sure there was nobody there. Exactly. Don't go here. That's a good spot.
Poking them, hurting them into the correct spots.
Basically eliminating them by process. Either way, the Falcons come out with a great win. You don't need to muzzle me because America's is doing so good right now that you guys have to say nice things about them.
Right.
So I'm not even needed here. This is beautiful.
Yeah, you're happy it's not like the Tempo Storm days where we were like,
oh my God. Why you gotta bring up old
sucking.
stuff? Why you gotta bring up old stuff? That was a rough time. This was not a rough time. The Americas team did have that spread across the middle. You know, as we went in the mid game and the options were there. I did love what Freaks brought to the game. They were scrappy in this one. 17 looked good, but ultimately I think TSM and Falcons are just coming from those two sides and clean things up.
I mean, we joke about zoning nades, but big fan of the zoning line that Falcons sets up on the east side of this, right? They understand that all of these teams in the west side, they're going to have to compete against one another. All you have to do really is deny wraps, maybe on the south side or something like that, Avenger, and then you're going to be sitting pretty for the rest of this game.
100%, and also it really comes down to how hard this late game is. You had so many teams coming in from that western side because Falcons were controlling that eastern side for so long, right? They were locking that down, they had that ridge, and they could fight for it, and also ending this close to the J compound like it did, right? It really came down to control, poking, and hurting all the teams away and kind of making sure they're staying far enough away for them to close this one down.
And letting other teams do the work. I mean, you saw TSM they kind of had a really good collapse early on. They ended up with 8 kills, even though they didn't walk away with the win. And that's because, you said, everybody was coming in from that side. They were able to cause a lot of trouble, pick up some kills. I loved 17 getting 8. And Freaks, they started so slow in the group stages. I feel like a totally different team right now.
Well, it's not a huge game, but it is a game. 17 points goes the way of Falcons. TSM with 14. 17 Gaming comes in with 13, and the Freaks for 10. That means now still up towards the top. Sonics will hold on to that #1 spot. Falcons only having 1 point in the previous game here, Avenger. Means they do jump up into 3rd, but not challenging #1 just yet.
And also kind of crazy on the right side, guys. Na'Vi, BB, the Expendables, All Gamers Global, Danova, Cerberus, teams that we kind of expect to do extremely well on the finals like this. And having a slow start on a best of 12, we talked about it. You can have 2 bad games. Otherwise, you're very likely to be out of the winner's race if you don't start strong.
That is a good point. Though I do think starting here in Erangel did cater to some of those teams that we've seen at the top. I think when we get over to some of the more chaotic maps and back to Miramar, I think maybe Na'Vi steps back into this game and makes some big moves. I think Expendables, AGG probably as we head to Rondo are probably going to be able to pull some things out in the sort of chaos of this newer map experience. So I won't write them off just yet, but you're right. To see like the Sonics have 2 decent games back-to-back starts to set the stage for Runaways.
I mean, All Gamers Global, they go into a hot drop scenario in this game, of course, here, Martin, against Tiamba, I think it was. And that's never the greatest scenario to be in, especially considering it's not even really in the drop spot you want to be in. You're just kind of going there for maybe backup drops purposes, maybe vehicles, but yeah, so it gets scrappy and a bit scary in these games.
And that's the case for Erangel, right? It is not as big. It is one of our smaller maps, right? We don't have that many drop spots available. You kind of have to do these scrappy kind of open compounds a little bit, right? When the plane paths are going against you and stuff like this. This is where we're going to go over to Rondo and Takeo. There's much more available. That's where it really comes down.
Well, let's take a look at the MVP from this game and see who it's going to be. As Falcons was able to take the win, it's going to be Snakers with almost 600 damage. Only 2 kills to his name, but again, it wasn't, as we were saying, not the biggest game. It was just about zone control, making sure that they get to the end 4 alive.
When you play that coastal position, you know that you're not going to be running over bodies. You're going to be managing the game. And so I like that they have the wherewithal to take that slowly. They played that end game very, very well. And Snakers, this is a guy who went ahead and got his degree at the same time that he was playing pro. This is the first year he's been had a little bit of freedom to just kind of focus on the game. And I think you can see the Falcons playing very well. I don't want to say it's because of that, but I'm sure the new focus has been helpful.
Yeah, I love when, he slapped out a cybersecurity thesis about something while doing scrims. And like, oh, guys, I'm dead now. I have 5 minutes to talk about this. Of course, it's going to be ending on the top damage as well. This is also what's contributing to the MVP score. But I'm still thinking here, how heavy is this survival time, right? I feel like, when are we going to see someone not from the winning team as MVP here? Because I feel like there's a few moments where you could have made an argument for it.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. All right, well, we're going to go to a short break here. When we return, we have Rondo on the way, correct? Out of the two? Yeah, anyway, we'll get on with that. All right, we've got more coming here from the Esports World Cup here for PUBG, so stay tuned. We're heading over to Rondo for our next one. We'll see you soon.
A big update to the clan system, some new and updated weapon attachments, and a new ranked season. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.1 patch report. First up, clans are getting a big update as we head into a full month of clan-related fun. Your clan will now have weekly clan challenges to work towards, and individual clan member missions to complete for various rewards. As your clan finishes clan challenges together, you'll start to rank up your new clan supply airplanes class. As your supply airplane improves, you'll get better rewards from the new clan loot caches you receive for completing clan member missions. Your clan airplane's class will degrade a bit each week, so make sure you keep at those missions to ensure the best possible rewards. In addition, clans will earn new clan tokens each time their clan reaches an XP milestone. These tokens can be used in the new clan token store, which lets you purchase things like new clan tag plates, sandbox mode tickets for clan members, hunter's chest tickets, and more. Finally, we've got a brand new weapon attachment coming your way. The new muzzle brake can be attached to ARs, DMRs, or shotguns, and will significantly reduce camera shake while firing, while also helping slightly with horizontal and vertical recoil. Some existing attachments have also gotten an update, so check out the patch notes to see what's new. There are also some performance improvements, improvements to Rondo's terrain, a new ranked season, and more. So make sure you check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.1 is here, so assemble the team, upgrade your supply airplane, and trick out your gunplay with the new and updated attachments. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Alrighty, here at the Esports World Cup, we're on the road to Rondo as we've now got ourselves one game today to see how all of these teams are going to sit in this Chinese-themed battleground. Avenger joining me as well as Cameron to talk about this one. Avenger coming into Rondo, what are you thinking?
Yeah, first of all, sample size is still not too big because we've not had it for that long, right? So we can't really pull out the big numbers, but still big map. We still have not established everything with how comes with land ratio. We have so many high grounds. We have so many unknown factors that a lot of the teams still doesn't feel like they're there. But then again, you just need to know the area around racetrack, and you should be fine.
Apparently.
So far, yeah.
Yeah. So let's talk about it, Cammy, because of course we have what are our speculative drop spots here from the teams. However, seems like some things might not be fully sorted.
Yeah, as you can tell on the screen, there are a number of positions that these teams have claimed on top of each other. And to what Avenger is saying, that things are still being realized, still being decided, these teams are still deciding on where they want to go. So I don't have an answer for you. As far as I can tell, none of these teams have publicly declared that they are going somewhere else. There are a couple of areas that we could see them going. Like, for example, Falcons could be taking this spot between Hung Shan and Yulin, but then again, where do Petrichor or Cerberus go? We did see 17 back away from Test Track, but they went to Ryan, which is where Bali Tai are. So really, there's a lot of questions that we have for where these teams are going to be going. We only have 2 rondos in the final, but that's still 2 of 12.
And for 17 Gaming, that was just 1 game out of the rondos, right? They came back to Test Track and gave Na'Vi a bit of a run for their money here. So Na'Vi, who are obviously looking to do very, very well in this tournament, it's got to be a little bit careful about the potential here.
Yeah, for sure. And you don't, even if it's just 1 map or 2 map out of, you don't want to throw it away. Again, we talk about it only be 12, right? You got to maximize points in every single one of them. It could be another case where people are like, okay, we need to drop close to racetrack. There's so many options, right? Potential of double plane path. We have, 20, 25 pretty good loot spots where you can either loot really good or scrappy, where you can combine it with compounds on a smaller city or even closer. But for the overall, it seems like you could really tell the teams that are content with not being central, they're going to go far away, they're going to get great loot, they're going to get all the utility that they want. Or the teams that are like, we want to get early, we want to get scrappy, we want to kind of start this fight. They're going to loot in these central spots, and they are more accepted of with, we want to be closer to racetrack, closer to the central, we want to have cars. We can just move into a spot and kind of loot after and loot up because there are so many places available.
And I think compared to other battlegrounds, there is an onus maybe even more on looting on Rondo than any other. And the reason I say that is because we have had open area finishes and things like that. Yeah. So to have the access or potential of having a bit more time and being able to find these deployable cover flares that you can actually get, if you can get a boatload of those on that might be game changing, that might be game winning for you at the end of Rondo.
Yeah, which is why, again, I don't know the answer for some of these teams having to separate from these potential hot drops, because all these positions that are available on the edge, Rondo is a huge map, so that's going to be a higher potential of being that much further from the plane path. So it really is sort of a catch-22 on if you want to commit to fighting, try and maybe scavenge, drop some spread of compounds in the center, but as you say, you can't guarantee that you're going to have the resources that you need in the late game on this map.
Well, we're seeing players just getting ready for it on screen at the moment. So Tycon earlier, not the best of starts for them, as we were expecting them maybe to come in hot to the tournament. You guys at home can show us your predictions as to who you think is going to be taking this throughout the day. Obviously, we'll be just kind of calculating that metric up to who might take day 1, basically. Of course, as we have 2 days.
You have a prediction for the prediction?
No.
I have a prediction for the prediction. I think Falcons are going to do good.
I was going to say, that's not a prediction, that's a spoiler. There's no it dawned on me for a second. I was like, what are you asking? And I'm like, oh, wait, never mind.
Are we in the 60 or 70% or higher? What do you think?
We'll go with the day. No, it was day 1 that they were 73%.
Yeah.
So we'll go with that. We'll go with 73%.
16 teams, 73% on the hometown heroes.
Hey, they did just win a game.
Yeah.
You know?
Listen, it feels good for them because when they play regionally, it's usually Sonics that gets 90% of the votes from the audience. So spread the love this time, I suppose.
Well, as you were mentioning as well, our 3 rondos that we've had so far, all finishing west of Test Track, very close. So it's crazy to think, Martin, that you get a situation where, okay, yes, this drop spot is very contested, very, very powerful, but the fact that all of these circles have been ending near it makes it even more strong. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it does. And for sure, everyone obviously want to see something different, but it comes down to, okay, do we just continue? And if you look at, the hundreds of maps that's already been played, there are a lot of these central kind of western to Test Track. There's also some of the kind of more south ones. We've seen the north circles as well. And yeah, there are a lot of circles that are ending kind of central. That's also why we see so many teams that are prioritizing these central drops.
The cats! Oh, no. Okay, well, anyway.
That's us.
They keep jump scaring me with this stuff. But anyway, it looks like we're 40 seconds out potentially from this game. Cameron, more thoughts here?
Oh, man, talking about the diversity of this map, it is huge, which means different sections of the terrain are very unique from each other.
Yep.
The north is very, very hilly, so if we go up there, I'd be excited to see how these teams approach it and play around the more Miramar-esque approach. That being said, still not that much tree cover in certain instances, so there's not a single position on this map that you don't want to have a bunch of smokes.
The funny thing is, we just saw here is the guys on Sonics, they don't like the logos. They remember the names because they want to add that to the name tag, right? So they look at the drops, they look at the names. Other teams, they have the logos because that's how you remember the logos, right? So that's a fun little story there. And I'm like, why don't you guys have logos on? No, we want to remember it how it is also in the kill feed.
All right, well, let's get to it then. It is time to get Rondo underway here. We only played 2 of them in the grand finals. You've got to make it count here. Let's go over to the commentators.
First rondo of the grand finals out of 2, and my, oh my, guess what? Plane path gonna be right over test track.
You know, there's so many cool parts on this map. I guess I wish we get to
Why
see
do you?
more
Okay,
of them,
look,
man. I don't know what.
All I just want to go a bit further west. Is that too much to ask? Is Xiaotin over there? It's just calling me. I want it.
City, man. It's gonna just Jadina.
Jadina.
Or my homie Dan Cheng.
Or even Stadium. I'd be fine with some Stadium.
Oh, Stadium.
Or even Factory. You know, if we went to Factory, I would be fine with it.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Really, just anywhere at this point besides test track. I want to see more of the map. But you know what? We'll see what happens here. Wow, James, you are.
Look,
let's
he's leveling up for the grand finals. Usually he's only about like 200 to 300 meters away. Now it's got to be 2 kilometers away.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. And you know what? At least there's literally nobody anywhere near him. He's going to get all the loot he wants up there by himself. And it doesn't look like, well, test track, we have seen some spicy content down there by test track, but it looks like 17 is just going to go ahead and leave this to Navi as they've dropped for vehicles and they're out. And yes, praise be, we are going southwest.
Got ourselves some Yulin as well as Fengtun inside the circle. We've got the kind of lakeside river that you want to talk about around Rin down there as well. Yeah, got some water, some lakes. We also have some flat terrains. It's pretty centered, actually. It's going to be, I would say, there is some verticality that comes into play, but it's not high-end verticality. It's more like hills kind of bounding over through the center of the circle. So a couple of very interesting points that we could be playing from, and I'm very, very excited, especially if you are a TSM, Falcons, Cerberus, Petrichor Road, or FaZe fan, as they're already in position. Well, 3 members of FaZe fans.
3 out of 4. Well, yeah, we do have a not a hot drop. I mean, this is by no means a hot drop. There's plenty of room in Yulin for both teams to loot up here, but you can see Petrichor Road, they're fully aware that they are not by themselves, and it does not look like they want to have anything to do with that, and I don't blame them.
I want to point out something real quick. We have had a shift already from one of the FaZe members over to the west of Yulin, realizing the fact that the strength inside of the circle and the fact that the way that this is going to line out, we might see Cerberus step out. He's already got his eyes directly looking straight at Yulin, waiting to see if anybody comes out of there. So trap already established for Cerberus if they try to leave. Zest, who's already been kind of used to being by himself, already moving on this other side next to Petrichor Road.
Yeah, we saw FaZe send one down. Well, Zest went down for AGG as well, and just taking points on both sides of the cities. We check in with the Expendables.
Okay, see how the lay of the land is. They're going to be rotating around the north, trying to regroup. Sonics already have 2 of their members that have shifted over into the east. That's why we're seeing such a wider wrap around. Tickleton's just kind of trapped back here for the time being, and I think that's what the Expendables are after. Do they know where he's at? 2 members going to be jumping out. Glorious, we've seen him spin around. They popped in a couple points. No, they're running directly into the compound.
Well, they know somebody's here,
though. They know somebody's here.
Pre-flashing that compound unless you know that somebody's here. So Tickleton,
so sneaky.
This is incredibly sneaky. Now, kind of looking at the map and seeing where the rest of Sonics are, they're still
left.
off to the
They had
east. Yeah, they left. You can see H-Wing kind of running around there from a distance, trying to provide a little bit of support. But the rest of the gang still kind of doing a long wrap to the north. It looks like Delwyn might spot them, so the Expendables will have information on this.
So that means that they're going to try to regroup, maybe move back over into the vehicles, and just the distraction. The roaming vehicles might be enough to keep Tig in a safe position. This is well done. He didn't commit into too much looting. Oh, he's going to spot, goes for the spray, doesn't get the knock on Wad, does get Glorious though. So now Tanvu, low health, those shots, that knock is going to be big because the rest of Sonics are coming in on reinforcements saying, you want to come after Tig? You're coming after all of us. Running down the hillside, Tanvu now in the receiving position of what he was trying to set up, going for some shots. He's got himself the sawed off though, trying to make sure that he doesn't overextend in this one, bouncing between, but it's gonna be just too many members. Sonics just comes in with gustos, keeps all their members.
And the Expendables not even in a position where they could get in vehicles and come provide some support because Delwyn was getting basically pinned down. And now look at this, 17 heard the gunshots, and they are leaving the Neox facility here to come over off to the east and see if they can maybe pick up something off of this fight.
Tig was near on no loot. I mean, we didn't see a backpack. We didn't see any armor. I think that he had a helmet on. But so we've got 2 members for the Expendables playing off. Kick actually, I think, also spotted out Delwyn, so he's going to be playing up into the north. I think that Sonics are committed into shutting this down. They want to really make sure the Expendables do not try this again. They are after Delwyn.
Absolutely after Delwyn. I mean, Kickstarter, that's what I said. Well, what we were saying was Delwyn, none of the Expendables were in a position to come and support their teammates as that fight was going on because Kickstart had Delwyn absolutely pinned down. And so now they have just all regrouped. They're coming around. You can see H-Win coming from the north side to see if he can get a different angle. Delwyn just holding onto that grenade and praying that maybe he can survive a little bit. Panzerfaust in hand. That's a scary proposition.
Oh, nade in one hand, or do you want the Panzerfaust? So dancing around the outside of it, no big rush. He's actually left position. Duckjuice realized he saw all the Sonics members move over here, so he fed that information. Delwyn made the switch over to the Panzerfaust. Duckjuice is now moving in back behind the Sonics. They want to see if maybe they can get a knock or a kill out of this bare minimum, but the lineup isn't the best. Duckjuice will have to just jump in right back behind this and exploit it. Remember, this is not inside of zone, but I like that Sonics is making this commitment into the east, realizing the fact that 17 is going to be trying to gatekeep them out. Panzerfaust does go out, gets multiple knocks. Delwyn makes it happen, but H-Win at range manages to keep his team alive. Here comes the shots at range. He has to drop to his belly. Duckjuice now coming in, trying to make sure he can get these flushes running out. It's going to be H-Win near on no life. Duckjuice just throwing nade upon nade. H-Win's direction. Can he manage to pick it up? Oh, he does! Vengeance comes back. Expendables take down the Sonics.
How the hell did the Expendables turn that around? Absolutely unbelievable. The timing. Duckjuice getting there at the exact perfect time
Here's
to
your
take
reward.
advantage of H-Win.
Your reward is now you get to do it again, maybe. 17 Gaming has decided that, hey, we heard where that firefight was going on at. Duckjuice already spotted. Look, look at this. He's just playing with his food right now. Takes a couple of shots in, and he already knows. I don't know, were they kill feed tracking off of this one? Because it looks like they're a bit afraid to just from pushing this one. There it goes. Now they're starting to realize they've got control over the area. Trouble's coming out. Duckjuice should have some utility with all those bodies around them, but that's going to be all she wrote. So it's going to be the Expendables get the kills. And, I mean, Sonics get some kills out of it as well, so kind of neutral.
I mean, geez, though, Clories, unbelievable. Just, I mean, I don't blame 17 for going in slowly. They just saw Clories get a 3-piece out of nothing. And just, oh, man, unbelievable stuff from the Expendables. They do go down early once again, though. So, you know, while we've seen highlight reel plays coming out in the long term here, in terms of the overall leaderboard, they still need more.
And I think a problem along that is whenever we come back over to this map again tomorrow, this is just going to continue. I think that what Sonics wanted there was they wanted to cement the position, get the Expendables away from them, say, like, just go away. That hero play that we saw come out from the Expendables just entirely stopped that. Now they know that they can still commit in. They know that they can make the firefight. So Sonics are going to find themselves continually pressed between 17 Gaming and the Expendables on this map.
Definitely something to think about going forward as we check in with BB Team. They are our southernmost team, really, and they have a lot of room to play around here as we check in. As
This is why he went so far north right here.
Exactly. This is how you get in, and you can see he's following Anonix. Essentially, it's just a drone, keeping eyes on him, figuring out where they're going to go.
He's just right. There's nothing else on the map. He's just falling right above him. There's like a kilometer before you even manage to make it. Yeah.
Do it, man.
It's like, leave me alone.
Oh, what a crazy fight this was. I mean, just from elation for Sonics here to heartbreak in a matter of a few seconds. As Delwyn, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 8 HP left. H-Win pulls off the save at the end, but then Duck Juice with the miracle nade from downtown gets him low and flushes him out.
That's just straight up map knowledge, realizing the fact that, okay, he's probably behind the tree. Let me try to throw one nade to the right of it, follow up on the left side. Just beautifully played, beautifully played.
All right, well, 17 after finishing off the Expendables, now coming in from that northeastern side, coming with the blue. Fortunately for them, nobody really hanging out on the edge of the zone on the east, so they should have plenty of room to play around. We'll see how far and how deep they decide to go here.
So looking at the map, Yulin's pretty centered, but it's going to be Na'Vi in control of it with Petrichor Road. Daytrade with their encroachment onto the duo for Na'Vi. Notice that Falcons do have themselves right up against that river lakefront, however you want to say it. I'm going to be pretty good position. FaZe, though, now a beneficiary of positional, as it looks like James is going to have to hop back into his glider, or did he find a car? I can't quite tell. He's going to have to regroup with the rest of his friends. The 2-2 split from Tiamba also going to be regrouping. BB team is the team I have my eyes on, as they could have a problem, as they're going to be bumping into probably either TSN or Tiamba both.
I was just laughing at FaZe. They've been so burned by the zones and zone shifts these last 2 games that you could see as before it even popped, they were all in vehicles, and then after it popped, they were still in there for a second, and before it registered, like, oh wait, we don't have to move. We're dead center circle. We're great.
What? We can stay here? This is our home for a little while?
Oh, so sad.
This is just the continuation of the pops, but Hakatori now finds himself as the last member up for Na'Vi and Yulin. The other duo cannot support, so that's going to be quickly picked up by Petrichor Road. We have AGG with Valley Tai, and a member of the Freaks still needing to make a move in from the north, so wider wraps could be happening, specifically going around over into the west. Danawa actually holds a 2-1-1 very wide over in the west with a lot of control.
Yeah, there's not a lot that they have to worry about in the northwest right now, although Valley Tai, they tried to come into the north and got kind of ran into Freaks and AGG, lost one, and now they're doing a long wraparound as we see Na'Vi now turning their attention back over towards Daytrade. They have lost one. Love to get some revenge for it, but Daytrade just not revealing themselves.
We were talking about this during the break, and the pushes that are coming out from 17 Gaming. We can often see them have big, like, last days and everything else like that, mounting their comeback. But I mean, this is a really good start for 17 Gaming.
No, they've been fantastic so far today. A 4th place finish followed by a 3rd place finish. And again, this is kind of the formula that TSM had during the entire group stage, is not getting any wins, but you're constantly in that top 5, constantly getting points. And 17 so far have been incredibly consistent. We'll see if they can keep it going near on Rondo, as they're coming in very, very late from the south side.
Now Falcons in their control with 3 members and playing together next to Daytrade. Daytrade kind of sandwiched in between them and Na'Vi. Is they also do have 1 member, Falcons, in Flood, that is very far to the west, playing a kind of an anchor safety position just in case the next circle pops and moves a bit more that direction, which high likelihood it is, because Falcons are pretty much up against the zone wall if you count in the water in position. So right now just leaning into the safety as they've got it and hoping that Flood can continue to defend the position as they could need it.
53 alive right now, only down to 14 teams, so a lot of space available. All you're seeing right now is most of our teams in kind of wider information gathering splits, taking some exploratory shots. No real danger to anyone here at this point, as everybody's pretty much set up on where they want to be. Now we still have a number of teams playing around the edges, still trying to find their way into the zone, Valley Tai being one of them.
Tell me that this isn't the most telling part of how our circles have behaved. Rondo has near on no water in it. And every single circle we've seen this event has tons of water, and somehow this circle in our grand final managed to find one of the largest pieces of water in it.
It's just how it is.
Well done. Just well done.
Just how it is sometimes. Well, the circle finally collapsing here. You see AGG actually up there in the north. They're going to hop in an E pickup, and they're going to probably take off right as soon as the pop comes through. And there you go. We're going to center up FaZe once again, getting a little bit of love here as they still have their compound. Did they lose James? Are they down to 3? It looks like they might be.
It's hard to say. James always trying to glide around. Yeah. AGG with their pickup coming into play. This is actually pretty beneficial for most of our teams. We did see Danoa as well as Valitai having a big chunk of the Northwest under their control. Tiamba having the West under their control. So kind of leaning over here is where a lot of our teams were already fortified in. But that said, those wide split come up. See how we see AG Global make their drop.
I was wondering if this was what they were going to do. This is dead center circle. They're going to try to take some high ground here. And see.
Oh, don't miss it! Don't miss it!
Oh no! You hate to see that. Zest going to be falling down here. You can see the shots coming through from pretty much everywhere, but it looks like Zest going to be the only one. And Surti actually falls off as well. So Sapao going to get knocked, but he should be there with Tycon. So it's going to be 2 somewhat high and 2 somewhat low.
This is TSM. TSM read that somebody might go for there. They already had the eyes on position, goes for the shots in, really forces them out of that high ground. I mean, they still have the mid-ground point coming in. High glider? Whose is that?
Wait, please,
where did that come from?
Somebody tell me that was James's glider that's just been floating around for the past 10 minutes and it finally crashed. I want that to be the case so bad.
I have no idea. Okay, so TSM continuing their harassment onto AGG. Falcons have a 2-2
That's
split.
the lore
just
I'm
the 7.
sticking with. I don't know if it's true, but that's the one I'm
Doesn't matter.
Somebody probably just jumped out and parachuted
We
down
can
there.
create whatever truth that we want here. We can see the Freaks in some trouble. It's going to be Danoa that's going to be lined up to the west of them, while Petrichor Road has some shots coming in from the east. Cerberus already in a gatekeeping position on them as well. So a lot of bouncing positions coming up from Danoa as they're making their push into a very weakened Freaks right now. You can see Heaven on pretty low life, being already down, and it's going to be Deal playing off in the angle, making sure that Sloot can't provide any form of reinforcements, while Loki is trying to make sure that Sloot has no pathing to make it back over to his teammates.
Yeah, I think Freak's just going to go ahead and leave Bean here. They managed to get Heaven back up on his feet, and that's a battle won there, essentially, if you're Freaks. Danoa not wanting to let him leave, but looks like they're going to be able to escape for the time being, but they're 3 deep in a car, and like you said, Cerberus is off to the east. Danoa still has a number of angles on him.
Anonyx, look at his angle.
Oh, Deal. He's right there.
Yeah. This was very well read, realizing how they were probably going to have to navigate away from the compound. Now Deal has some angles that he can work with. Anonyx has already got a beautiful line into the smoke's already down. This is a big problem for the Freaks.
Just notice it wasn't James that died, so I take it back. He's still alive, but doesn't look like Freaks are going to be alive that much longer as Danoa is clenching and closing the fist. The new circle is going to pop. We're going to go back up to the northwest, and that's going to be good news for Danoa as they have now collected a few points, and they have the entire northwestern edge to themselves to play with. But FaZe, once again, still looking good in that compound.
Valitai, been talking about the potential underdog capabilities of this squad, have been finding success upon success in different sections of this one, now finding themselves in a good gatekept position, or gatekeeping position, I should say. The circle is, yes, it has a giant mountain in it. It's got the FaZe compound that we're looking at as well as the Cerberus compound, but also pretty open. There's a lot of trees to try and navigate and whatnot. So Valitai having this entrenched position already is going to be very, very strong, specifically looking in the likes of how Tiamba, TSM, or a BB team could all try to be rotated.
This is about to be absolutely brutal. I mean, you look at how many teams are on the outside of this new circle in compounds right now. Still 4 strong, but there's just not a lot to play. So much open field on the north side, and the south side doesn't provide much even better, as we'll see Tiamba be one of the first ones to make a move on the south. Petrichor Road just going to go ahead and try to crash the Cerberus compound, and they might catch them slipping here as they are they're in 4 different spots. They're not able to kind of collect themselves to prevent this.
Both sins coming in very strong. Petrichor Road Summer on the tail end. Duckmine now finding himself the odd man out. Solzy having to run away, just taking way too much damage. Himas just can't defend the way he wants to. Finally, a knock comes out onto Summer, but Duckmine had to retreat away from the compound, now leaned into the wall. Haisaki going to be repositioning, make sure to deny any angles of approach, but the nade is going to be good. Ming just tosses it over the wall while this is going to be going on. The crash coming up from Tiamba onto Valitai also really big, so good positioning coming out from them. They managed to push their way up the hillside. You can see Valitai in this point. I thought that they had it on lock, but coming in back behind Valitai is going to be 17 Gaming. They have some vision on this tail end of Tiamba trying to regroup. They're going to take a couple of shots, but that's going to be about it. Now 17 Gaming is going to go for a stop-off while Danoa is maneuvering down from the north. They hear this firefight. Looks like a lot of eyes are being set on this hillside.
Yeah, 17 looked like they were going to blow right by, but then they saw the smokes. They saw an opportunity. They tried to go for it, but the good job from Tiamba to land those big shots, important shots to make sure that they didn't get crashed again.
Navi's now crashing into the Cerberus compound as well. There's multiple crashes happening all over this place. Valley Tai is now eliminated. Tiamba gets control over this territory. While this is going on, FaZe in their compound that they had under control, BBT made a push directly into it. Now 17 Gaming had to stop off right next to where Danawa is at. So now 17 Gaming in a world of trouble. Loki's already down for Danawa while the exchanges are coming up, and you can see it's 17 Gaming in a ton of trouble. It's now going to be Tiamba flipping back around, taking some shots into the backside of what's going to be going on with 17 Gaming while nades are just raining upon them.
And FaZe is trying to third party this from all the way in the center of the circle, but they have BB Team that has crashed their compound as well, so they can't afford to put all their attention towards this as Danawa is down to Loki, or they have a knocked Loki now, and Nonix is going to go down as well from Tiamba. So Danawa, while it was looking good for a second, now things are looking a little bit more dicey.
While that was all happening, we had another crash in position where it was going to be Falcons, AGG, Day Trade all around the mountain that we saw that where AGG went for their crash onto. New circle has popped. It's lean into where Danawa, FaZe are all going to be at. It's just the FaZe compound, Fields, and so this 3-stack all up on top of each other, all going to have to move into the circle. The 3-stack up to the north with Petrichor Road as well as Cerberus and Na'Vi all also going to have to move into a very open circle.
AG, the low duo that didn't manage to make the drop on top, they managed to at least get some deployable cover in there, and that's going to slow the push from Falcons down just enough to where they can reposition here a little bit. Zest offering a little bit of support here, but Day Trade, they want to get in there, so AGG now in the middle of a Day Trade Falcon sandwich, and that's immediately 2 knocks coming through, but both Day Trade and Falcons realizing that they're not the only ones here.
Every single way you maneuver right now is going to have a third or fourth party coming after you. Falcons realizing that this might be a bit too heavy on this angle. Now trying to wrap around. Tycon still alive for AGG up on top of the hillside. He's got a member up there with him. Day Trade trying to use this opportunity to make a maneuver into the circle, but it's going to be Na'Vi as well as TSM that could have vision on them at any given moment. And you can see AGG, 2 members up. Sapao, Tycon, high angles. That is scary for the rest of this lobby.
Yeah, they're going to have to stick with this as long as they can. They'll find Raw, and they will go down as well. Spiro actually going to be the one that steals it away. So Sapao and Tycon using that high ground for as long as they can. Unfortunately for Falcons, they'll lose one in the process, but they have to be considering how to get inside the zone now as Tycon's still trying to rain it down. Flood going to go down, Rello going to go down to Hackatory, and Falcons are falling apart.
There's just nowhere to go. There's no angle of approach. It is entirely denied. Gate kept at close range by Day Trade. High ground where AG has realized they're not going to have an option to move in. They just want to go after these kills. They are bloodthirsty, and we know it. They're just going to land down. Looks like they're going to try to find Snakers. Jumps out into the blue. Do they know where he is? Yes, they do. AG Global is just vicious, man.
4 kills now for AGG, although now they have to try to find their way into the zone. He's going to pick up as much utility as possible. Sapao not going to be able to get that heal off in time, so it's all down to Tycon as the blue zone is ticking away. Meanwhile, while all this was going on, TSM took an emergency pickup, found a nice ridge line to play towards the center of the zone. They're down to just 3, but they're in a great position for late game.
More friends decided to join that 17 Danawa position, and that's going to be Tiamba as they manage to move in. We also have Cerberus that's counter-moving over into the northeast as they're trying to shift around, and that's no surprise. While Tycon put up a great fight, there's no pathing it. We do have Na'Vi that's going to have to make some type of move. They've got Solzy for Cerberus to the north, Hemos to the west, and they're also going to have Day Trade as well as TSM with some type of vision, maybe even Petrichor Road.
See where Na'Vi decides to go here. There's not a lot of great positions really to play. Day Trade still trying to find their way in. I think they realize that TSM is in the spot that they are. Thanadol just going to eat some blue damage right now as BB Team keeping them pinned up against the wall. A kind of an uneasy truce going on between BB Team and FaZe inside that compound. New zone might make that truce come to an end though.
Cerberus, Hemos does line in with BB Team as they're going to just put in damage on Na'Vi. Na'Vi wants to go after the TSM positional. TSM trying to defend up close range. Na'Vi not going to be able to get away with it. Day Trade going to have to make a move of their own in just one moment. Solzy is also down, so that means that Hemos, last one up for Cerberus. He's just got himself that vehicle and, I guess, dreams that maybe somebody will rotate away from him. Most of this actually could end up happening as our teams all pretty much to the west and the south now.
Yeah, the Western teams is the big question mark. What are they going to do? You've got a 4-man squad for Danawa, 4-man squad for Tiamba, and then the wild card of Xiaowu that's still hiding in and amongst all of them. Petrichor Road playing from the fields on the north side. You can see TSM keeping that smoke wall going, the deployable cover, staying alive. Purdy Curdy should be resable here. Nobody really pushing him just yet, but BB Team, they're on the move.
TSM still just so freaking consistent, man. Inside the circle, defended up. One of the few teams that does not have to move right now. Have to see how BB team decides to respond to this. They've got day trade that they're having to contend with. They know that FaZe is going on, but again, that uneasy alliance between BB team and FaZe. FaZe looking to the northwest while it's going to be to the northeast for BB team. BB team finishes their job as is going to be day trade getting eliminated. So now what do you do with this alliance? Nope, FaZe is done with the alliance. They're going to start taking shots at BB team now as Cerberus is going to get eliminated as well. Petrichor Road, no easy pathing. They are just right on the edge of the zone.
And this is the brutal part about this circle is there's so much wide open field. Now it's rolling hills here, so there is some cover to be found, but unfortunately for Petrichor Road, it's just not great. But right into Donawa, the car coming through, but it doesn't matter. Look at the kill feed as Tiamba gets absolutely roasted.
That is just a massacre over there. The rest of Donawa, go ahead, regroup. They should be able to get some of these reses back up. They've got some vehicles to work around. Xiaowu chose not to get too involved in that just yet. BB team now having to make a move in. They're just trying to rein in on TSM. TSM with near on no idea what's going on. They're just having to smoke into smoke into smoke to stay alive.
Yeah, Pretty Curdy will get flushed out. Elo is resible here for Luke 12, but that smoke you can see is about to die as BB team continues to move. They're going to spot out Elo's toesies. Luke 12, the last one alive.
But here comes FaZe sweeping in right back behind BB team. They're playing from the wall right now and doesn't look like they're going to hard pursue just quite yet. Seeing how this firefight is going to go down, they have some vision into it. They do take a couple of shots, so BB team now has to shift their touch back over here. They need to make sure that they're playing around that bit of cover that they've got in the hillside in the vehicle, but FaZe just going to go ahead and gun it in. They're trying to make sure that they get denial angles away from where Donawa, who's entrenched and got vehicles of their own for cover. So this little bit of a hill is about all you've got for cover and trying to make it work.
Love that for FaZe, that they're smoking off their left-hand side, making sure that they can't be third-party by Petrichor Road or Donawa, immediately just focusing all their attention. They're sending all the utility over at BB team. TSM will get finished off. Xiaowu will die to blue, so we are down to our top 4.
Kings of consistency and TSM now down. Petrichor Road, the only ones inside this circle. So Donawa going to have to make a move. The bigger problem right now is this, though. BB team, FaZe up on top of each other. BB team in some pretty big trouble right now. They're having to dodge all of these blue zone nades.
So much
FaZe got that hillside. They're just kind of juking around it. I mean, Molotov's going to land right in the thick of them. That is just problematic. That was just clean, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that is... That is extremely effective use of utility by FaZe there. But that being said, now look at what they've got. 1 smoke, 3 Molotovs, that's it. But it's not like anybody else is sitting on a whole lot either. Donawa just running the gamut on flashbangs here and 3 mollies. But they have to be on the move now as the circle has left them. Somehow, Petrichor Road still with 3 up despite playing in that wide open field.
Man, they kind of had to limp into this one a bit, though.
It's been brutal.
Donawa with their 4 members up to the west, already sitting on 10 kills. You can see here is our circle. From here all the way over to Donawa and Petrichor Road. You got yourself some very pretty trees, but that is about it. Vehicles already flipped over at different areas. Any vehicle cover that you can manage to bring into this is going to be really, really big. Donawa's vehicles are a bit weakened, though. Remember, we saw them have to make a couple of very desperate repositions off of it. They do manage to get them into a pretty solid position. Are they just going to line it? They say no. We're just going to come over here directly where you're at, jump out, pops out of it very, very quick. 2 members from Donawa already down, but it's covering angles from Anonix at range. Can they manage to make it happen? But Aixlef just defending up, trying to mop up everything he can right now. FaZe realizes this is an opportunity. They're already inside of vehicles. They're rushing across this. Anonix trying to hold them back, and now it's suddenly stalled out.
Aixlef with a hero plays, but will it be enough as he is the last player alive? And Nonix will get spotted out by him again. Aixlef just farming Donawa right now, and they are down to just deal.
FaZe now in so much control over the circle. They've got James up next to Petrichor Road, Gustav in the center of it, and Corexy down to the south. Deal nowhere to go. Aixlef can maybe try to get the res, but you can see the angle's going to come up from Gustav, denied, and so Petrichor Road is eliminated. FaZe now in first place.
Deal, the last player left alive. He's got some hard cover to play around in that tree. It's a big tree, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. FaZe Clan widespread onto this. They want this win. They need this win, and they want to get that last point to go along with it.
9 kills, aiming for that 10th. Deal's had some big plays, but a 1v3 with no cover, not even inside the zone, not too likely to happen. So FaZe narrowly managing to make it to this stage, walks away with a big victory and now in first place.
Absolute class from FaZe there. Second place in the first game, 9th place in the second, and they wrap it up with a big win here, despite a little bit of a weird start, having Jeems all the way off to the north. But you know what? In the end of the day, they played it out, and they did get a little bit of compound love. But man, that push on a BB was just absolute class.
You know what I took away from this?
What's that?
Gliders win games.
Exactly.
See,
everybody needs to be in gliders more often and all the time. As we check with Donawa again, another team that had a really rough start. They had some kills, but they went out very, very early, 13th and 14th. This time, turning things around, so they're back on track once again. As you see, Pow Pow giving them a little bit of a fist bump there.
I love it whenever we see like the interregional like communication, those guys hanging out. You know, like most of these teams been around each other for so long. There's some types of camaraderie. Yeah, you guys have to fight against each other, but at the same time, like game recognizes game, right?
800 off of that. You see the Molotov picks, and he just gets a little bit more here. Wouldn't be surprised if Gustav maybe at the end of this broke 1,000. This was about the only thing Donawa could do, and Ike's left with just absolute hero plays for Petrichor.
I love the fact that we saw FaZe exploit this so fast. Instantly goes in. We've got ourselves an interview. I want to know what all happened inside that last game, so give us a breakdown.
And we are back in the SCC Arena, and I'm currently joined by Perticurdy from TSM, the Kings of Consistency. And when it comes to consistency, you guys are doing pretty dang well so far when it comes to the tournament. But first of all, I want to ask you, what do you feel is the difference when it comes to teams participating in the group stage and in the grand finals? Because from our point of view, it seems to be a little bit more passive, but what have you been noticing so far?
Yeah, definitely more passive in the finals. In groups, people are playing loose once they're qualified, things like that. So yeah, people are just kind of playing a little scared right now.
All right, and when it comes to you guys being consistent over the course of the group stage and honestly even over the course of the grand finals, group stage so far, 5 top 4 finishes, and then again you started today with a top 2 finish. But what do you think you guys are missing? What's that last thing that you guys need to secure yourself a first place and a winner chicken dinner?
Just clean up a little bit of the end game, some of the micro adjustments, and be a little more aggressive in times. That's about it.
All right, sounds simple. Sounds good to me, and I want to see if they're going to be able to do that over the course of the next 3 games. Perticurdy, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you in the next half of the games.
All right, well, we had a FaZe win sneak up on us like the Pico sneaks up on you when it goes just kind of suddenly appears. Scary stuff here on Rondo, but scary stuff coming out from FaZe, let's be honest here, Martin, as they've been able to take this victory, backfilling the position of BB team, all important to get themselves in a good spot.
They started in this compound, right? At BB team battlefield them, and it's actually quite a difficult compound to defend, but they decided, let's take the western side of it, let's make sure that we're the last team exiting it, and BB was like, okay, we're gonna leave the other way, and then FaZe Clan with the perfect utility and kind of this push and how the terrain works out for that. They don't need other cover than what they did, right? So they could just eliminate BB in this situation here and then, yeah, just take on the rest.
I do think BB made the right decision, not fighting through FaZe, fighting up into TSM, because as we saw just previously, the terrain there was that ridge to keep them isolated from FaZe's push. But as you say, FaZe had really good utility to then clear them out.
Right.
And then, of course, 4 up to the late game, well, 3 in this case. But Donawa, good game in their own right, but the amount of space, that moat of open field ahead of them, FaZe just had full control there. Still, 11 kills for Donawa. It was a good second place for them.
20 points goes the way of FaZe for the #1 spot. It will be 17 going the way of Donawa, and Petrichor Road survives towards that late game for the 11. So some big points come in their way here. I do find that this rondo for me, Avenger, was more entertaining than our previous 3, because as much as, yes, again, the middle of the circle, a bit open here for these teams to try and jostle for, there was a lot of big and important fights on the edge to kind of get us towards the end game.
And this terrain in general, just way better with cover, with everything, works way better out than we have on racetrack, where it's a lot flatter. So I'm sure the teams enjoyed it as well. 34 points though for FaZe here. Sonic's eliminated very early. That's also a little bit of an interesting point here, and it opened up the rest of the case here. 17 Donawa put themselves in. Still open though, guys, because it's not closed yet.
Yeah, and for Sonics as well, sure they went out early, but they got 3 kills with it, so it wasn't a complete wipe, right? But seeing FaZe in first, That's really, really shocking. I'll be honest, FaZe is a team that I expect to clutch up to get into the grand finals, but then once they're there, we expect sort of a middling area. They're really good individual players, but as a team, it's been a while since we've seen them at their greatest. If they can maintain this position, that would be very exciting for the players and the brand.
And I don't think I've ever heard Martin say anything as smart as he just did. Still very open, because it's not closed yet.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Because Cammy was like, I want to talk.
That was amazing.
What else am I here for?
That is true.
Oh, other than to look good, of course.
I look like a biker, yeah. Well, we've got ourselves... Stop it! No, get it off. No, we're covering the face. Okay. We have got ourselves 3 more matches coming along here, though. But, I mean, actually, to what Cameron says here, I do think FaZe being #1 is a surprise. They squeaked by in the group stage. It was till our last game where they were able to advance on forward. So as much as, yes, they won the regional qualifier coming in Avenger, and they looked pretty damn good doing it too, still, you know, kind of question marks around them.
We still got to remember, again, PGS 3 and 4, not the most impressive performance.
Yeah.
I believe it was 20th and 8th place they got in those 2, right? So a rough land for them. And also, if you make it through by the last game here, sure, if you have a great start, it might change that mentality, might put you on a confidence level that could be the whole difference here. And again, if you're able to put in more than 10 points per game average, as they have so far, that is a path to victory right there. We're probably going to end around the 100 maybe for the winner, or maybe 110 for the winner, right? So, yeah, interesting stuff.
Yeah, very much so. Considering, again, like, I mean, as you say, coming off the back of PGS3 and PGS4, talking to the guys, right, it's felt like, where was the synergy, where was the confidence about all of that? Even coming in here, it kind of felt like that when you're talking to them a little bit, but it seems like they're putting a lot of that aside here, just letting the game speak for themselves. And individually, they're excellent. And I would say 3 out of the 4 of them, veterans on the international stage. I would still, in my mind, I still consider Kurexi not a veteran of the even though he's been at so many now.
No, but to your point, though, because we know FaZe as incredibly clutch, this is the first time I think we've seen them to be in a position where they're able to just play their game as everyone always wants to play, but you can only really do that when you're in the lead and you don't have that pressure behind you. Even the greats like Twisted Minds, they collapse sometimes when there is all that pressure behind them. We saw what happened in the group stage. So I'm actually very excited to see what FaZe can do in this position, because it's been so long that we've seen them here.
All right, well, let's take a look at the MVP. Who is it going to be out of the 4, boys? It will be Gustav. 934 damage done for him. Only the 3 kills, mind, but a huge impact on this lobby with numbers like that.
Yeah, and just a little bit of a Danish...
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, it's good
what
to
did you
see.
say? Come nu.
Let's go. Yeah, good to see Gustav up here, obviously. I was hoping for the 1K club for him. He was close, but yeah, there's just not a lot.
Do you think Come nu's going to catch on?
No.
No, neither do I.
It's
a silly language.
It's already caught on.
Well, 3 of the 4.
Ixlef says it. Come nu.
No, he doesn't.
Go up and ask him.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to go and ask Ixlef. So you say, come nu. And he's going to say, who are you?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Get away from me.
Why are you talking to me?
In English.
Yeah,
perfect English.
He's going to be very scared. Waltz off to his castle because he's Ixlef. Oh, well. Right, well, we're going to... No, actually, we're not going to a break just yet. We'll hold on to it for a moment.
Yeah.
So for Rondo so far, what do you think that anybody needs to take lessons going into tomorrow, Avenger? What are your thoughts here?
I don't think that's the focus at all, to be honest. It's one game. They're going to be like, this is such a new map. We're going to take it as a go. We're going to take all our experiences from our, analyzing terrain and how everything has evolved throughout the thousands of hours they have. So I don't think it's the biggest focus. The focus is on the majority of the maps. They are still, sure. Once you've become an expert of those, that's where you put the rest of the time in, because they don't. It's only still a 1/6 of the games, that are coming from those 2 maps. So yeah, the amount of time that you have to invest compared to how much other improvements you can have done on some of the other maps, I just don't feel like the time investment is worth it yet. Until they feel like they've become fully specialists of Miramar and Rank.
Final thoughts on it, Cameron?
Yeah, I mean, especially to that point, especially the fact that we have already played 1, there's only 1 more, and with the number of hot drops that we saw actually get full committed to this time, we teased where teams going to drop other places. No, there was 2, and every single one, almost every single one stayed in those hot drops that we identified.
Yes, yeah.
And I think at this position, learning the terrain, learning the macro, the rotations are...
set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever in the world you're tuning into the Esports World Cup Week 8 penultimate day. Yesterday we concluded our Tekken 8 tournament. We have 3 games left to complete, and then the closing ceremony on Sunday night. Then the Esports World Cup for 2024 will be concluded. I am Quickshot, the host of EWC Central, and before we dive into today's content, let's do the EWC catch-up powered by SDC. Well, of course, the Rocket League groups will be wrapping up today and quarterfinals will be starting. Teams have already begun to be eliminated, but more decider matches will play out throughout the course of our broadcast. Before we dive into the results that have already been concluded, let's get our Rocket League update.
Day 2 has just wrapped up here at the Rocket League at the Esports World Cup, and unfortunately we said goodbye to 4 teams, but fortunately enough for the hometown favourites Falcons, they're through in fine form to the top 8, as well as Vitality, Space Station and also G2. So a few teams through, 4 through already, and we've got a big day of action coming up tomorrow as well. We're saying goodbye to 8 more teams. Yes, 8 teams will be going home, and we can get our final 4 through to Championship Sunday. Cannot wait. So much more action to come. Don't miss it.
Crikey, blimey, mates. Power, they're out. They lost 3-0 to BDS. That series happened literally minutes ago. It was a deciding game that was hugely important for Team BDS because with them securing quarterfinals, they are now officially eligible for the club championship. They, of course, will be joining G2 as the 2nd seed from their respective group. Let's turn our attention to Group D, where the Chiefs and the Gentlemates Alpine will be rematching later today. In the round 1, Chiefs had a huge upset over their mates, and now all of a sudden we'll be facing off against their mates, and we'll see who's gentle and who's not. We'll keep you up to date on that result. Loser goes home, winner advances to the quarter-finals. We're going to stick with cars, engines, motors, and as we turn our attention to ESL R1. Let's find out what happened in our first day of the Team Championship.
And so the first day of the Teams Championship is over, and boy, did we have a lot of drama, including that big crash at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, which took out Vitality. However, they did have a late charge late on to get themselves inside the top 4. They weren't able to close down the Team Redline, who end as our points leader. It is them, it's Vitality, it's Porsche Commander and Guild, who had an absolutely fantastic day, including a victory for James Baldwin. Unfortunately, we'll say goodbye to 2 teams, which is Virtus Pro and FaZe Clan. Of course, those 2 being towards the bottom of the standings, the 11th and 12th position, and they did indeed struggle. They'll be saying goodbye to the Esports World Cup. We still have 6 teams, though, that separate them, and of course, those will be the ones that go into today's competition, where it will be the top 2 that will go through into the Teams Championship final here in the Esports World Cup.
Thank you so much for that update. You are 100% correct. As we know, there are 3 days of ESL R1. Day 1 of the Team Championship, you see all 12 teams took to the tracks. FaZe Clan and Virtus Pro, as they accrued the lowest number of points, they have been eliminated from ESL R1 at the Esports World Cup. Team Redline, Vitality, Porsche Commander, and Guild Esports have already advanced to the finals, and the remaining teams from BS competition all the way down to Falcons will then be split into 2 groups. They'll have multiple races throughout the course of the day, and only the winners of each respective group will advance. Those are the second chance groups. We'll keep you up to date on who's winning which races and who's likely to join our top 4. The groups are split up. Mercedes, apparently that's Blue Zebra. We're going to find out from Dara. He better have found an answer for me later on today. And of course, G2, Mouse, and Falcons. You basically got video game group, driving group. Video game, let's move on. PUBG, let's find out what's been happening. Of course, yesterday, the group stage concluded. We eliminated some teams, and the finals days start today and tomorrow. 6 matches each to determine who our top 8 will be. Let's find out what's been happening in PUBG.
Welcome backstage at the STC Arena. We are 2 maps into our grand finals of day 1 of PUBG at the Esports World Cup. So I'm here to break down for you, give you a little recap of what's happened so far. Once again, only 2 maps, the opening 2 Erangel maps. First map was taken by Sonics with 10 kills, a good way to start off the competition in the grand finals. And then the next map was taken by Team Falcons. Very impressive so far, short and sweet. But I've got Sandstorm here to break down even more, and he's joined by James.
Hello, James. Well, it's a good thing that we have you here. They started off game 1 in 2nd place with 7 kills as well. A great start for them, especially after the performance that we've seen in the group stage. Barely scraping by, but they are making up for it in the first day of the grand finals. They trade as well, coming out swinging 12 kills in their first game. We're talking about the second one, TSM, coming in second with 8 kills actually. And 17 Gaming almost had their game ruined by Heaven. almost 1v4ing the entire squad. That's what you want to see in the grand finals.
Ruined by Heaven from Kwandong Freaks, by the way. James, how are you feeling so far? You've had 2 maps on the main stage in the grand finals. What's your thoughts?
I'm feeling good. I don't have too many thoughts. I'm just focused on the next game.
Yes, you are. That's what we like to hear. Back to you guys.
That's a lot of energy there going into map 3. Thank you so much, Bonnie Banks and Mr. Sandstorm. Dawood, my man. You can see the standings after 3 games of the total 12 that will be played in PUBG. FaZe currently sitting in the lead with 34 points. Sonics at 28, but look how close we are from 3rd through 8th. There's a little bit more of a drop-off once you hit the second half. But as a reminder, it is only the top 8 clubs that will accrue championship points towards the overall club championship. We will keep you up to date with these results, as I believe map 4 should be underway already. Now, Tekken is done. The tournament completed last night. We have crowned our champion already, and it's time to find out how the Tekken tournament played out.
After 3 long and hard-fought days of Tekken 8 here at the Esports World Cup, we have finally crowned our champion. Ulsan took it over Atif in an insanely close set, but now he's going to be on the wall of champions forever. But don't forget, we still have a couple more games left here at the Esports World Cup, and we're going to see who's going to be joining Ulsan on that wall of champions very soon. So make sure you stay tuned for that.
Thank you so much. The Tekken 8 bracket last night was phenomenal. The format was 1st to 5, effectively a best of 9 if you play other titles. Some of the results were crazy. Yagami versus Chanel, we are going to break down later. This is a reverse sweep, I will have you know. And crucially, while Ulsan came out crowned on top, this in fact was a rematch of the Nation Cup's finals from last year here at Gamers 8, where Atif won it. Atif is the 2nd place Tekken 8 player in the world. And Ulsan is the best out of Korea. Yesterday, he came out on top. That does it for your EWC catch-up. That was powered by STC. And hello, hello, hello. I am back in the hot seat for our 2nd last day of the Esports World Cup. This is my 56th day here in Saudi Arabia. And this will be the 22nd tournament completed, 21 games, PUBG, Rocket League, and ESL R1. PUBG is live. Rocket League has already completed one of those decided matches, and a little bit later today, ESL R1 will hit the tracks once the lights go green. I'm your host, Quickshot, and as I mentioned yesterday, Justin Wong's predictions were so bad, so I got rid of him. I fired him from the show. He's not allowed to come back. No, more seriously, Tekken 8 is done, so he'll be flying home. Justin, we miss you. Thank you so much for tuning in. But let me introduce the rest of my guests. Returning for PUBG, it is Blank.
Hello, we're back again. We're in the grand finals. Map 4, it's going on right now. So if you want to tune in, you can go do that now at EWC_white.
Oh, so clever. That's really good. We don't know what to do, but that was impressive. Gibbs for Rocket League.
Yes, Rocket League. We had 12 teams entering today. It's not technically bracket yet, but everyone has 1 life left. So every single match, we're crushing keys.
Are they cats? Do they have more than 1 life? We'll discuss that later. And for ESL R1, it's Dara.
Yeah, we've got 2nd chance qualifiers today. Obviously, you two, your 2 games are going on now. So obviously, if everyone wants to go watch that now, so that
oh, look at that!
If they can go watch that now, because obviously they'll want to watch ESL R1 later.
That's
so
awesome.
They'll want to get the content in there.
Get out of the way.
Well, let's take a look at that schedule for today. That might be the first time I've heard one of my experts promoting another person's stream. Of course, we mentioned it. For PUBG, it's finals. They play 6 maps today, 6 maps tomorrow, and then an actual chicken dinner will be eaten on Sunday evening after the closing ceremonies. In Rocket League, it is those groups deciders, and then the actual bracket quarterfinals will be commencing. And ESL R1 is that 2nd chance qualifier. 2 groups of 3 teams, and of course the top 2 teams, 1 in each group, will be advancing. Let me rephrase that. The winner of each group, not the top 2, the winner of each group will be advancing to finals Sunday, championship Sunday. We're going to have a lot of fun with this one. Out of interest, how much of one another's games did we all watch last night? I know you watched Tekken.
I watched a lot of Tekken.
Yeah, I watched Tekken a lot. I watched a little bit of PUBG as well. Racing, I didn't catch as much. I mostly got results from Young Derry.
Oh, did you watch him?
I watched the end of the Tekken.
Oh, wow.
But I was here till nearly midnight last night.
So basically, Justin just like turned us all into fighting game.
Yeah, a little bit. it.
It was the final as well.
It was the final. That actually is a very good point. The rest of these games, they're just like warming up. We didn't even get to the exciting bits of the... No, that's an awful line to go down. Let's turn our attention to what is happening at this exact moment in time. As we've alluded to already, 2 of our 3 titles are live. So I'll come to Gibbs first. Who's playing? What's at stake?
Yes, Gen G versus Team Secret here. And we have South America's number 2 seed. They actually scored the opening kickoff goal in Game 1. Gen G, though, they scored 3 in that Game 1 to answer and win Game 1, and now they're up 1-0 here. Gen G is expected to win.
Can I just double check? Who is South America's second seed?
That is Team Secret.
Okay,
and Gen G is your NA number 2.
Okay, so that's just important to know because in a lot of other titles, like Gen G is a South Korean organization that has teams all around the world. Team Secret's predominantly a European, Eastern European. I know them as a Dota organization mostly. So that's why I just want to make sure I know who's where.
And I just don't want to brag, but my top 8 are all still alive, and it's looking very, very likely we'll get all of them there.
Okay, all of them?
All of them.
All of them. Okay, we'll find out. I mean, I'm still predicting Chiefs to take down Gentlemen's later today. I know we'll dive into that bracket, but we are going to watch this game for about a minute before we turn our attention elsewhere. 2-0 up. Did you manage to catch the BDS series a little earlier today?
I did. We were actually watching Game 1. Power was up 3-1 in Game 1. Then we walked outside, and I showed up, and BDS won. So something happened really quick. It was an overtime winner by BDS. After that, when you're an underdog and you're about to win Game 1 and you lose it, it's so hard to come back. BDS then kind of clapped them after that in Games 2 and 3. So BDS, obviously, that was a very important win for them to get their top 8 finish. And now we're moving on here to Gen G, and they're looking great.
Can I check, for the other 2 gentlemen, hearing clap them, is that a saying that you're familiar with? Because like it's very common for me, but I'm wondering if it's an age thing.
I've heard it before.
You have heard it? Okay, good. Check. Right, let me turn our attentions to PUBG very quickly. I believe we are in map 5, so let's turn our little look in at the moment. Still a lot of teams alive as far as I can tell. No one's been eliminated just yet. Give me the T on this map.
The T on this? Well, first of all, the T is... It's map 4, sorry. But we're over towards fishing camp. It's actually a very awkward circle because there is a lot of water in this landmass, in the amount of landmass that's here. So that does restrict a lot of the area you can play. So I reckon with 16 teams at phase 3, we're about to see around about 7 go down in the next few minutes.
That's what I want to hear. Okay, production team, if we get a bunch of kills, let us know. On Na'Vi, in like a putt-putt course or a mini golf course, what was all that green grass on a roof? Did you see what I mean?
Well, you know, you got to get some green grass on the roof there, a little bit more scenery. Not that they already have loads on this map.
I'll tell you this as well. I love this mini-map view where you can actually see the gunfire, the angle of it, you know, the lines of sight. I find it such a beautiful way to visualize the gameplay elements, especially because the gunplay is so quick. Like when people get hit, they die very quickly. It's almost easier to read. What is going on?
Emergency pickup. This is where we fly into the sky. We get picked up by a secondary plane, and we can move further in a circle. Actually, kind of a dangerous emergency pickup at phase 3, and there's only 2 of them on that pickup as well.
I want to follow them. No.
Yeah.
When did that come out?
Because
that wasn't in there when the game first came out.
It's about been a year in comp.
Can I take a moment to teach our viewers specifically, Jared? Did you notice those 2 players that were through the year? Did you notice their wardrobe? They had an interesting choice, as in they weren't wearing trousers.
I did notice that.
Yeah, they had pants on, but they were not wearing trousers.
Right.
And I always wonder, why do people wear in the underpants?
So for maps like this, you can see that the terrain is overall beige, so you can actually blend in a little bit.
See, the look on Darrow's face is exactly why I set that up. Like, you gave me the assist.
But you'd be so itchy.
You absolutely would
tall
be.
grass.
Wait until I tell you about wearing no shoes. That used to be a very big thing.
Look, if you look really closely, you'll legitimately see everyone's got these like tidy-whitey boxer briefs on. Not everybody does.
A lot of the players don't wear shoes either, and it's for footsteps.
Okay, my producer's saying this is enough, so we're going to jump out right now.
Enough from you.
We will keep you up to date on what has been happening throughout the course of those respective games. Just before we dive into today's coverage, let's turn our attention to the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. And of course, in order to start looking at that club championship, I want to remind everybody that the top 16 teams will be the ones that take home a portion of the $20 million prize money. In order to become eligible for that club championship, you need 2 top 8 finishes. Now, Team BDS coming into the day did not have 2 until literally 5 or 10 minutes ago. BDS just reached the quarterfinals. They are now eligible, and their points have accrued. They should also be a tiny bit higher than that, thanks to what they've done in Rocket League. Only 2 clubs are mathematically still able to catch Team Liquid in 2nd place. It's Team Vitality, we're over here, and G2 Esports, we're over here. Vitality needs at least 1st and 2nd place in Rocket League and ESL R1. They can do it in either way. G2 needs to win both of their game titles, Rocket League and ESL R1. Now, since both conditions cannot be met at exactly the same time, Team Liquid is guaranteed a top 3 finish, meaning guaranteed a minimum of $2 million prize pool. Now, as you can see, Guangdong Freaks, they have replaced Lunar Galaxy. Now, that's because Lunar Galaxy was eliminated from PUBG, meaning they are no longer eligible for the overall club championship. Guangdong Freaks, with Ulsan winning Tekken 8 and their PUBG team in the finals, they will need to place top 8 to convert that into prize money. Teams in the top 16 that are finished and can no longer secure any more points: Team Liquid, T1, Gaming Gladiators, Toronto Ultra, Fnatic, Zeta Division, and Weibo Gaming. We will keep you up to date on how this list changes and who moves as and where throughout the course of the next 2 days. That does it for this episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC. The only time that I get to... Oh, Alice the camel. She's the one in the middle. Sorry. I don't get to see this specific B-roll. Hi, Alice. I do love the shots of the desert. And the only times that I get to walk during our broadcast times, I walk from the standing location to my sitting location.
I mean, what?
I dash. I dash. It's like a sprint, a little double dash. So, Club Championship. Are we happy for BDS? How does Rocket League feel about BDS fandom? Because I'll be more specific.
Okay.
In League of Legends, people love BDS. People are hopeful. It's a young roster. They do great content. In Rocket League, in Rainbow Six, people love to see them lose.
Okay, so people used to love to see them lose because they were dominant for the basically during COVID and right after. So dominant. So no one wanted to see them win for a little while. Exactly. Now they're a little bit of the underdog. So I wouldn't say the biggest fan base, but they do have more fans than they used to.
Okay, well, I wonder how that'll change because they lost to G2. We'll find out, of course. They are in those quarterfinals. They have managed to lock in that club championship. Before we dive into more of today's results, let's quickly round out what we have missed from yesterday, from the time EWC Central finished. Tekken finals. Of course, I already mentioned Ulsan did come out on top, taking down Atif 5-0. As far as we look at the bracket, though, some of the big names being eliminated, I'm going to come to blank and ask, what was your favorite things to watch throughout the course of those first to fives?
Well, I think if you watch any game from Tekken, which you absolutely should, it's changed me. I'm a changed man. Is Yagami versus Chanel. Now, Chanel smelled very good coming into that game and looked great, but it was Yagami with the reverse 5 sweep on the set, which was crazy. So Chanel was up 4, Yagami was on 0 rounds.
I mean, we're actually going to take a look through some of this at the moment. Yagami, this was really arguably the biggest story of the Tekken 8 tournament EWC, an Australian player. Take my word for it, Australian individuals do not step up to this level of competition really ever. And I mean it, to make a deep run. Yagami came into the set, he was down 4 games. But each of those games went to round 4, round 5, so they were like, you can see it there, look how close that was.
It was crazy as well, because he brought out the Fung as well for one of the games, and he still lost, so he tried something different. And the best thing about it is that he was really trying on Reyna, and he brought the Reyna back, and it just dominated.
It was amazing. So down 0-4, also that Fung was the character that Justin Wong used to absolutely obliterate me in our practice match, just as a side-by-side. You can see here, I mean, huge support, like cheers from Chanel. I wouldn't say these were the biggest pop-offs. I've seen a lot more, but it was clear Chanel was feeling himself, winning those clutch round 5s. Ultimately, though, Yagami runs it back. He did not have enough to stand toe-to-toe with Ulsan. And then, of course, when we look at Ulsan, this was a rematch of the Nations Cup from last year. Atif came out on top. Atif is widely considered to be the 2nd best player in Tekken in the world. And Ulsan is considered the next generation, the next best of Korea, especially after Knee fell short this tournament.
Dude, what I thought was crazy about this was that this is the mirror matchup of Dragunov, but my biggest story for the actual tournament set there was, in fact, Yagami taking a round off of Ulsan.
Yes.
So that for me was kind of the grand finals moment, honestly. And it was kind of sad for Atif because he looked visibly frustrated.
Yeah.
And then also publicly has said he doesn't like first to five. It's a little bit too
Yes.
long. So what does he do? He makes it a lot shorter. He
Yeah,
goes
that's it.
5-0. He's like, I don't like being here on stage for this long. Let's get this over with.
I want to say this very quickly. Tekken 8 was full of huge surprises, but for Ulsan in particular, he got revenge for the defeat in finals last year. He defeated Arslan Ash, Knee, and Atif.
Crazy.
Take my word for it, that is monumental. Justin, thank you for teaching us all. Frankly, this group is, Okay, we're going to listen to Ulsan's interview after winning the title.
5-0 sweep to the finish. How did you do that? How did you do that?
어떻게 했어요? 이길 수 있기는. I'm just after top 4. I said my nervous is over. My dopamine is crazy. I'm still hungry. And then before the standby, I really think about I can do it. Atif is human. I can beat him. And then 5-0.
Yes, sir. The victory of a lifetime, of course. History has been made here. And last year at the Nations Cup, you guys were so close, but you then lost to Atif in that grand finals. How does it feel to get that retribution, finally get that vindication here?
Yeah, exactly. Last year, Gamers 8, the Team Korea got a silver. But now, Team Korea gets gold.
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome, amazing stuff. But one question for you. With this amazing $300,000 that you've bagged here at the Cup, tell us, if you want to, how do you plan to spend this money?
I will buy new Tekken DLC, new season pass, and I really want to buy some food for who support me, especially my teammates and Jonting, Mangja, Mugo.
Guys, give it up for the Tekken 8 Esports World Cup champion Ulsan!
축하해요, 축하해요. 우! 대한민국!
Ulsan, look, you're a winner here. There's no two ways around it. Winner by a country mile, especially in that final. But because you have won this magnificent trophy and you've placed your own key, you get to take 3 keys from other players you beat, smash them, and put them into your trophy. You don't have to tell me all of them, spoil it all. You can pick 1, you can pick 3 right now. Do you have anybody in mind?
It's not disrespect them, but especially I really feel like same level with them. So it's not the defeat means, but especially Aslanesh.
All right. You know, there's more meaning to it, I understand. Of course, the baggage from last year's Nation Cup, but I mean, this is a huge bit here, and I really have to give it up for you because now you get to take the frame and set it into our totem. You've become the first ever Esports World Cup champion for Tekken 8, and your name will be forever here in Riyadh. How do you even get over that? That's a magnificent feeling.
Before I came here, I just imagined if I become champion. But now I don't know, it's feel like dream. It feels unreal. Because I have so many second place, third place on a big tournament. Finally become champion, but especially Esports World Cup, the biggest tournament in the world. Oh my God. I want to cry, but so happy. I cannot cry now. Can I speak with Korean?
Sure, go ahead.
정말 이런 늦은 시간까지 봐주시는 여러분들 정말 감사드리고 팬분들이 있기에 이렇게 빛날 수 있는 순간이 있는 것 같고 정말 옛날에 정말 좋지 않은 형편에도 전적으로 지원해줬던 가족들 사랑하고 저희 광동 프릭스 또 이렇게 팀 지원해주셔서 정말 감사합니다. 그리고 so especially we practice together, KDF, CBM, 망자, 무고, 모일, 전팅. Thank you.
Thank you very much for it. One more time, your victor and first ever Esports World Cup champion, Ulsan from South Korea. What a tournament we have had, and what a victor. We've had a 5-0 sweep in the grand final. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely fantastic stuff from Ulsan. I did love the fact that everybody laughed when he said the first thing he was going to buy with his prize winnings is the Tekken DLC. Seriously, somebody just give it to him. Let's not kid ourselves. Okay, welcome back. We are about to get ourselves ready for an interview here as we begin to round out our catch up for the day. But before we do, we're going to play a little bit of a mini game here. One of the things that I've had the pleasure of learning throughout the course of 8 weeks here at the Esports World Cup is some of the coolest club and team names across the different titles, across the different games. So I figured I'll challenge the four of us to try and compile a little bit of a list, okay? We're going to show you 8 club names, okay? And I only want to rank the names. The logos are cool, some of them, not all of them. And I'll tell you which ones I think suck in a second, or that I don't like. But we need to rank them, okay? So first through 8th, okay? We got about 10, 20 seconds to write these down. We'll get a moment or two to discuss them, and we'll see if we can bring some similarity. What I will like to do is I want to try to take note of which ones we are so we can mathematically, do
a power rankings across.
Power ranking across this. So this will be the official EWC name power rankings. So these are the 8 names, okay? We have Limitless, Petrichor Road, The Expendables, Regal Zaibatsu, that has to be high, Bossy Ballers, I wanted to do well, it's not going to, Day Trade Gaming, 4 Angry Men, and then BS Plus Competition. That is a zebra, but it has nothing to do with zebras, and the BS is not what you think.
So 4 Angry Men's at least in PUBG, right? So
that's
it's 4 people? Okay.
Yeah,
exactly.
There's 4 of them.
Okay, so we write them 1 through 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4 is on top, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the bottom. We'll just rank them in that order, just 1 through 8. So who do you think is the best? Like, I'm going Regal Zaibatsu, so I've got number 4 as my best.
Yeah, same. I think.
Cool. Keep writing. Let's rank them as quickly as we can.
All right, I'm going to run out of space.
Oh, no.
Terrible at handwriting, but that's okay.
I mean, listen, I prepped you. I told you there's 8. Like, think about this.
That's a lot. That's a lot to do.
Okay,
oh, maybe I should have went. All right, let me go this way.
I might even just write my top 5, because I think not all of them are good. Okay. I'm going to get close to revealing mine, and then by the time I finish talking, you guys need to reveal yours.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to put an X for ECD.
It's not working?
No.
Neither one? Oh boy, it's not working.
Okay, I'll throw you my pen in a second then.
Okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who am I missing? I'm missing a name. Okay, there we go. Right, have you got a pen? I'll chuck that your way. Okay, good catch. Right, I'm going to reveal mine first. So I've decided that Regal Zaibatsu are my favorite team. I reckon they're the best. I then go Expendables, 4 Angry Men, BS Competition, and then I think the others are not fun for me, so I just went. So Limit, Petrichor Road, Nkosi Ballers, and Day Trade Gaming. So that's my rankings.
Okay.
I'm going to go over to Blank now. What do you reckon? So you went Petrichor best?
Here we go. Yeah, I did a little smiley face as well for you guys. So I did it in a weird way. I saw what he did, and I was like, that was way better. And now I feel bad. I did Petrichor Road first because you know what the team name means? Petrichor means the smell of the dirt after the summer rain.
Oh,
I mean, that should have been nothing to do.
That's nothing to do with PUBG. Anyways, go through the rest of your list. You got Regal Zaibatsu second.
Obviously, for the same reason.
Ballers, you gave them a high score. Okay.
I did. Nkosi Ballers, man, so good. Yeah, I like that a lot.
4 Angry Men, I've got them too.
Yeah, one I went Limitless. Okay. I just like the sound.
You've put both South African teams in your top 4, by the way.
Have I?
Yeah, they're both South African.
That's good. Okay. And then I went the Expendables because you don't want to be called the Expendables.
Yes,
that sucks.
It's a great movie franchise, but
absolutely.
Okay.
If you don't know it, then it just sounds bad.
Okay, Day Trade, and then
fodder.
You went BS for last. Okay, let's go to Gibbs. What's your list?
All right, so I'm a little biased towards Rocket League. So first we got to go Regal's Zaibatsu because that's just an amazing name.
Yes.
Then we got to go like the Nkosi Ballers. Come on. I mean, Why not? I think I would switch my Expendables and 4 Angry Men, but for now, I did put Expendables up there. Movie reference, sure, I like it. Limitless, because I'm a Rocket League fanboy, of course. And then we move down the road. Like, Petrichor Road just sounds like a random road in my neighborhood. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I'm an American, so I don't know reason. So that's pretty much why.
So I'm the only one that's really liking BS competition so far.
So BS competition, when you make an org, I feel like your acronym cannot be, yes.
Oh yeah, your BS,
exactly.
BS.
So you should work on your acronym first.
And I will acknowledge, when you call yourself BS competition, and then you're called Blue Zebras, but the BS doesn't have anything to do with zebras. But there's I understand. I'm with you, but I kind of like the chaos. Okay, let's go to Young Dara.
I put Regal at number 1 because that's just a cool name.
That's pretty universal.
I put Petrichor at 2.
Okay.
Because it just Petrol.
Yeah, okay.
Well, you know, that's linked. Third, I put 4 Angry Men because it works as 4 a.m., which is probably when most of the team are playing the game. So I think that's pretty clever. I put Nkosi Ballers in 4th. A little bit of cultural side, you know.
Nice.
Keep it nice and home. BS competition 5th.
Performance on that one.
I'll put BS competition 5th. But the Expendables and 6th. Now the problem I have with Expendables is that that's basically saying all of the team members don't have to be there because they're expendable.
But the org is not expendable. The players probably are because the org should outlast the players.
I mean, that's life.
See, we're on the same page.
That's just business.
I think we can pretty much unanimously agree. Regal Saibatsu is pretty much unanimous, at least top 3.
Yeah.
I think 4 Angry Men is up there as well. I think we all
top
agree
3.
with that one. And then where are we going for 3? It's probably going to be in Nkosi Ballers, I think.
Nkosi Ballers.
Yeah.
We give them bronze in this one. I didn't see the result. What was the result?
It was TSM winning match 4 for PUBG.
Oh, there we go.
Big news, guys. Big news.
And of course, not only did they just win PUBG map number 4, but we are actually going to be joined by our first guest of the day. While we get set up for that, let's check out the PUBG boys from TSM in this episode of Over or Underrated.
My name is Tien. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Luke 12 and Purdy from Team TSM, and we are playing overrated or underrated. I'm going to give you a list of things, and obviously hold it up for overrated, hold it up for underrated. Ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Let's rock and roll. First one, we're starting off with Rondo. Underrated. Underrated. Nice, solid agreement there. Pretty simple. Okay, let's keep the ball rolling. Next up, we are having the MK12. What do you think?
Overrated.
Underrated. Okay. Bit of disagreement. Anyone want to explain why? Or?
I've just fallen back in love with the Mini, honestly, instead of the MK.
They recently did a nerf to make the MK worse, but I think it's still the best DMR in the game. So,
fair enough. Can't argue with that.
Yep.
Third one on this list, emergency pickup. What do we think?
We tend to die a lot on them, I'm not going to lie.
You know what's funny? You lot looked at each other and held it up at the same time.
We knew.
There was some experiences going on there.
Yeah.
Fourth one is French fries. Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
We talked about this before as well.
Yeah,
Fair enough. Again, solid agreement. Next one is the beach. Underrated and underrated, yeah? Cool. I like how you look it's just a team thing. You just know what's going on.
We're there.
Yeah, that's perfect. Next one, Team Navi. Okay.
He's torn.
Yeah, he's torn.
I'll go this one.
Underrated? Okay, another, mix and match.
I think at the moment they're not playing too well as they did in Europe, but overall I think they're still a pretty solid team.
Nice, fair enough. Can't argue with that. Next one up, we have the Org.
Oh, the AUG.
Yeah.
Oh, the gosh.
Okay.
So sorry.
It's because I'm British. I'm British.
Yeah,
That makes sense. I'm British.
Underrated.
I'm used to saying org.
That's fair. That's fair.
Underrated.
Yeah.
Yes,
solid
sir.
agreement. Next one, we have pizza.
Going under.
Over and under.
Yeah.
Oh, pizza's not overrated.
I can always eat pizza.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
I can't always eat pizza. That's
I got to get that purple crust.
Right. American PUBG. So the region. Underrated. Nice. Underrated. Nice. Solid agreement.
I think so.
Yeah.
Solid. And last one on this list, TSM. I'm surprised it took you guys so long to agree on one.
You don't know how the perception is, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
So,
Fair enough. Well, thank you guys for your time, and I'm sure I'll catch you very soon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever in the world you're tuning into the Esports World Cup Central broadcast from. We obviously gave you the update on PUBG, and we will keep you up to date on what's happening in Rocket League, and of course, we'll let you know when ESL R1 begins. But just before I bring the gang back together again to continue our regular coverage, we've paused to have another special guest in our studio. So viewers are aware we have a lot of guests lined up over the next 2 hours, and it's my absolute pleasure to introduce another representative from Gen G. Regular long-time viewers will remember that we spoke to another member of Gen G about their education programs, about their game academy. And now today I have the president of education, Guan Wong, joining me. Thank you so much for joining me. First of all, did I get the name right?
Yes, Trevor.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Guan, obviously we briefly just chatted. I know we want to talk about the program, but could you help explain to some of our viewers, we've got Rocket League, PUBG, Tekken. We've got a bunch of viewers watching that maybe aren't going to be too familiar with what a president of education will be doing at Gen G.
Yeah.
So tell me about it.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. So we started our education business roughly 4 years ago, and that's about when I joined the company. And we were pretty pioneering in this field, and we started to, from scratch, creating the first programs for game training, and then improve them, and then started and realized there was an incredible need in terms of people who want to work in careers in the esports ecosystem, and started to build this. So my job is to oversee all the program development and also expanding these programs in Korea, in China, and to the world. And now we are here.
I was saying to to Guan off air, but I have a lot of faith. I would believe in a South Korean organization and program more than most. And part of the reason I told Nicole this story, a joke that I heard many, many years ago was, in South Korea, if you wanted to ask for a lady's hand in marriage, you had to defeat her father in StarCraft before you could do that, right? So I know that esports goes very deep. Yeah. So what's your personal story? How did you get involved? And how do you then go to Gen G and say, let's start an education program? Because that seems like quite a big leap.
Yeah. It goes, it's a good question. It goes way back. So actually I'm first generation immigrant, and my family and I moved to Sweden when I was 10 years old. And one of my biggest hobby was to play video games. And that became kind of the first, the way for me to learn to know new friends in Sweden. So I made a lot of friends through playing, and we had LAN parties and that sort of stuff. And then in high school, I was playing Counter-Strike.
It would be in Sweden. It's yeah, of course, it's the biggest game.
Yeah, and I was competing, in an amateur kind of fashion. And then I was also part of a Chinese team and got qualified to the first World Cyber Games, which was actually held in Korea, right?
That's amazing.
Yeah, and that was kind of the first really big international tournament. And I would say kind of the birth of
You are 100%
esports.
right. I was watching at the time events like the Electronic Sports World Cup, ESWC, CGL, CPL.
CPL, Cyber Professional.
I actually competed against Fatality and Painkiller.
wow.
So I'm very well aware as somebody that's been there. Look, from that time frame to now, I think the esports industry, I think the gaming industry has evolved and matured a lot. 20 years ago, if you were a professional gamer or aspiring to be, normally that would mean you probably were not very good in school. I think that's an old assumption.
Yeah.
I don't believe that is as true anymore.
Yeah.
But I can understand that a program like this, is this something you're looking to address? Is this a challenge to overcome? Like, do you get students that need more help if they're better at games?
Yeah, no, it's a very good question. I think in the beginning, we got most of the students who came to us were the ones who honestly struggled in school, and then the gaming part and the esports part became a motivator to them. So it became a carrot, because right, and we leveraged that to also set standards for them academically, right? If you want to continue to play, you gotta do your work.
Correct.
Right? But more and more as we develop the programs, we have not only the students now who are just struggling in school, but the ones who are doing all right, but are looking to more using kind of their esports merits to kind of bump up their merits, right? And to get into their dream college, especially in the United States.
I will tell you this, that was the most exciting part of what Nicole was telling me about the academy. The fact that there are a lot of people who play games, or a lot of people that could watch this show, watch any esports event, that don't know about the roles, don't know about the production side, don't know about the business side, don't know about PR, don't know how many other jobs or careers or opportunities there are. So what are some of the hurdles that maybe you faced? What are some of the things that you've tried to tackle? And then let's start looking to the future. What is the goal? Like, what is Gen.G hoping to accomplish with this program? But let's start first. What are the hurdles? What are the big challenges you're trying to overcome right now?
I think, first of all, there's still, to be honest, there's still a stigma, even in Korea. There is a stigma, and also, it's not very easy for everyone to understand the connection between esports and education. For a lot of people, they look at it as two extremes and don't see them come together, right? So a lot of stakeholders were skeptical. But as soon as we started to prove that this is working, and in a way that we have very successful outcomes, like I said, students getting admitted to college, they're getting jobs, some of them becoming pros. Then that became the validation and convinced a lot of people. And then we got a lot of buy-ins from the stakeholders.
And also, I'll say this as well, it's one of these things that needs time. I understand, as the president of education, you may not have a decade or two to wait for the next generation, but I know that when I was growing up, I had to write a contract with my parents at 16 years old to be allowed to scrib. And I wrote down, I said, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, I practice with my team. In exchange, I give you straight A's in high school. And if I ever drop below an A, then you take gaming away.
It's a good contract.
It was a great contract. And it led me to this job today. But I was in a very lucky position. Not everybody's able to do that. I would consider that like a personal win. What would be one of the biggest wins or some of the biggest successes that you've seen with the education program at Gen.G?
I will still go back to these success cases, right? What we really pride ourselves with is when we see our students becoming successful, right? No matter if there's they're sending us letters of, how well they're doing after they've, for example, gone to the US and they're thriving there, they're playing on the varsity team, they're winning, they're making new friends. And I'm just like, wow.
It's working.
It's working, and thanks to our program, right? We made an impact. And each of these student success cases, that means a lot to us, and that's what keeps us going, getting making us even more motivated.
I would love to hear your perspective on this, because again, when we had Nicole here, she talked a little bit about the regional offices and the regional programs you have and how drastically different they are. There are different educational systems, there are different economic environments, there are different gaming habits, completely different things. So how do you tackle all of those, and what is Gen.G doing here in Saudi Arabia?
Absolutely. I think first of all gamers have a little bit of different intentions of what they want to achieve, right? With gaming and esports, right? So I think we are still in the process of learning more about the market here in KSA, and we are really committed to be here for the long term, right? And EWC is a really good start. We've been able to do 3 programs during kind of this during this event. But over time, we'd like to establish a more permanent presence here. Spinning up an academy in partnership with the stakeholders and the partners here. To do that in a sustainable manner.
I'll tell you that's something that is very exciting to me. I'm starting to hit that age now where I'm thinking about children, and I want my kids to grow up in a digital world. Esports has been my life for 20 years. So the idea of esports back to Canada, the idea of university programs that are internationally understood and accepted and viewing things. What's the vision for Gen G? What does success look like? I hate to use a business term, but what is your North Star?
Yeah,
you know
that's
what
a
I
good
mean?
one. Yeah.
What would it be?
Yeah. I think we want to go broader. We want to build a real school, right? To go from an academy to school, that means it's actually a big leap. We want students who study in the school, not necessarily only limited to work in the esports industry, but more learning through the lens of gaming and esports, right? I mean, I think the subjects of math, science, English, language arts are still relevant, but the way how these subjects are taught have been the same in the past 100 years, right? And I think people should learn through what they're mostly motivated about. I want to do a math course, analytics course in League, right? Use economics in League to and because it's motivating.
Understanding the macroeconomics of Counter. I'm going to do something that is off script. I hope I'm not crossing a line, but I'm going to say this to everyone outside. What Guangwong has just pitched is an anime storyline, right? So sponsors, backers, reach out to Guangwong on LinkedIn. I'm sure you can find him. Let's get this anime protagonist where macroeconomics is taught through StarCraft 2 tech trees.
You got it. You got it.
Honestly, the vision you just described, I can see it being like a plot next to Haikyuu, but the difference is, I think it's believable. You know, I sincerely do. I have been fortunate enough to grow up and see the industry grow and develop, and it's something it's a future I want to see because, like I said, I want to be a parent very soon, and I want my child to grow up in an academy like that or be able to have access. Guan, we are going to be moving on with our show. I want to say thank you for taking the time. This is the second time that I've spoken to Gen G about a core gaming product, but it's one that I think is hugely impactful for the future. I'm going to ask you to give a shout out to camera number 1. You can speak to fans, viewers, audience, whatever you'd like to say to wrap up our conversation.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching, and thank you, everyone, for the support. And stay tuned for our new release and for a new presence here in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
What you don't know, I'm going to look at my boss right now. I have a lot of very influential people coming out later. Where can I send them to get in contact with you? Because I want the school to be a reality.
Yeah, I think LinkedIn, as you mentioned, is a good channel. Let's connect on LinkedIn.
my producers say he'll add you later. Just so you're aware, Gwen, what we've got right now is just this very unique piece of merch that is only exclusive to our broadcast. Every guest that comes onto our show, we ask them to give us an autograph, not your credit card signature. So when you head out, we'll get you to sign that. There are some legendary names on here. We've had some Porsche Motorsport representatives, Hex and Scum from the Call of Duty world, some really big names. So I'm going to say thank you so much for making the time.
Thank you, Trevor.
I sincerely wish you the best of luck in the future endeavors with all the education programs at Gen G. We're going to continue with our show. Next up, we will be joined, I'm going to try this, Rachitru? We'll find out. Content creator from Team Vitality. I may have picked the wrong country. Until then, let's have a look at the Rocket League boys from Space Station in a game of Who Is It About?
Hi everyone, welcome back to the Esports World Cup featuring Rocket League. My name is Hercules and we've got another game for you guys. We're gonna be playing Who Is It About? And with Space Station Gaming, I've got LJ, Hoxer, and Chicago with me here on the couch. And guys, if you don't know what we're doing, we went on the Rocket League subreddit, picked out a couple comments for them to try and guess what these comments are about, or I guess who they're about. And you guys, your job is, well, to decipher who they're about. And you guys are going up against each other, so this is not team effort. Okay, we're gonna get into our first one here. Comment number 1. My dude over here winning regionals this season while celebrating his 86th birthday. Absolute legend.
Okay, we're playing we're playing to win.
We're playing to, okay.
Yeah. I'm going sweaty.
I'm not playing to win.
I don't even want to look at your answers because I know they're wrong.
My answer's stupid.
Answers locked in?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna start with Chicago.
Tour
sauce.
Oh, that's right, I think. I got a good answer.
Okay, let's see yours.
All right, so I went my teammate Chicago.
Okay.
He's low-key a little old. Get on the Unk side.
Okay.
Well, that's
I was waiting for Unk to come out in that sentence. That's how young you are.
I went with MM, which is Monkey Moon. I wasn't gonna write that whole name because that's just kind of long. So, but yeah, that's definitely not right.
All right, do we have our... Oh, there we go.
Yeah, no, you might be.
Dude, you were
winning.
sweaty.
I'm actually like
He like
that.
straight
was an
up
elite
like
answer.
whispered to himself earlier. He was like, I'm actually playing to like sweat now. All right, comment number 2. Bro is the level 50 character after completing a starter mission.
I think he's just like, someone's just doing too much. I don't know.
This one might stump
See,
Chicago.
I guess I'm too old because I don't know what this means.
Are we all locked?
Yeah, I'm locked.
All right, we'll go this way. LJ?
All right. I did Daniel because maybe
Okay.
like talking about how we just winning a lot, and I don't know. Yeah, that's what I came up with that.
Works.
Okay, I went with Zen just because people glaze him a lot and he deserves it, but I mean, this is just insane. This guy needs to chill. Level 50 character, like, bro, come on, we get it. Like, he's good, all right? But yeah, that's my answer.
Chicago.
I also put Daniel. I think LJ copied me because, as he said, I guess I'm really old, so I guess I'm very wise.
All right, let's hit Seiko.
Okay, that was.
Okay.
I felt like that one was kind of like a throw for a loop.
Yeah, that was.
All right, comment number 3, let's go. I think I underrated blank. I said he wouldn't do as good as the guys on Gen G or G2, but if he keeps up this form, blank could be a strong team.
Light work.
Chicago called it easy, light work. LJ's still racking his brain. Hoxer's doing what he's done the last 2 rounds, throwing names on a board, hoping it sticks.
I wouldn't, yeah, no, your answer's troll.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's fine.
We're gonna start with Hoxer this time.
Okay, ignore the handwriting, but yeah, I think it's Chicago.
Interesting hander. I don't know if I can ignore that.
I said Hawksher. I think we're all on the same page, except
Except Jay, who
I did myself.
yeah, someone's a little bit more selfish, I guess.
Included.
Well, like, no,
Someone likes
it's stupid.
thinks pretty high.
Okay.
Because,
It was LJ.
Okay, well,
I'll play to win.
I
I'm
think
playing to win.
Yeah, we.
Yeah, I think you actually are.
We.
Well, not Hawksher.
We. Hoxer's here. I'm not an SSG fan, but I hope blank proves the negative comments here wrong.
I don't think we need to write it down, to be honest. Oh wait, no wait, it's a year ago. This is ancient.
This is old.
Wait, no, this is silly. Okay, no, I already know what it is.
I like the context clues. Look at you.
No, like it's a year ago. Come on.
That's a speedy locked-in answer for Hoxer. LJ next.
Okay, just like
Chicago third.
it's me.
Me?
It's definitely me.
I went.
It's a year ago. It's just
the year ago kind of gave it away.
Answer.
Yeah, it's me. It's when I first joined SSG. Everyone basically thought we like sucked. So.
Oh, guess what? We proved them wrong.
Comment number 5. Better mechanically, more successful. Better positionally, more flexible. Superior mentality, more consistent. So yes, he's an upgrade in every single way. All right, let's start with LJ.
All right, I put first killer.
Okay. That's not a bad shout.
Since it was like 9 months ago, I was thinking it was talking about Gen G and replacing Nolan.
Honestly, valid.
Honestly, the same reason, but for calm. But
Fair.
I think some of that's not correct. So.
All right, Kago.
I put myself because like when I saw that, I mean like everything better mechanically, yeah, me. More successful, yeah, me. Positionally, flexible, mentality, it's just me.
That's just all you.
That's just all me.
They're totally talking
That's
about.
what people taught
I don't know
me
why
about.
you didn't say it
Wow.
confidently. It is you.
No, that's my fault. That's my fault.
I mean, what did I say?
My bad.
I mean, I just know ball. I know myself. I told you I'd take the lead.
Wait,
Yeah, 3-1-2.
3-1-2. Okay. All right, comment number 6, coming down to the wire. For those who wants my opinion, I think blank is better because every team he's been on has been better with him on it than without. All right. We're all locked in?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll start over here.
I picked first killer just because he's kind of known for kind of, I don't know, maybe carrying his teams and every team after kind of crashes. So again, could be everybody, but I'm confident with first killer.
That's a pretty solid answer. Oxford?
Yeah,
FK?
FK. 'Cause
Okay.
pretty much the same reason, but I mean, I have nothing to add, so yeah.
I also went first killer.
All right, so you're either all right or all wrong.
I think we're all right, maybe.
You might be all right.
Okay.
Fair answer.
See, that
That's
works.
a fair answer.
Yeah, that works.
That is a fair answer.
Just kidding. I'm kidding.
And
Oh, that's the end. All right. Who was our winner? I think it was
It was not me.
Chicago won.
You won?
so do
How
I
many-
get money or?
You got 4, I think.
I got 3.
Three?
Yeah.
I think me and
That's a
LJ are
win
the
in
real
my
winners.
book. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much for playing with me and with the rest of the team. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever you're tuning into EWC Central from. The interview extravaganza will continue here at EWC Central, and I now have a very special guest. This is a content creator that comes from India, representing Team Vitality, and I'm going to butcher his name, but I'm going to try this anyway. Rachitru?
Yeah.
How bad was that?
I mean, it's
was
okay.
better-
Some people call me Rachitru, they call me Rachitru, some people call me Reg. You can call me anything,
I'm
yeah.
so sorry. I'm trying. I've been here for 8 weeks, and I've butchered so many people's names.
I feel you, yeah.
So, Reg, please introduce yourself to our viewers. We had a couple of minutes to chat, and I know where I have some questions. But camera number 1, let's let the viewers know, because I mentioned to you already, we've got a variety of viewers from different games watching.
Right. Hello everyone, my name is Rachit. I'm from India, and I'm a content creator. I'm a streamer. I used to be a professional esport player for PUBG Mobile. Right now, I'm more into my streaming era.
Oh, streaming era. Okay,
Yeah.
so from PUBG Mobile, let's talk about your streaming era, and let's talk about some of the games that are on your resume right now. Have you transitioned to playing on PC, or are you still on mobile
I mean,
streaming?
yeah, I started my journey with the PC games, like, you know, I used to go to these cafes in India, and then, like, you know, we used to play GTA Vice City.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Vice City is like, that's very nostalgic for me.
Yes.
Then the Counter-Strike era came, and then the mobile gaming came. Then I used to play PUBG Mobile. I was 13 and 14 that time. I got into the esports scene. Then I lost, and I was like, okay.
Yeah,
There's a lot of professional people like who are better than me. Then I got more interested into the content creation side. I was like, okay, I can try more games. I can play like, you know, AAA story-based games, single-player games. Then I started playing single-player games. Then I started playing Souls-like
So
games.
you're literally just a professional gamer now. No, maybe not esports, but look, games is a big
Yeah, I mean,
part
yeah.
of it. Okay,
I mean, yeah.
content creation.
Yeah.
So how on earth do you now get connected with Vitality? The reason I'll say that, let me zoom out for a second.
Yeah.
I've been in the industry for a long time. I'm one of the old men. I've seen Vitality from when they started.
Yeah.
And historically, they're just a European, mostly French organization.
Yeah.
But I know they've been expanding dramatically. So when I'd heard that I have an Indian person from New Delhi who's an influencer for Vitality, my brain went, huh? So how does this happen?
I mean, it happened, I guess, because of PUBG Mobile. PUBG Mobile is a huge deal in India, and Vitality wants to, like, you know, expand their, like, you know, the whole thing in India also. But they wanted the influencer side to be the person, like, who play, like, not just the PUBG Mobile, but, like, you know, they're lifestyle creator. They make gaming videos. They make, like, you know, lifestyle videos. And I was the perfect person for them. And so I was one of the first signing. And I'm with them, like, from last year.
Congratulations.
It's going to be 3 years with Team Vitality, and I'm very blessed. I'm very grateful, yeah.
That is fantastic. And I will say this as well. I totally understand the business side of it. Once, you know, gaming markets begin to grow and develop, and you have esports titles, you have gaming shows, specifically mobile gaming. Mobile gaming is massive.
It's massive.
In India.
It's massive, yeah.
You're talking hundreds of millions. I learned about PUBG Mobile. And this was said on air. So for my bosses don't panic. That in parts of Southeast Asia, they have more than 100% market penetration for PUBG Mobile. Meaning, one person will have multiple phones playing PUBG Mobile.
Yeah. That happens, yeah.
How big is the fandom? How many events have you been able to travel to as an influencer, or esports events, you know, you get to go watch?
I mean, in terms of the fandom, I can say, I remember in 2022, I guess, or 2020, one of my friend, his name is Scout. He peaked over 360K live viewership on a live stream.
360,000?
Yeah, exactly.
On a live stream?
On a live stream playing PUBG Mobile. Yeah, so that's the fandom in India. Yeah.
Tencent, give me a call. I'm in the wrong game. That's incredible.
Yeah.
It's one of these things that, especially the more Western English-speaking world, really does not comprehend. Like, I know the Latin American Spanish community. Whenever you have these Spanish crossovers, huge. And we just don't have a lot of insight into India, into the Asias, into Southeast Asia as well. So mobile gaming for me has been huge. Let's talk about EWC. Because we've had PUBG Mobile here, a Brazilian team, Alpha 7. They finally win the event. We had Free Fire. We've had Honor of Kings, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang. All of these games that I know you're going to be very familiar with.
Yeah, I know.
So as a content creator and somebody that's come over and will see and will know there's teams, there's organizations, there's people playing games, what do you think of EWC?
I mean, so I've seen, like, before coming to this event, I've seen a lot of clips on internet, all right? So when I got the invitation to come here, I was very excited, and, like, my expectations were very high because it was, like, hype. The hype was very real. And when I came here, like, yesterday, and when I saw the whole arena, the whole venue, I was like, I see the hype.
So it met your expectations?
Yeah, I mean, I recorded a lot of clips just to show it to my mom and my parents, because in India, like, the esports side is like something which parents, like, they're
don't
little scared, like, they're like, maybe he won't be successful, or they won't be
I'm going to apologize about this, but I understand Indian families, you're either a doctor or a lawyer, or you don't really count.
I mean, my family, like, my like family comes from a military background, so they're like, you need to be a military person, you need to be a doctor.
There we go. Right. I can appreciate that a lot. I'm very happy that you get to be here and show them how big it really is.
I'm really grateful. Like, as soon as I go back, I'll do a stream and I'll show all these clips, like, how huge, like, the event is, and what the impact this event is making.
I want to just quickly bring up, I know you play PUBG Mobile, and I'm not expecting you to know what's happening in our Esports World Cup. You just got here. But I just want to quickly look at PUBG PC. We're in match 5. For our viewers that are keeping up to date with the results, you can see the scoreboard on the left-hand side. They currently, TSM are leading the pack. We've got 2 teams eliminated. Have you played some PUBG PC at all?
Yeah, I know this Miramar map.
That's... yes.
I mean, everyone knows that. I know that.
You say everyone. I'm learning. I wouldn't have been able to call... I've been joking with my PUBG expert. I call Erangel Angel. Just to annoy him. And I'm going to see him being tilted right now because Angel is my favorite map. More importantly, like, when you see games like this, does this inspire you to go back? Like, do you think Indian esports and Indian competitive teams and clubs are going to look at an event like this and go, we need to get in on that?
I mean, I think, I mean, within, like, the next 3 or 4 years, gonna be a very, very huge thing for India. Like, just recently, Call of Duty Mobile is a huge thing in India, and Team Vitality is Team Vitality India is like our India's, like, the number one team, right? And they're going for the World Cup, World Championship. So I mean, like, India gonna be a huge thing. There's a lot of new esport teams coming here. So
I mean, I'll tell you this, just on Call of Duty Mobile, I grew up in South Africa, and mobile esports, same, sub-Saharan Africa, Kenya, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa. Call of Duty Mobile is the biggest game there. Like, when you don't have a PC, if you don't have a console, everyone has a smartphone.
Right.
Okay, I have a tiny story time.
Okay.
And now I want you to put on your prediction hat, look into the future, right? I told this story yesterday on our show about Austin Ash from Pakistan. He popped into this in 2019. He won more Tekken 7 titles than any other competitor. He's called the GOAT of Tekken 7. He's already won an EVO title in Tekken 8. And if that continues, in 5 years, he has 5 EVO titles. Pakistan became a superpower in Tekken. And I think it is fair to say the esports industry, there may be similarities to India. It's developing market, it's new, maybe a different console, maybe a different game. Which game will put India on the map as an esports superstar in the next 5 years?
I mean, I see Valorant is, like, I see Valorant is one of the game. Like, I've seen my friends, I've seen a lot of people who are, like, going pro in Valorant. I really want, like, the Valorant scene grow in India, and they actually, like, Eskirozi, I know Eskirozi.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's like very huge in India. People love him, so I want to see more people like Eskirozi and Valorant become one of the game. And other games also, like MOBA games. I really want League of Legends or Dota to, like, Dota, like.
Yes.
So these games also, like, grows in India.
Yes.
Because like not a lot of people.
I did not expect Valorant. That's a good one because
Valorant is very huge in India.
Oh, I want to see Indian teams competing about. Okay, right. So we've got our prediction. We're going to see what's going to happen. Rachid, I'm going to say thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
You saw this just a moment ago, but we've got this illustrious merch that we'll be giving away from EWC Central. It's signed and autographed by everyone that's on show, everyone that's been interviewed. There's some very big names on this one. I mentioned Hex and Scump from Optic. So anyways, we'll get you something on the way out. Just before we do, I'd love for you to give a shout out to any of your fans, viewers. Let us know where to find you. And if you would love to do that in your mother language, you can do that as well.
I was going to say
that.
Yes,
yes. It's something we've done this entire event. We have so many different. So camera number 1, the floor's yours.
Yeah, hi guys. So like मैं तुम्हें बताना चाहूँगा कि मैं फर्स्ट टाइम यहाँ पे आया एंड इफ़ तुम एक ई-स्पोर्ट प्लेयर हो तो आई विल से कि थोड़ा और मेहनत करो बिकॉज तुम्हारा फ्यूचर काफ़ी अच्छा हो सकता है यहाँ पे लाइक जब मैं वापस जाऊँगा तो मैं और चीज़ें दिखाऊँगा लेकिन तुम्हारा फ्यूचर काफ़ी अच्छा है ये सारा क्लिप्स अपने पेरेंट्स को दिखाओ एंड लाइक मे बी किसी दिन तुम भी यहाँ पे आओगे एंड बताना कि रचित ने बोला था ऐसे नरल से कि या ऐसे करके या थैंक यू सो मच
I'm going to say thank you so much. And also, just double, is that a Zelda tattoo on your arm? I'm just checking. I can't see quite clearly.
There's a
Minecraft? Oh, my. Okay. Sorry. I'm showing my age. I thought it was a Zelda health bar. It's a Minecraft one. Different generations of gamers.
But I might get a Zelda also, yeah.
That's what I want to hear. That's what I hear. Yeah. Oh, we've even got the zoom in. Don't move. Don't move.
Yeah.
Look at that. Wait,
Okay.
don't move. The camera's got it.
Yeah.
Also, 8 weeks of shows. That's the first tattoo we've zoomed in on. Thank you, production team.
I'm very lucky. Thank you.
Rachid, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank
Sit
you,
there for
thank
me
you
for
so
one moment. We're going to move on. We have another interview coming up. The next one's with, I'm going to go Zaya. We'll find out. Content creator for Team Vitality and everything PUBG. Let's hope I got that name right.
If All Gamers Global can just survive for long enough, they have a really, really good southern position to play from. But they want all their numbers back on their feet. They're currently sat in 15th. Should this next circle go south and should they be able to get all players up alive, this could end up being a very good game for them.
And we've seen what they can do with space, especially when they have 4 alive. And as you said, this is definitely not just the Taikon show. Zest, Sapao, Surti have come in the clutch when absolutely needed, and they've put up numbers, and they have been so good at making sure that they have been supporting Taikon, not only just in that role, but also putting up the frags.
Yeah. The next teams to have to make moves here are 17, Na'Vi, and Falcons. Falcons having to come off the hill here ain't going to be easy, especially with the entire server knowing exactly where they are. So curious to see what they're going to do. Na'Vi out towards the eastern side. You see them there in the back of the screen, trying to figure out what they can do. Maybe there's a third party to pull up on here. If Falcons get a knock, if they opt to engage on it, maybe they can follow up on something. Or maybe even they can help out Falcons getting a knock towards All Gamers Global for them.
And that's what they want to do. The problem is Taikon is very aware of that position, and he's taking shots. He's actually putting some damage on there, and for at least Na'Vi, they have a little bit of a break, but they're still not in the circle. They've made it onto the foothold of this road, but they still have to move forward.
Xiaobei finding one of the Falcons members from afar. Look at the distance that they're taking these shots. And they go, guys, you have Sonics to deal with. Can you please just
leave us alone?
Them? We already have 4 teams trying to take us out. Give us a chance already.
And so Sonics now, they did take out 1 member of 17, making this a little easier for them. But most importantly, 17 have to move into the Sonics, not the other way around. And that position that Sonics is holding is so good for team fighting.
For all the efforts Falcons put in to try and make that run down the hill, this is going to be a 2-point game for them. Goes to show how brutal PUBG is at a global stage. You cannot just make a couple of good moves and earn points off of it. No, it's 24 to 28 minutes of everything going your way, whether it's in your merit or, well, other teams in circles.
So again, my eyes are straight onto 17 and Na'Vi. Na'Vi trying to take shots at 17, because if they actually do eliminate them, they can play that road ridge a little more effectively. Not great, KDF still aware of that position, but they can at least move forward. So they find themselves in the circle, but now they're getting shot at by KDF, as Salute will also find 17.
Yep, Freaks continuing to maneuver around smartly inside the compound that they have available. It's actually a surprisingly big compound to maintain full control of, because if they allow for just one team to get a foothold, just like that, you'll see 3-4 more other teams try to join the chaos as well. So the fact that they're able to still maintain this position all to themselves goes to show they've been playing a phenomenal defensive game from inside this Crossroads compound.
And I feel like that's been the story of KDF so far this event. Their defense in these compounds has been immaculate, and they've been able to hold out multiple teams in different games. And so not at all surprised coming into this. And you're absolutely right. That is not an easy compound to hold. It has a big warehouse and a concrete prio. It is difficult stuff.
Teams collapse.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever you are tuning in from. You're going to hear that sentence a lot today because we have yet another special guest on the sofa. We will give you updates on ESL R1, PUBG, as well as Rocket League in the coming minutes. Before I do, though, another representative from Team Vitality has joined me. Former professional player and now content creator, streamer extravaganza. It is Zaya.
Yes.
Yes. Honestly, as soon as Rachid looked at me and his eyes went down, I was like, oh, I messed that up. Very stressful for me learning new names. So it's a pleasure to meet you. We had a little bit of a chat about some of your background, but could you tell the viewers who don't know who you are, where you come, what you've done, and what you're doing here at EWC?
Sure. Hello, everybody. My name is Zaya. I'm a gaming content creator from India, and I've been with Team Vitality for about almost 2 years now. I have tried my hand in competitive games as well, but now I mostly just play single-player games and, yeah, some FPS for, for fun.
For fun, yeah.
Yeah, casually.
I will say this, I'll say this. Yeah. When you say casually, and it's a bit flippant, I get the feel you do still play ranked. I get the feel you try hard in your FPS.
Sometimes.
I get that vibe because Rachid, I definitely felt was a bit more of a social content creator. I get the feel you're a bit more of a competitive one.
Yeah, when I started gaming, I started with Dota 2, Counter-Strike 1.6, then I moved to Dota 2, then Counter-Strike Global Offensive. So yeah, I've always been like that FPS competitive gamer. So yeah, that has not left me.
Sincerely, I can feel that fire because there is an edge. I also come from competitive FPS. That's my background. League of Legends was my retirement home. I got into that. I spent 12 years in League of Legends because it was my for fun game. But let's talk a little bit about yourself because you mentioned to me that you actually played here at Gamers 8 last year.
Yes, last year.
In Counter-Strike.
Yeah, Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
How did that go and what did you think of the experience?
So in India, there's not a lot of female gamers, unfortunately. I mean, the number is rising now, but yeah, last year. So my friends, they asked me, "Hey Zaya, you wanna compete in this tournament that's happening?" I had no idea about that. So yeah, when they asked me, I was like, "Yeah, sure, let's go for it." It was my first time actually playing in a team in a competitive setting. So it was very different for me because I am primarily a streamer, live streamer. I make videos, I stream. So I gave it a shot, and it was stressful. It was
tough.
hectic.
Yep.
But yeah, we managed and we came fourth, which was still good. Yeah.
I am
fourth,
actually very jealous. I played locally in South Africa growing up, competed. I did very well in my local scene, and I was one of the better on one of the better teams. We went to one international tournament, and I got dumpstered.
Oh no.
Absolutely dumpstered. So I'm very jealous that you managed to place fourth.
Yeah.
Going from last year, seeing the arena scene Gamers 8 to now seeing Esports World Cup, how much has it grown? What's different this year?
Oh, it has like grown like a lot because last year for one, I did not actually visit the Gamers 8 venue. We were at the other venue, I guess, where the matches were being played. So it was, like this arena is like super huge, and there's like lots of different activities as well here, which is like a lot of fun for like, I guess, non-gamers as well. So, I mean, in a way, that's a good thing because non-gamers come into the venue and then they see all this like esports events happening.
I've heard somebody, one of the interviews I had a few weeks ago, one of the other content creators said it's like Disneyland for gaming.
Exactly.
And I thought that was one of the better descriptions because there's arcades, there's go-karts, there's activities. There's a lot of those like record, the boxing things. We said record.
Oh yeah, did you try it?
No, these little fragile hands. Are you kidding? I just don't know why there's like 50 of them. Like how many boxing? Anyways, you should try them. Maybe we will. Let's now also talk a little bit about Vitality. You mentioned a couple of years. Rachid said he's been with them for about 3 years. Did you know Vitality as an organization before you joined them? Like how many of the, let's say, European or American gaming organizations were you aware of and that you saw? Because for me, it's inspirational and fascinating to see Vitality expanding. It brings me joy and pride because I come from a very small market in South Africa. I know India is a huge market, but let's be honest, esports is not that big there. It's got to grow. So how much did you know and how exciting is it to be on Vitality?
So like I said, I used to play a lot of Counter-Strike 1.6 and Counter-Strike Go. So I was familiar with a few teams. I did know Team Vitality. Like I am a huge fan of the CS team, of Team Vitality. So yeah, I did know a few teams. And then when I found out that there's a Team Vitality India as well, I was like super excited. And then I used to follow their journey as well. We have a Call of Duty mobile team over there. I used to follow their journey, and then once they reached out to me to be a part of their content creation team, I was like super excited, like dream come true, because
awesome.
I've always looked up to Team Vitality, and then being a part of it, it's amazing.
Can you also maybe just build on something that Archie was talking a little bit about? He mentioned sharing some videos of the venue, sharing some stuff. I obviously made that joke that in Indian films, unless you're a doctor, lawyer, MBA, accountant, that sort of thing, I understand that pressure. The fact that you're here, the fact that you got invited to Vitality, and the fact that you're a competitive gamer, female gamer from India, that's a lot of big accomplishments.
Thank you.
How do you reflect on that when you look back? And also, do your family get it?
They definitely do, because I've like I said, I've always been a gamer, and I was actually a software engineer before I did this full time.
Wow.
I was working for about 2 years, and then after that I just called my mom one day and I was like, Mom, I just want to pursue gaming full time. And she was like, are you sure you want to do this?
I was gonna ask, there's no way she fully trusted immediately.
Yeah, she asked me like, are you sure? And then she said, okay, try it for a year, see how it goes. And then I did. I quit my job and I was freelancing, streaming,
I will tell you this, I'm very proud of your parents, because that is,
so am I.
That is not a story that, like, the fact that they give you a shot, but also like, hey, there's a time limit on this. If this doesn't work, it's very inspirational. Okay, I just got a couple more questions before I will let you get on with your day and back to real air conditioning.
Sure.
Prediction for Indian esports. I know you were standing and you heard my conversation with Rachid. I used that story of Tekken in Pakistan.
Yeah.
Do you think Valorant's the game, or what game do you think will put India on the map in the next few years?
Yeah, definitely. See, right now the gaming scene in India is with regards to esports, it's mostly Valorant or PUBG Mobile or Call of Duty Mobile.
Yes, a lot of mobile games.
Yeah. Counter-Strike, not as much, but the Indian tournament organizations, they are trying to build Counter-Strike in India. So maybe that might also show up in the world map sometime.
Yeah, but
in
hang
the
on. I
future.
think you're biased. I think you're saying
I am always. I'm like a
Counter
Counter-Strike girly at heart. So yeah, I just
okay.
wanted to grow.
Ah, I love this. I genuinely, I did not think about competitive shooters and the Indian market, but again, there's a lot of similarities.
Yeah, there are a lot of like Indian FPS gamers in India.
Oh, that brings me so much joy. Okay, let's look ahead. What are you doing here for the rest of the event? This is the second last day of EWC. So what are your plans today and tomorrow? And then I'll give you the opportunity to say goodbye to all your fans.
So today I'll just like roam around the venue. I'll cheer for Team Vitality Rocket League team. I'll watch the PUBG matches and yeah, have some fun, create content to show my like audience back in India and show them how amazing of a event this whole thing is. So
I will say this for one last time. Congratulations again. The accomplishments that you have already achieved.
Thank you.
They should be celebrated. And I think I can empathize with some of the additional challenges and hurdles that you're going to have coming from a market like India and whatnot. So seriously, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure chatting. Camera
It was
number
a pleasure
one,
chatting.
please say something to fans, to viewers, and to Team Vitality supporters.
So everybody who's watching, thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the support. And to my audience, I love you guys. Keep supporting me. And Team Vitality, thank you so much for believing in me and having me part of your organization. And yeah, I'm just so grateful and happy to be here in this lovely area. It's like a dream come true for any gamer, honestly.
It is. 1,500 gamers, 22 tournaments, 21 games. Esports World Cup is coming to an end. Sai, thank you so much. Stay
Thank
there
you
for
so
1
much.
second. As I mentioned, you're going to be signing this as well.
Amazing.
Where's Rachid's signature? What do we think of his signature? Is it any good? Can we rate it out
I
of 10?
like the little heart in the end.
Oh, I love that. Okay, so we're going to give that an 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10? No, we don't need to rate it. I don't know why I'm doing this. It's only because you're looking at me now. We're going to carry on with the show. Next, we'll be talking about everything PUBG. So let's kick it off with PUBG analyst Toffees in the ALJ interview.
Hi there, I'm joined by Toffees today. We've just completed the Wordle, and the Wordle of today is tight because that is a cool looking shirt,
like
my
that?
sir. Yeah, it's nice.
Amazon special, maybe.
So we're going to talk a little bit more about PUBG, your gaming question.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about maybe top 3.
Okay.
Just to start off with, you know, let's dive right in, and we'll go to surprises maybe a little bit later.
Okay. I mean, I think top 3, you know, we got Twisted Minds obviously coming off of a big win, and they have been just perpetually the second place team that's finally proving that they've got the loadout to win. But honestly, that's what everybody talks about nonstop. Because this is the team that's on track to win the global championship, right? Then you have teams that are favorites like Sonics, who often start slow, even in group stages. They struggle, but usually when they get to the final, I don't know what it is about their system, it tends to turn on for that. So I think there's still a possibility to win that one. But for me, Na'Vi is my favorite to win this thing. They're young, they're exciting, they're fresh. And they, they don't have a long track record is the problem. But other than Twisted Minds, they're the most consistent team out there.
Yeah, it's a great point that you bring up with Na'Vi because they're currently in the club championship as well. And, you know, they could bump themselves up quite a few points.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of pressure on them, though. And you have mentioned that they're quite a young team, not a huge amount of experience. Do you think that's affected them?
I think it's affected them in ways that, like, you know, after we finish an interview, the microphones are sweaty when they've been holding them, right? You can see them shaking sometimes. And so it's a lot of pressure for these young guys. But the thing about them is I think because all 4 of them are so new and they're sort of doing this together, they have this support system amongst themselves. So it doesn't seem like they're struggling in game. Like the pressure, they don't see it that different than what they deal with in the region or in their local games.
There's no day in the park.
Yeah, but when the lights turn on and they have to do the interviews and you see them walking around, that's when you sort of get exactly. You can see that sort of like rabbit in the headlights vibe. That said, on raw mechanical skill and willingness to work as a team, these guys are incredible.
Yeah. One hand on the keyboard, one hand on the mouse, locked in.
Yeah,
at that
absolutely.
point. Okay,
Exactly.
cool. Right, top surprises of the tournament.
I mean, I think Tycon, you know, with AGG has been fun to watch. He's not a surprise.
Cara said the same thing.
Yeah, but it's because of you know, I made a joke earlier that every once in a while you see a big band and one person kind of breaks it up to go on a solo project to prove that they are as good a musician as they say. That's
And he
what
is.
this feels like. Tycon is on his solo project. Will he go back one day? I don't know. But the fact that he's gone out there and done this is very impressive. And I think it's also been a surprise to me how Cerberus has not done as well as I thought they would without him. It's clear to me Hamas really needs Tycon, I think, to work well.
Would you mind talking to me about Petrichor Road, just very quickly? Because I heard coming into this that these are guys kind of were one of the teams from China, and they really haven't propelled themselves as far as I thought they would.
Yeah, I don't know if the word is apathy, if the word is not. It feels like a
wow.
team that has been around a long time and is now good enough to keep coming, but may not be putting in the work to be at the top of their game. Does that make sense? And that kills me because not only do they have one of the best names in esports, right? Petrichor, for those who don't know, is the smell of dirt after the rain.
Oh, really?
So it's like a dirt road after a
That's
nice rain.
awesome.
It's gorgeous.
I love that.
Their play is not gorgeous.
Thank you.
Hey, no problem.
Yeah.
I loved it, but I don't love the way that they've been playing. And I think they're passive. They're not making big choices.
Smell
They're
like just dirt right now.
Yes, it has not rained. It is not beautiful. It is gross. It's a very muddy game for them, and they're just hoping that circles will come and things will work out. You cannot play PUBG like that. It's a proactive game, not a reactive game.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because you're talking about Twisted Minds in terms of them coming second for so long. I think that has given them the drive. Petrichor Road, not the same thing here.
No.
They just, it seems like you're saying that they feel a little bit out of the loop this tournament, which is unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate.
It is. It is unfortunate. One of my favorite, the legend Usain Bolt, the sprinter, said I retired at the top of my game, so everybody has to chase me. I feel like Petrichor is kind of just slowly fading into obscurity, if that makes sense.
Well,
and maybe they'll prove me wrong, but it does not look like it right now.
Let's move quickly away from sadness and just dirt and no rain. Favorite moment of the tournament, and then I'll let you go, Toffees.
Oh man, I wasn't prepared for that. I think seeing the double planes on Rondo that we just got was exciting because that's the first time that we've gotten to see something like that.
One team in test track.
Absolutely, right? And what are the chances? But that's something, a totally new mechanic that the game hasn't even had before that makes the players think in a different way. And to me, I think that's what I've been enjoying about this tournament is sort of stuff like the coaches up on stage. This is the first time we've ever done that. And the players are loving it. The coaches seem to enjoy it. So I think for me, it's been sort of the evolutions that EWC has brought to PUBG.
Well, thank you so much, Toffees. That's been very insightful from you. In the meantime, we'll send this back over to EWC Central with Quick Shot.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever you are tuning into Esports World Cup Central broadcast from. Our next interview is coming up momentarily. Before I dive into my conversation, I did promise an update for the PUBG Finals Day 1. Let's take a look at the standings as they have concluded, I believe, 4 or 5 maps. I can confirm that number for you in just a second. But Sonics, TSM, Guangdong Freaks at 47 points apiece. Then a 6-point drop-off, and then another 6-point drop-off. The top 5 are currently miles ahead of Day Trading and, of course, the rest of the pack. We'll dive into that with Blank just a little bit later and talk about the performances of each of the respective teams. Before that, though, this is a very special interview for me. This is a personal friend, somebody who I've known for more years than maybe I would have liked. A young man that actually attended my wedding, quite frankly, and it's been amazing to actually reconnect here in Saudi Arabia at the Esports World Cup. It is Reimer Ritkak, the head of competitive for Rensport, also known as ESL R1. As I've asked all of my guests, how did I do on pronouncing your name?
Very South African.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
Reimer Ritkak could be the more Dutch pronunciation, but they're cousins, so it's fine. All good.
There's a lot of Dutch production team downstairs, and we had like Wesley Schneider on here chat today. I had to chat a little bit. I've been trying to do some Afrikaans, and I'm murdering the team. Okay, Reimer, I want to be professional, so tell me, what is Head of Competitive? What do you do? Can you explain to us, what your role is?
Sure. So yeah, Rensport is sort of in a fun place because it's in a sort of scale-up place. We're still developing the game, right? And it's our first product. While my title is Head of Competitive, my other title is also Head of Strategy, and what I do is a little bit of everything. So part of that is going to be around getting the game into a place where it's, competition worthy and working on development and getting feedback from the drivers to input in the game development, working with you guys and EFG on organizing tournaments. So it's a little bit of everything on that side. And then also a little bit looking at the, the whole publishing side of the business as well.
Now, one thing I will say just very loosely, you said developing the game.
Yes.
Now, I know that you're a gamer. I know we've talked about this. You've worked across other titles. We both worked together many moons ago at Riot. Is it a game or is it a simulation? I'm having a debate with my content team. I just want a clear answer here from the head of competitive and the head of strategy, because Porsche, Kawanda say it's a simulation.
So Our take where we want to be is we want it to be a platform. But
okay, third dimension.
A platform for motorsport in general. But at the moment we're developing, let's say, both the game and the simulation.
Okay.
These are posed as diametrically opposed, positioned as diametrically opposed. But I think both are valid interpretations. There needs to be simulation for the hardcore drivers, but there needs to be fun game aspects for the average gamer. That's how you reach a big audience, and that's how you really make a meaningful racing product.
I love that so much, and I personally think the argument is actually moot, because if you play a game like Counter-Strike, Call of Duty, if you play PUBG, you are simulating weapons, but playing them as a game. They're the same thing. It just depends on the lens that you look through them. Let's talk about Rennsport, of course. I haven't watched motorsport since I was a child. Growing up in the 90s, watched a lot of Formula One, a lot of superbikes. So my knowledge is dated, but seeing the game in action, and particularly seeing the broadcast, it's the closest thing to traditional motorsports that I have seen, which shocked me a little bit. You know, I had to learn and research for this event. What's it like seeing the development? Because you are a viewer of traditional esports coverage.
Sure.
And now you're watching this one develop and blossom and grow.
Yeah, no, it's been a really fun and interesting journey, I would say. The team was a little crazy in deciding to start a esports competition on an alpha build, which is, you know, a little wild out there when we first started. But the game's come a long way, and it's been really fun to kind of watch the audience grow, but also watch the the player base grow, and just sort of see this development. So we're in year 2 now of all of this, which has been really exciting. It's the second time in Riyadh, which is also awesome. So all of it's been really exciting to just see kind of come forward and develop, and as you say, blossom.
I want to ask you something else that's quite exciting. I'm going to bring up the team championship group standings.
Sure.
And the thing that I want to ask you, knowing both personally and professionally, when I look at this list and I see Team Redline back from Max Verstappen, Porsche Kawanda on there, Williams on there, right? And then I see that flanked by G2, Falcons, FaZe Clan. I personally could not be happier. The fact that those merging of universes and worlds, how is it for you from a more corporate, more professional perspective behind the game?
Well, so the slight secret there is this is not an accident, let's say. We always wanted to cultivate a space where you have that merging of games and real-world motorsport. And so when we looked at partners and we looked at who's going to bring kind of things to our ecosystem, it was really about having that diversity and having literally this experience when you look at the standings that you're describing.
Yeah, and the one thing I love as well, by the way, so obviously from the group stage, FaZe Clan and Virtus.pro have been eliminated, but from the two groups of teams remaining, it literally is split. Williams, BS Competition, and Apex are on one group, and then we have Falcons, Mouse, and G2 in the other. It's almost like traditional racing on one side, traditional esports on the other. For me, and you'll know this, like just I relish it. It's brought me so much joy seeing these different things, and only one from each can survive, obviously, Advanced. We actually have a live race. I think we can do a look in.
Sure.
I'm not expecting you to commentate this with me, though. That would be banger content. I have to reserve that for the rest of my crew. I'd just love for you to talk to me about the aspect of the race, the aspect of watching it, seeing it here, and for me personally, I'm just gonna say thank you. It's a pleasure to get to work on your game, at least in some small capacity.
Bit here and there.
So what do you feel when you see this, Rema?
No, it's awesome, and honestly, this has also been some of the best racing we've had like ever. So if you watch the races, you've seen unbelievable battles between for multiple positions. I'm forgetting which race, but yesterday there was one where we had basically like half the race was a battle for third position between 3 cars. So really exciting stuff that's happening. It's also great seeing the game come along. So in our first season, we only had 4 tracks. We've added multiple others, and they look incredible. So I think we're on Fuji now, but I don't want to be wrong.
Where are we now? Are we on Fuji? Yes, we got a thumbs up from my R1 expert.
Perfect. Okay.
Well done.
And,
I'll say this, by the way, for somebody who's head of competitive / head of strategy and stuff, to actually know the game is more rare than you viewers would understand. Just trust me on that one.
You're not wrong.
Okay, let's talk about the future now, obviously.
Sure.
I mean, look, I can completely get behind it and this. Oh man, look at that.
Oh.
I can completely understand and get behind the premise of this, right?
Sure.
It is a realistic, physics-based racing simulator that this is going to be targeting diehards. I mean, you've got to be a petrol head. You've really got to be into motorsport. You've really got to appreciate this, and it's going to scratch that itch that a Gran Turismo or a Need for Speed just isn't going to, right? They're a lot more like arcadey. How do people get their hands on it? How do they practice? How would you love to see the next year or two blossom, as we've said a few times?
This is a very broad question, so I'm gonna try not to take the rest of the conversation answering it. But so I guess I have a few thoughts on this. So definitely agree that it is a hardcore simulation. That's our core audience, but we believe there's a lot of opportunity to bring people back into racing. So racing used to be, I think, 25% of the gaming genre 20, 30 years ago, and I think there's an opportunity here to both really service that core audience, but also bring people back. So we've, for example, recently added gamepad support that is pretty decent. I mean, it's not the same as driving in a rig.
I mean, when a game is designed to be in a rig,
Right.
at its core, you kind of have to make some concessions, right? to
Absolutely,
simplify
but it is. I've had feedback from multiple people that the gamepad experience is pretty fun. So there's ways to start and get in, and then there's a natural progression, right? So once people start to get involved in the space and excited and passionate about the space, there's a natural progression in developing your sim rigs. I know a lot of people who start with like a basic Logitech one, and eventually they've got a 10,000 euro setup.
My own expert, who's been on R1 broadcast for 4 years, doesn't even have his own rig. I am so disappointed in him, and he's listening right now. Yes, I'm judging you harshly, but I do think it is one of those things. Again, like you said, the natural progression. Like I have a Logitech driving stick at home. That's what I use. I don't even play racing games. Look, I think it is super exciting. Rayma, I think one of the big things that I would just love to take away from this is like seeing this next EWC, seeing it at an event like this, and crucially, you'll know from me and my love, like next to Counter-Strike, next to League of Legends, next to Apex. Is that crucially important? Is that a nice to have? Or is this where R1 belongs?
I mean, of course R1 belongs here, but you know, it's great. It's really cool to be in the gaming space. I think there's opportunities for us to also be in the motorsport space, but this is the center, the highlight of our season. This is the most important moment of our season, and we're looking to keep it that way going forward.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, I've got one more question for you before I give you the opportunity to give a shout out to you know, fans, to viewers, to anybody on your behalf. There was some fantastic coverage about Max Verstappen, and I think the headline that I read was like, Max Verstappen is a degenerate gamer. First of all, I fell in love with him even more, okay? How do you reflect on that coverage? Is this positive or is this scandalous?
I would never slander my fellow Dutchmen, so I think for me it's quite clear this is nothing but positive.
Also, the fact that he's playing these games and winning and racing, obviously it's just going to be good to promote the sport.
And to add, his team Redline is doing great in the competition so far. So
yes, that's exactly what I was looking for. Rayma, it is such a pleasure. You are looking very, very good. We are close personal friends. We've known each other for a long time. I'm going to do something that I don't think I've ever asked you to do, but you have asked me to do in the past. We've got an exclusive piece of merch that we get all of our guests to sign.
Sure.
And I'm not going to be giving you an autograph. You need to give me one.
I think this can be arranged.
This can be arranged. We're going to ask you to sign this on the way out. Just before
amazing.
we do, camera number one, send a message, whatever you want to share from the heart.
Sure. I mean, I guess I'll do a shout out. First, my producer Mikkel asked me to shout him out, and I want to mention he yelled at me for not ironing this shirt, so fair point.
It looks good. No, you've got that like summer beach vibe.
Perfect.
He's wrong.
All right, good. Also, the team from Rensport that's here and the entire EFG team working on the project, and most importantly, obviously, our fans and drivers. I mean, none of this is possible without them, so we love to have them on board, and we hope to have more of you join.
Oh, thank you so much. Where can we get the game?
Epic Store. It's open beta, free, so jump on in and try it out.
You know, the worst part is I actually started this interview by going, can we make sure we do this? And I almost forgot.
I also almost forgot.
But I got you. Okay, we do it that way. And you've heard it here from it's a game. That's the official stance. That's what he said.
A platform. A platform for simulation and game.
We're heading over to Blank. He's going to be introing PUBG, I believe. So catch me up. What have we been missing, Blank?
Well, honestly, what we have missed is a whole day of PUBG, sadly. But the interviews have been pretty fire so far. But if we take a look right now at the standings, Sonics, TSM, Guangdong Freaks, all 47 points apiece. This is quite literally the closest match 6 we've seen in a while for top 3, and it's especially important for Guangdong Freaks to get that first place so they can ramp up even more in the club championships. This is an awesome last game to check in on. So let's throw this one over to the casters and see what they think.
Defense was immaculate. It was truly perfect. I mean, the fact that they immediately got rid of Petrichor and then they threw the nades at the Valley Tie right below them. They held off the rest of the teams. They picked apart 17. They third-partied the battle between Sonics. I mean, they were just all over the place.
Look at where Sololsi's car is parked. It's the pickup truck over on the front side of the compound. That's where he wants to go. He wants to get out of here. You know that he's jumping straight into a TSM split. And exactly that's what we're seeing here. Sololsi 360, try to roam around, pop the parachute, see if you can get yourself down on the ground. Sparking, shots fired. Will he get down below? He might just survive this, but even then, you'd have to imagine that Luke is going to be there ready and waiting for him.
The fact that he survived that drop alone, I mean, those shots were very easy to hit, so I'm not faulting Sparking for that, but...
He's dead. He's no reason to expect Luke to be sat here waiting.
Yeah, Luke is just over that ridge line. He should be able to get an easy kill, and he does. As easy as you like.
Yeah, a tough one for Cerberus. It's almost as if not having Tycon is not making things easier for you.
I mean, they're currently sat in 15th place, so I mean, hard to argue.
Yeah, exactly. Tycon is doing fairly well for himself alongside the AG Global boys. A good previous match, almost able to bring that win home. Would have been absolutely insane not to be, of course. Again, kudos to Quantum Freaks for a phenomenal standoff there in the end. As Tianba, now a team who I just want to see keep all 4 alive post phase 2. They are a double-digit elimination team on Miramar when they get just small things going their way. Let's see if they can survive through what has been early game shenanigans on their part and get themselves a solid finish to the day, because they're currently sat down in 12th, but look at how close it is. Just 7 points separating what, I mean, 11th and 6th place. They could skyrocket up, potentially even into a top 4 position with a good game here.
Yeah, and they've been given a good position overall, so
Yeah.
I'd like to see them, as you said, just keep 4 alive, because if they can do that, their team fighting is very strong, but so far here in the grand finals, they've just not been able to make it past circle 2, 3, or 4 with more than 2, 3, or 4 members.
And as expected, as predicted by our insights that we have, Fairest opting alongside the rest of the Na'Vi to wrap south around on this one. I think they won't go too much further than this. Maybe claim a compound or 2 down here in the Picado Valley, but not up to full commit anywhere until they see where that next circle goes. In the meantime, now Correxy thought he had a compound save, but no! That is the most coincidental run over I have seen in a very long time. James was there to park the car, swings around the corner, lets the foot off the brake, and just runs him over.
He just goes, oh, there's someone in front of my hood. Okay, I guess I'll just continue.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. You know how I say hello to EWC Central viewers. We do not have any more special interviews for a little bit. I only have a couple more lined up for you before we close out the show. So I would actually like to bring back my core guests for the weekend. Blank, Gibbs, and Dara, welcome back to the sofa. We're going to do a quick whirlwind round of updates because games have been ongoing. I'm going to start with Rocket League. What's been happening? What's your update? Because I've not seen anything.
Yes, Furia versus Twisted Minds was a nail-biter. Went to Game 5, Champions Field, as we said. And Twisted Minds was the underdog. They were actually up 2-1, but right there was an own goal in Game 4. And
but they're not
after
Australian.
That,
they're not Australian.
I know.
Oh, okay.
But after that, Furia won 4-0, and then Game 5 they won 5-1. So Furia's offense really woke up just in time.
Is
and
Twisted Minds eliminated?
They are out. Not top 8. Furia makes the top 8, and I'm still perfect. I still got all my top 8 now.
You're doing well, because I think Dara's got a chance to prove to me he's done well. Justin absolutely entered his, I think, if I recall correctly. We'll keep an eye on those results. Now, for Twisted Minds, across all 3 titles they competed in, they have accrued a total of 0 additional points and are now locked at 710 and in 12th position. Furia is now sitting there in 15th place. How far can they go? They could overtake Twisted Minds with a strong finish in Rocket League. Reminder, of course, Team Liquid have no teams competing this weekend, so that is the benchmark for second place, and there are some ways that they could lose that. Let's turn our attention to ESL R1. After my good friend has just left the building, I made some fun of Dara, which I apologize. You weren't here to defend yourself.
Fine.
I can't remember what I said, but he did say it was a game. He did say clearly multiple times.
Hey, he's trying to get people to play it. That's what it is. What these guys, they're doing the simulation.
Do you play a simulation? No, even you. No, I'm kidding.
Partake in a simulation.
The thing I do love, I love the way he framed it, talking a little bit about it being, he wants it to be a platform.
Yeah.
And I think that is a much more elegant way of talking about it.
Yeah.
So that you and I don't have childish arguments. Okay, what has happened here? Apparently there was a crash between teammates?
Yes, we kind of caught it.
That was the corner one.
Somewhat. But this was down into turn 1. You can see quite a lot of the G2 drivers coming into the corner together, and then this was later in the lap, the Team Falcon's car sending it up the inside, creating a chain effect, spinning one of his teammates around, making one of them drop further back as well.
Was the black and white cars, were those the Porsche Coanda cars?
They're the G2 cars.
Are those the G2 cars? Okay, got it. I'll say this, I think the Falcons branding is exceptional because Falcons in Rocket League, everyone's using the correct skins on the car.
Yep.
Falcons in R1 looks fantastic. I mean, it's instantly discernible.
Yeah.
G2 skin could use a little work. Let's turn our attention to PUBG. I did catch a little bit of an update there from Blank as far as the one map was concerned, but how is the overall group standings looking?
Really quite crazy at the moment. I think that obviously you can't see them here right now, but well, at least in the finals, it's Twisted Minds actually going out in 18th place, but it was so incredibly tight between 16th to 18th with 56, 55, 54, but it is a massive shocker. And I think for Twisted Minds, this was actually their big stand-in for the club championship.
It really was supposed to be the thing that they were going to push them out there. Now, as a quick reminder, I know PUBG has been live. I'm aware that we have caught you up with some of those live results. I just want to make sure that we actually do some of our due diligence, round out what has happened from yesterday to today. That was when we looked at the overall group standings. Very quickly as well, because I like to make fun of my experts in the show. Top 8, how are you looking? How many of your teams made it?
7.
Oh, okay.
We actually did quite well. And it's so funny that it is Twisted Minds, the one team that, you know, if this was ordered, I would put them in first.
Now tell me, okay, so when we look at this, right, Sonics has made through, they scraped through. We weren't very excited about their performance at the end of last night. Today, they're looking fantastic, or at least they started fantastic. Maybe I've missed games. No. Scared look on your face.
No. It's not that. It's just typical North American behaviour, isn't it? Really, it's just quite lazy in the group stage, and then they bring things back up to speed in the finals.
Let's also talk a little bit about some of these other squads here. So let's talk about AGG. They stepping up to the plate. I think, is this one of the surprise hits for you?
Massively, yeah. This one hit me in the face, actually. Tycon moving off of Cerberus. Everyone was like, what are you doing? You had like a killer squad there with the Tycon Hymas show. But Tycon moving on to here, he has done a lot of work, but the rest of the squad there has supported him beautifully. But I genuinely don't think that anyone I've talked to, at least on the PUBG side of things, from players, really mentioned this team all that much.
Okay, so I've got some stats here that has come from my research department. He won PUBG Global Series 3. I do have one of those. It's a one-man army, and he's raging in the production room right now. So he won PUBG Global Series 3 months ago. He was dropped after PGS 4. And now he's leading in kills and damage. And also, just for the record, because of what AGG are doing, and specifically one of these particular players, they are already eligible for the club championship. They've got top 8 finishes from Free Fire and Honor of Kings. Those are mobile titles. But they would love to gain more points because they're just outside of the top 16. So if this AGG form continues, they could overtake the likes of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it would be a real moment for them. So I would be very happy to see that. He left. He wasn't dropped. He actively left the team there.
Thanks, research department.
People have speculated that the reason he did it was so that they could play that whole team from Cerberus together in the PUBG Nations Cup, which is done by nationality, but you can't push a whole team through to it. So it's very interesting. No one knows if that's the truth, but I've
also, yes, for legal and safety reasons, this is all speculation, or information conversation. What Blank says is not considered fact, nor viable anywhere else. Let's turn our attention to another nation's team, one that might not be near an airport anymore, TSM.
Wow.
Really, yesterday in particular, what a day.
Yeah. So I think that we talked about Twisted Minds. We had a great conversation. I'm so sad, but we'll bring it up now in terms of context of like, you know, they didn't make it through the groups. It was very close. But if you look at a team like TSM, over those 12 maps, it was so hard to push them out. They were playing the La Cucaracha game, really. So it was very, very difficult to get rid of them. And even in some of these final matches, you know, it was very difficult to stamp them out.
Can I ask for the 4 of us, if we get to watch any PUBG in this final circles with somebody like ratting a single member squad, can we do the La Cucaracha song?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like really subtle and whatnot. Okay, so let's take a look at what has been happening in the finals. Reminder, Saturday and Sunday, 6 maps are played each. TSM 47. I literally just saw this a second ago. Sonics at 47, TSM and KDF all at 47 points. So this is tight going into second last map of the day.
It is. Quick update. Right now, Sonics and TSM have both just been able to get themselves 1 kill point in the game. So they're both on 48. They've just moved up over Kwangdong Freaks. But yeah, very, very interesting overall.
I think very quickly, just we are going to jump into the live game. When we do, I'd like to talk about the Skyscraper and more specifically teams lower down.
Absolutely.
If we look at the 6 points, right? So you've got, let's say 40 plus is your top 3. So this makes me think when we're looking at the screens, as all of a sudden Sonics have been eliminated in the time it's taken to blink. Well spotted, Gibbs. Thank you. How are you feeling about like a cutoff or a threshold for top 8? Are we talking by the end of tomorrow 45 points, 40, 45 points? What do you think when you look at the state of the lobby right now?
If I look at the state of the lobby right now, I'm probably saying around 45.
Okay.
Yeah, 45 would be probably a good place to sit that one at.
Are you proud of me? I made like a blind guess on
no,
that
you
one.
did really good, actually.
Thanks,
I'm so proud of you, dude. But no, it's a very, very competitive format here, and you can tell that just from the increments of the points going downwards. Usually, once you get to like a group stage or maybe a lower tier tournament, you would see one team very high up, and then a lot of our lower teams, we call them feeder teams.
Yeah.
So this is the final map of the day, and this is half of the finals, right? So you're expected probably to double those points, right? 45 to 50 for that 8th place spot. It just depends on where it goes, right?
So this is the thing, is that some teams get ahead a lot on day 1 and then completely flub day 2. Yeah, so this is, it's a difficulty. Right now, the TSM looks great.
Correct me if I'm wrong, didn't TSM have a terrible day 1 and then a great day 2? I'm trying to remember all.
They did.
Yes.
They ended on 26 points on the first day, and then they had 56 total on the
there we go. So that's the example I'm giving you. Right? So TSM have had a 50-point day, but tomorrow might be their 25-point day, in which case they should still be in the top 8, but I don't think they're in title contention.
And one thing I wanted to bring up, we talked about what groups are important to play on what days. We said, at least me and Quickshot, I thought, was like, we'd rather play on the final day.
Yes.
But Group B got 7 of their 8 teams into the final. The only one that missed, they missed by 1 point. Group B played on the first 2 days, so it looked like Group B was very, very good. I don't
that was
remember.
Such a mic drop. I'm sorry. Please just say that one line again.
It's Group B, 7 of their 8 teams are in this final. The other one missed by 1 point. So Group B was deadly. Which of those teams are in this final? Like, who are you looking at from that Group B that was pretty much destroying both Group A and C, because they took out a lot of those teams to potentially win this final?
Yes. Sorry, I had producer in my ear for the majority of that, so I'll just go over some of the teams that that are towards the lower
I will say
end.
this. Pause this really quickly. Okay. I have a special treat for Gibbs, my Rocket League expert. I need to jump into Rocket League very quickly, and I do want to come back to this conversation. Live from Rocket League is a 2-1 scoreline, 10 seconds on the clock. This is a replay of the first game where my boys, Yozzy, oi.
I mean, Chiefs have done it again. It's only game 1, but they're taking down Gentlemates Alpine yet again here. Chiefs continuing what they did in the upper bracket round 1. Now in the lower bracket final, they have to win this to get top 8.
The loser is eliminated.
The loser is out. An OC team has not made top 8 in 4 years in Rocket League. This will be one of the best runs in Rocket League history for the Chiefs.
Oh, this is amazing. By the way, I'll tell you this. The fact that my producers introed this segment by going, I have a special treat for you, they do not want Gentlemates to win. Okay, we obviously jumping right back. Thank you so much for that update on Rocket League. As soon as I do get results for Rensport, I will let you know. Come back to the question, I believe, to paraphrase for Gibbs, who are the teams from Group A and C should we be worried about? Because clearly Group B is popping off.
Yeah, Group B is honestly doing so very well. I think some of those teams that you might want to look at right now would be FaZe, honestly, doing extremely well up towards that top side in 4th place. I am, however, worried for Na'Vi, and I think it's sort of understandable. We talked about how this is a young team coming into this one, that they were locked in. However, 19 points is not a great start on their day 1, but maybe they just need to get back into things a little bit here. Day 2 could be phenomenal. There's still also this match here. They have 4 players alive.
Got it. Apologies, I was just letting you know that we've got some updates coming here from Rensport in a little bit. As this is going to be the last match of the day, let's set some expectations for the remainder of this and let viewers know where they can continue watching the game, Blake.
Well, if you are a North American fan, you absolutely should be tuning into PUBG at the moment. This is a historic moment for those teams in terms of being at the top and doing so strong. Those teams have been on the up and up for a while now, and we think that they found that magical formula. So if you want to continue watching here, our final match of the day, it's going to be a banger. We've only just gotten to the later portions of it as well at 90 minutes. You can head over to EWC_white or twitch.tv/EWC_white.
I like it. You start at the end and work forwards. That was really, really nice. Okay, one more round the world look into our third and final game taking place at EWC. It's ESL R1. The race has finished. I'm being told there are 4 times Williams at the top 4. Is that Will, Billy, William?
No, just the 4 Williams guys. You can see them go around on the final corner now. You can see on the tower as well. The 4 Ws, I think, very apt for what they've just
I like
done.
it. www. That won't work on a website.
But the amount of points that Williams are going to get from this result is just incredible, because a 1, 2, 3, 4, when you've got, you know, Team Falcons finishing 5th, 7th, 8th, and 10th,
so
it's going to be a massive gain.
Question for me now, which group are we looking at here? Williams, Falcons, so this is Group A. I thought it was BS Plus in Group A. No? Okay, interesting. So we may have had that one wrong at the beginning of the day then.
And there's 4 races for this qualifier? For this last chance qualifier?
4 races in each group.
Okay,
but being
so
realistic,
that was race 1.
That was race 1, but being realistic, if Williams got a 1, 2, 3, 4...
it's probably likely over.
It's pretty tough for everyone else.
Pretty much, especially because I believe G2 was 12, 11, 10. Is from what I guess. I think it's 12, 11, 10. Falcons 9, G2 8. So if anyone's played Teamfight Tactics, that's a lost lobby. Let's move on to Rocket League, where Gibbs caught up with content host Hercules in the ALJ interview.
Hey guys, I am joined by a woman with many jobs and one of my good friends in Rocket League, Hercules. Welcome to this interview.
Hi, thanks for having me, Gibbs.
So I want to talk about the woman with many jobs, because you're here for obviously Rocket League, which you've been casting and doing a wonderful job. But she's also a Game Awards host.
Yes.
So in a couple hours, you're going to go from doing Rocket League casting to hosting the Game Awards.
Yeah.
So how is that going to go?
I'm very excited for it. I'm a little overwhelmed. There's many jobs.
A lot on your plate.
A lot on my plate. But yeah, we go from casting, and then I have hair and makeup later, and then I'm gonna be hosting Esports Awards, which I'm super stoked about. It's gonna be my first year as a main host.
So you're on the main stage.
Yeah, I'm like main
you've
host.
done red carpet stuff,
Yeah,
right?
I've been the red carpet host for the last 2 years. This is my first year as a main host. So you guys are gonna see me like actually there. I'm a little nervous, I'm not gonna lie.
I am a little envious because you know you do a lot of roles throughout esports, and it's been very fun to watch you blossom in your career over these past like 2 or 3 years. It's been awesome to watch. So I just want to. I'm very proud. I'm very proud of my Rocket League talent. All right. So let's talk a little bit about the Boulevard, because this place is wild. And I heard you did some content pieces for Rocket League exploring the Boulevard. So what's your favorite place, or what were your experiences so far?
Yeah, the Boulevard's insane. It's like really long. I was here last year and it was like this tiny little chunk, and now it's like 10 times bigger.
It's crazy.
It's actually insane. I think so far I've had like 2 favorite parts. There's like this crazy food court with like a bunch of restaurants that are like in America. Which like, I came all this way to eat the same food that I eat at home. But there's this place that I got to go to today. I don't know if you guys will see the content before this or after, but there was like this like 2-story building with like 1,000 arcade games, and they let me like take a card and like go wild in there.
Nice.
So that was probably my favorite thing I've gotten to experience.
All right, now let's talk shop. Let's talk Rocket League at this point. We got a lot of favorites here, a lot of the world's best teams. Obviously, G2's here without Beast Mode. So what's the grand finals? That's what I want to know. I'm putting you on the spot. Not even just winner. I want grand finals, or who are your 2 favorites?
My 2 favorites. Well, one, honestly, it definitely has been G2. They kind of threw me. I could see another G2 Falcons grand final and like rematch of Copenhagen, but a world where I actually see Falcons like taking over. I think they're like recognizing that like maybe Nas would be like the tiny flaw, as this kid has literally been peaking, and that would be like their chance to like go over them. But those 2 teams are psychotic right now.
So you're going with Falcons though. Final answer, Falcons.
Final answer, Falcons.
I like it, but G2 3-0'd BDS with a sub. What can G2 not do? I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. They haven't dropped any games or lost anything.
I guess we'll find out today.
Yeah, we're gonna find out today.
We'll find out today and tomorrow as well, because the finals will be on the final day, and G2 is looking strong, but the Falcons, they're still the favorites among many of the talent throughout Rocket League. So on that, let's head it back up to the studio.
Start having 5 kills already in this circle, and now making it to the end game. And as you can see, they're actually posturing towards Falcons. This could be a very strong finish for them.
Definitely could be. They're appreciating the fact that Day Trade and Petrichor are kind of keeping each other in check inside the water treatment proper. None of these two teams really too eager to flex out and take control on the hillsides. They're just, for now at least, playing placements, which makes perfect sense given where they're currently sat on the leaderboards.
This is so smart from Na'Vi, though, holding out Falcons, knowing that they have to move forward into that dip. Doing a lot of CC just needs to die for Na'Vi. He has been such a thorn in their side, but now they can finally fully focus on the team ahead of them, which is the Falcons below.
They're playing up on foot here, and I want to see how FaZe reacts to this. They see the vehicles come up. They know FaZe, that is, they have a perfect third-party opportunity. The issue is if they allow for Petrichor to flex out of water treatment and backfill them as well, they need to leave one behind, and that's exactly what they're doing. Look at the map and see how Gustav is positioned. You have 3 of FaZe looking towards Falcons, setting up a perimeter, but Gustav is being left behind to make sure that Petrichor cannot backfill on the hillsides behind FaZe. Very smart anticipation by FaZe and an understanding of the game they're in.
Very proactive play there, and you know.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever you're tuning into the Esports World Cup Central broadcast from. We have yet another very special guest joining me in the show. And of course, just before we dive into the conversation, I think it is important just to talk a little bit about our history together. I've had the absolute pleasure of commentating League of Legends for a very long time. And I've had the absolute pleasure of commentating some European teams securing some incredible victories over this gentleman's particular club. Unfortunately, in recent memory, the reverse has now been true. However, after a long and storied rivalry between Europe and South Korea, T1 CEO Joe Marsh, it's such a pleasure to meet you in person and chat. We have been chatting on Twitter for many years now. Could I ask you to introduce yourself to our viewers? We've got viewers from Tekken, from PUBG, Rocket League, ESL R1. Maybe not everyone's as familiar with T1 as maybe I am.
Sure. I'm Joe Marsh. I'm the CEO of T1. Predominantly known for our historic League of Legends roster, defending world champs. But we're also in Valorant, and for EWC, we fielded rosters in Tekken, PUBG, and TFT, which we finished second in.
Oh, fantastic stuff. Now, Joe, let's talk a little bit about the event first. Whenever I do get interview guests on the show, we get a wide variety from sports stars, mainstream, to esports athletes, to CEOs, things like that. From your perspective, looking down on the organization, also the fact that I spoke to, I think it was Jade, if I recall correctly, responsible for the team's EWC. To me, that was an inspirational role, an exciting one. It also shows the commitment. So how does T1 view EWC and looking ahead to the future of EWC?
Yeah, I think for us, I think we took a different approach than a lot of teams. We only brought 4, and we added 3 to our League of Legends roster, and we wanted to see the landscape. For us, if you're going with the T1 banner, you're expected to win, right? So we didn't want to go wide and have 20 teams and show up and not compete the way we normally do. So we kept it small. We wanted to learn the lay of the land, see what the infrastructure looked like, the experience of the players, and from the feedback I got from the league guys after winning the first week, they were blown away by the player lounge, like something that we don't have at Riot events, where they can just go get away out of their practice huddle room and go just play FIFA, right? And just hang out with other gamers. So for them, that was a really cool experience. The usual complaints by our players of snacks, not enough Korean food. Like we didn't bring our normal luggage full of Korean food like we usually do. Like when we went to Iceland.
Can I tell you something? Even I think that is a cardinal sin.
Yeah.
I am disappointed in you, Joe. I have to be honest.
Well, we were only here for like 8 days, so I was like, can you guys be all right without the luggage?
It's just 24 meals. No,
I know, but it's like 15-hour flights, and like when we went to Iceland, we had 3 luggages of Korean food.
Can I tell you, just for anybody that doesn't quite appreciate or understand that, the titles that South Korean gamers are particularly competitive in, when they travel, specifically pot noodles and ramen, like packet noodles, they're a thing. Like, if you don't bring them...
Korean tuna.
It's Korean tuna. Oh, wow. That one I didn't know, actually.
Korean tuna is a big deal.
Listen, I'll say this. I've seen a number of organizations. Obviously, most of our path and most of our professional history is tied to League of Legends. Yep. So I think a comparison that I have seen is like G2, for example. I think they had 6 representatives here. Whereas when I look at a Fnatic or Vitality, I'm mostly looking from a European lens. Yep. Significantly more teams, right? Yep. Yet you guys still have, Jade, and you have this. Talk to me about that, because
Yeah.
For me, especially looking a little bit more from the business side, I'm proud, I'm excited, and I feel like it's the right decision to make.
Yeah.
But I also think it's new. Is that something that's fair to say?
No, definitely. I think, with bringing Jade on to kind of manage the new teams, and as we look to scale to different games next year, we're looking at FC24. It's a game that's super popular in Korea, also popular in this region. I really want to get into sim racing, which is like a kind of a niche one a little bit, but I think the impact there, kind of pro sports, meddling with gaming is a really good one. Overwatch is kind of where I got my start in gaming. So looking at that, South Korea's top players there.
I mean, pretty much the only good players,
yeah.
to be fair.
No, I know.
I'll tell you this as well very quickly. Literally half an hour ago, we actually just had the head of competitive, head of strategy from Wrenchport on the show.
Oh, nice.
Let me know. I'll share contact details.
Yeah, that'd be great.
You can chat. He explicitly said they're looking for more people. So that one's...
I just talked to Red Bull about...
Amazing.
See if we can do something together, because they have Max Verstappen has a team.
Correct. Yeah, Team Redline is there. They're also dominating at the moment. Okay, let's focus in on T1's performances.
Yeah, sure.
I actually have a graphic that I'm going to bring up on screen in a moment that'll take a look at the 4 teams. Obviously winning League of Legends, second in TFT. So if it's in a Riot Games League of Legends client, I think you're expected to do well, and you did. Tekken 8 as well as PUBG, not what we were expecting.
No. Well, with Tekken, we got a tough draw because the favorite of the tournament was in our bracket. He ended up losing.
Yes.
Which was I guess a shock. So
huge shock.
But we didn't perform the level. We only qualified one of our 2 athletes. He won his first game, and then he ended up losing the next 2, including the one to the guy you already beat.
Yeah.
So that was a learning game. But we jumped into Tekken super late. PUBG is the one I'm really bummed about. We flamed out last night. I had high hopes considering the roster was strong. Didn't get it done. We had a couple key moments that kind of fell flat. But it gets me excited for what could be. And we're still sitting in 3rd place, even with only qualifying 2.
I'm so glad you just said that. I'm so glad you just said one of my favorite graphics that we have is actually showing the top 16 teams in the club championship. It will highlight all of the eligible teams. So for example, you can see number 9, Guangdong Freaks at the moment. They need a second top 8 finish to validate the points that they've accrued from Ulsan's win yesterday. But when we look at this, T1 right now, 1,600 points. Game in are frozen. Vitality could climb and overtake, and I believe G2 could climb and overtake. They're the 2 threats, mathematically speaking,
FaZe Clan too,
to jumping above you. I believe FaZe Clan, the possibility is there, but I can't remember exactly where.
Yeah, they have to win PUBG.
There we go, right?
So
And that's like
1,000.
potentially plus 1,000. I think, so it's Vitality and G2 that could jump all the way up to second.
Yeah, and KDF, they'll do well in PUBG, so they'll definitely get validated there.
Right.
So only G2? You're saying gaming?
So I'll put it this way. Your position is a lot more hairy because you have 800 points less than Team Liquid.
Yeah.
The only 2 teams that can jump to second is Team Vitality and G2. The odds are incredibly low. I'll share this with you, and you'll understand how this will be a little bit painful for me. G2 are not looking very good in R1. They need to win.
Really?
Yeah, they're getting smashed at the minute.
Wow.
They're in the second. Yeah,
Look, honestly, like for me, if we come away with $1 million in the team, I'm more than happy because I didn't think we were going to be in the top 10.
Yes.
So if we come away with $1 million, I'll be happy with that.
I mean, come on, you had to feel good about your chances in League of Legends, like guaranteeing at least 1,000 points.
We literally played one scrim versus G2 for like 4 minutes, and then we played FIFA downstairs.
Wow.
So, and you saw our performance against Liquid. We gave them, the Americans, the hope once again that like it's summer of America. No, it's not.
Joe, I will take this. As I'm one of the golden oldies, and I've had the pleasure of interacting and speaking with a lot of very senior members in teams. I've watched, and I'm a fan. I commend your comfort in sharing your feelings. You're one of the very few, let's say, senior members of a team that shows your fandom and your passion. Even the word usage, like I understand you had high hopes for PUBG, but the word flamed out, like it really shows. I just want to say thank you for that.
I mean, if I have a mic, I might as well be honest, right? Like, no one wants to hear me, give platitudes about not finishing first. I mean, like I said, we're T1. We have expectations for ourselves. I think the tenor of our fandom being excited about EWC, if we didn't win, it might have been different, right? Yes. So the fact that we did win, the boys really enjoyed it. I feel good. My job is to give them the best opportunity to earn as much money as humanly possible in their window of being a pro.
Right.
So like going to big events like this or having these types of prize pools for them, we'd be silly not to give them those opportunities. And I know it's in the middle of the season, it was different, but the ecosystem has to change anyway, because we only see the top teams basically once a year at Worlds. We need less regional games, more tournaments, internet. Yeah, it's just the format's gotten a bit stale of you play your 18 regular season games, you go to your playoffs, it's usually the same 4 teams competing.
I mean, I'll say this, like Joe, I know Team 1 maybe not as involved in the scene, but like when you look at like Counter-Strike majors, for example, and you see how many international competitions there and events, it is one of the most exciting circuits. It's also not a fair comparison for a game that's been around for 30 plus years.
No, but
right?
Counter-Strike's the most exciting esport for a reason, right? But it's also the most difficult to get into. Like if I wanted to get a Counter-Strike team, I'm either overpaying or getting a roster that's not going to compete with big boys.
The thing is, when you look at that, I think if you compare, I'm a bit of a 49ers and NFL fan. If you wanted to get involved in NFL and build a new team now, good luck. You've got over a decade of competition to catch up. Now, comparatively, Counter-Strike's on the small end, but I think a lot of the logic applies. Joe, unfortunately, we don't have as much time to move on. I think let's just very quickly zoom out and talk about your activities this weekend. I know there's conferences going on. We've got closing ceremony tomorrow. What are you up to this weekend here at EWC before I give you a chance to say goodbye to all of your fans and viewers?
Yeah, I spoke at the conference. We had a panel, which was a really good panel. Very well attended. You're behind the curtain, so like you don't know if there's actually people, so like you were hoping that it wasn't empty, which it was full, which was great. We have the Esports Awards tonight and the red carpet, so got a nice tux with some Jordans to put on there. See that.
Yes. I wish I was allowed to wear my sneakers on broadcast.
They encouraged sneakers. They were like, yeah, where's?
I mean, to be fair, look, EWC sponsored by Adidas, right?
Yeah.
So I'll forgive you.
T1 sponsored by Nike.
No, well, listen, you can pick the inferior shoe. It's up to you, Joe. That's your prerogative. Look, I want to say thank you so much. It has been a pleasure to actually say hello face to face, be able to shake your hand. Could I? Oh yes. Sorry, my producers gave me a reminder. We've got this very exclusive thing that we'll be giving away a little bit later on. My producers will let me know exactly how to announce that. There's a bunch of legendary names on here. Hex and Scum from Optic, for example. Nice. We've got some Indian content creators from Team Vitality that are on here. Everyone that was on the show this weekend. Oh, Porsche Motorsport. Yeah, Blank is a PUBG broadcaster. Yeah, his name is Blank. It's not meant to be Blank. Let me just say one last thing, Joe. Camera number 1. Give a shout out to supporters of T1, fans and organizers, and whatever comes from the heart.
Yeah, thanks to all the T1 fans supporting us. We obviously had a big playoff match this morning in League where we beat our telecom rival KT 3-1, and we play Hanwha Life on Thursday. Thanks for supporting us throughout the year. Thanks for supporting us at EWC, supporting the new rosters. We look to keep expanding globally and competing at the highest level for you guys, and hopefully we'll come to a city near you soon and take the team on the road and see you guys in person.
That brings me a lot of joy. I don't remember the era. How many years has it been since Blank was on the roster? It's a while now, right?
It's been a while, yeah.
Blank, how long has your nickname been Blank? 7 years. Okay, so he needs to give it up. He needs to give it up. That's what we're learning. That's where the confusion came from.
They're like trying to be faker, but
Blank, the League of Legends player, not Blank PUBG. The PUBG guy copied League, obviously.
There's a faker out there with PH somewhere.
We are going to take a very quick break. Just stay there for me one moment. When we do come back, we're going to take a look at Rocket League and ESL R1.
Ready, set, go.
now got back to 11th, but there was a real tie-up through the bus stop chicane that time around. It was all going on there. The bottom 6 now, all a lot further behind the top 6 because of all of that, and it was pretty messy, really. Didn't go well for Darren McCormack, clearly, who's now just got past Yoni Turmula, is at least back into the top 10.
Yeah, Pajtor now urging ever closer. Whether he will plumb for the move this early, I'm not quite sure. He might choose to remain in behind. He might not be too upset with this current situation because we have seen the driver in P2 generally succeed here at Daytona. It's not out of the question. We've seen it time and time again. Matuszewski could find himself in jeopardy, but then again does have a fellow Team Falcons driver sat in 3rd. Brzezinski, who obviously lost out to 3rd very early on after that surprise attack from Tatler. He has Dom Blyer starting to close up, who is now within the same second of Matuszewski right now, and that gap between Blyer and Brzezinski is ever closing into a 10th, within a 10th now almost, as we now see them make their way down through towards turn 1 across the start-finish line again. The 2 Team Falcons cars starting to compress that Williams in between. Pajtor needs to manage this race.
And the reason why Pajtor didn't overtake there was because if he did, he would let the Team Falcons cars get together and they would work together to draft straight past him. He doesn't want that, obviously, so he will stay second for now, and he'll try and stay second for a little while. But how interesting is this? 2 of each team inside the top 6, 2 of each team in the bottom 6, and there's 2 distinct groups in the field at the moment.
There certainly is quite the divide, and I would say that divide really does formulate between Zemislav Lamanek and Nikodem Wisniewski. The gap there, very nearly 2 seconds between them. Let's take a look at the replay. Now this is the brilliant move that it was a great bold effort from the G2 Esports team coming through with the Williams, brave on the brakes. Of course, Jakub Brzezinski on part of that as they rush down through towards the bus stop. Again, he took 2 Williams Esports cars on, didn't quite fancy the 3rd, but the all-important fact is that he is up 2 places as a result. Schrodinger and McCormack down 8th and 9th.
And what we didn't see there was what happened behind.
It was Wisniewski, sorry.
Yeah, first Wisniewski got through on Schoninger, it was, and because the Williams car was all over the grass and all over the place, it tied up effectively the rest of the top 6, who were absolutely everywhere on the way out of the bus stop chicane. It was a right mess, and that's why you've seen the 2-second gap start to open up. Now, this is interesting. Jakub Maciejewski is still leading, but for how much longer? Daniel Pajtor, as I said before, still wants to remain second so that he can split apart the teammates for as long as possible here. Tumas Tatsler will try and get through if he can. Not sure what Dominic Blyer is going to do, really. He'll stay behind Jakub Brzezinski and try and stop the G2 Porsches from getting side by side. It's all going on into turn 1.
Yeah, side by side, Wisniewski looking to open the door here on Dominic Blyer as they go wheel to wheel, coming through the first sector again. Brzezinski holding on to 4th. He's not under too much scrutiny in this fight, but would obviously quite like to have his teammate.
Hello, welcome back. Let's talk about some video games, shall we? I've only got a few more interviews later on in the broadcast, so I really want to dive deeper into the 3 tournaments that are still ongoing. This is the second to last day of the Esports World Cup, and we have concluded our first day of finals games in PUBG. What are the winners and standings, and who ate good chicken today?
That is the real question, and look at that. Very, very spread on the results here. Sonic's taking their first game, but they did do well throughout the majority of the day. FaZe Clan, Team Falcons, and Kwangdong Freaks, that's the big one in match 5, were able to grab themselves a chicken dinner. Day Trade, another interesting one, still bringing the punch, the power, which I don't think a lot of people expected, but this is how things ended up. And again, a 2-point differential between first and third.
53, 52, 48. Frankly, the score difference 6 points between first and fourth is relatively negligible.
Yes.
Because one good game can skyrocket Sonics to first, for example. I think that is a slightly bigger jump once you get to the 10-point difference in Day Trade. And just as a reminder, as far as power ranking names go, one of the worst ranked power names according to EWC Central.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think even if you look at that for Na'Vi, for instance, I talked about, they could get a big game towards the end here. I think they were on 16 points. They ended up with 31 there.
Yeah.
So that is a very, very good launching point for tomorrow, because that is just one more good game to get back to the top of the tables.
Very nicely done. Very nicely. We'll come back to PUBG and unpack that just a little bit more later on in the day. Can I just quickly double check, Dara? were you Team Commonwealth? Did we jump on board this Australian hub?
Over on there.
You don't have to move right now. Blank, we were Team Commonwealth, right?
We were, yeah.
So when I go Aussie, Aussie, Aussie,
Oi, oi, oi.
Chiefs 3-0, Gentlemates Alpine. A second upset, and I believe the sentence you said, Gibbs, the best run we've seen from Australian team in, what, 4 years?
Yes, the last time an OC team has made a top 8 was 2019 in December of that year. It's been a very long time, and not only that, this is the OC 2 seed. This is unexpected. This is one of the best runs we've seen in the history of Rocket League, but that's why you play the games. You got to play to see if these upsets happen, and history was made today.
Now, Gibbs, obviously, to make it a little bit more serious and not poke fun at you, a 3-0 over Gentlemates.
Yes.
That has to be a bit of a mental collapse, right?
It has to be, which is so weird because they're a squad that actually was not that good regionally. Like, Europe is a tough region to play in. They were like 3rd or 4th best, but when they showed up at the majors, they performed. They were a major champion, then they were a top 4. So very unexpected from them.
Now, of course, because of the amount of interviews we have, as we are closing out the entirety of Esports World Cup, we haven't even really unpacked all the results from yesterday. The games continued on after our broadcast ended. So let's very quickly run through each of the respective groups. G2 Esports qualifying as the highest seed there over Team BDS. Team BDS earlier today actually won their series. Is that correct?
Yes, but that is a huge performance by G2, not playing with their best player in beast mode. They bring in a sub, but we see BDS, obviously this was a very important result for them. The 3-0 over Power, it got them into the top 8, so their club standing points will now be eligible for that ranking.
And now, of course, Power, the other Australian team, unfortunately got eliminated. One thing I did want to highlight from that G2 series, you have a specific goal where you want to show us some of the mechanics and like just the exceptional driving and play coming out of the members of G2. So break this one down.
Yeah, so we always talk about Rocket League. It's all about mechanics. That is the hardest part of the game. We're going to see it here from Daniel, one of the best players in the world. He already has 2 of the top 5 goals of the year. This is going to be number 3. So we're going to see it here. He goes up for an aerial. You expect him to go for a flip reset. Put all 4 wheels on the ball. Wait to use your flip to score. Instead, he jumps off the ball, like if you were jumping off the ground, then flips into the defender Monkey Moon. Doesn't even have to hit the ball again. Bumps out the defender to score that goal. Absolutely insane. No one jumps off the ball. You always go for that flip.
Just look at the animation. Yeah, so that's the jump. You'll
and
see
then
the
it'll
little
propel
booster.
him down. Yeah.
Yes, and look at the booster. Pushes the ball just a little bit higher. And now look to the right there. You can see the defender about to jump up. I mean,
not only that, he jumped off the ball to watch out for the other defender that was trying to bump him off his play. So he had to dodge one defender, and then he had to bump the other one to score that goal. That is definitely a top 5 goal of the entire year.
I mean, it's beautiful. Exceptional spotting as well. I mean, we don't get to watch all the games 100% live, so really nicely done, Gibbs. Let's turn our attention, continue running through the results. Group B, this is one where Gen G managed to pick up a win here over Team Secret. That was a little earlier today, but that was after Gen G got 3-0'd. Now, you did say Team Falcons, #1 team, expecting them to take the whole tournament, but a 3-0 over Gen G?
A 3-0 is maybe not completely unexpected. Falcons are that good, but Gen G to bounce back, to make it to the bracket, that is expected from them. They've been this North American team that is not punching up to the top 4, but now it's bracket stage. They both have 1 life. They've both advanced, so you never know what happens.
And of course, let's take a quick look there at that 3-2. Wait, hold on 1 second. Furia versus Vitality. Let's dive into this one first before we talk about the lower bracket. There's a bit of a grudge match, right?
Yes, Vitality, Furia, they hate each other. They absolutely hate each other. They went 2-2 at the 2 majors that we've had. A lot of swearing, lots of no handshakes. That is a no-no in Rocket League. We always hug it out, except for those 2 teams. Vitality wins this one, so now they're 3-2 on the year versus Furia. But Furia did bounce back versus Twisted Minds.
How did they bounce back? And how did that game go?
It was very, very close. They were down 2-1 in the series. Then we saw an own goal by Twisted Minds. It was kind of an unfortunate own goal. It wasn't really their fault, but that tilted them after that point. Furia won Game 4 4-0. Then in Game 5, they won 5-1 to take that series. They were favorites to make top 8, and they do it, but it was close.
Okay, now the spicy bit with Fury and Vitality advancing. Let's take a look at the Rocket League playoffs brackets.
Ooh, okay.
I want to see whether or not those 2 teams are on the same side of the bracket or
not. They
not.
will not be, because they were in the same group, so they will move them away from each other. But that could be a spicy grand finals. That is very possible that that happens. But we have the bracket. We're playing the quarterfinals today, so we're going to see those matches.
Okay, very quickly. I obviously have the biggest emotional investment in G2 versus Chiefs. Viewers and people will know this. I don't know who to root for, sincerely.
Okay.
But I think whoever wins that game, that's who I want to win the whole tournament. I want Darren to give me, which team are you voting to win the whole tournament?
Chiefs.
You're going Chiefs?
Chiefs.
Okay.
Chiefs.
I want to go Vitality.
You're going to go Vitality.
Got a lot of energy.
Like if Chiefs win, I'll eat a hat on air. There is
Flip
no way.
Flip it right
There
now.
is no way that happens at all. But
Why do
G2
people say that?
is known for having Mickey brackets, and honestly, that's a Mickey bracket for them. At least in the first round, they do have Falcons on their side, so that is going to be tough.
Okay, well, listen, I'm just hearing. My producer wants you to. I want to get the live prediction rundown here. I need a pen. Where's a marker? Help me find a marker.
I got one.
Chuck me a marker.
All right.
I'll write down the results so that I can document this. Right, thank you. So let's go. We'll go quarterfinals top down. Space Station over BDS.
I'm going to go BDS, and I'm going to go BDS is going to finally wake up. That's, but it's...
Then the next one, Vitality Genji.
Since I went Europe last time, I'll go for another upset. I'm going 2 upsets. I'm going Space. I'm going Genji.
Genji. Okay, next.
I will go Falcons.
Okay.
And G2.
Falcons G2. Right. Then BDS Genji.
I love Genji. I
Genji
shouldn't,
again?
but I'm going Genji. They were my dark horse. I'm going Genji.
And then Falcons G2.
I'm going Falcons.
You're going Falcons. Overall winner, Genji or Falcons?
I think Falcons take it. I feel like they have to win the last tournament of this entire
Okay, so this is the first time doing this one. This is what your bracket looks like. I don't know why I wrote on half the board. So Falcons going to be overall one. So we've got your live predictions. Thank you. We looked at it there. Those are the winners. Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Documented and formal and official. So we'll lock that in and we'll judge you harshly based on how well this plays out. And then I'll document this one as well, just so that I remember. We went Chiefs from Young Dara. We went Vitality from Blank.
Old man
and
Blank.
then I'm just going to go anti-Dara, and I'm going to go G2.
Okay.
For no reason.
no bias.
For no reason. Okay, so I've documented this. I think we'll take that. Hopefully that's a screenshot. Oh, the slow zoom.
Ooh.
Because I'm going to have to delete this in a second. That is very dramatic. Okay,
Look at these
very
graphics
dramatic.
we have on the show.
Nicely done.
Wow, yeah.
Okay,
no, real time.
Gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to please grab your whiteboards and pens. Dara, I hope you found a replacement pen, and if you didn't, rookie mistake.
Well, there were 2.
Okay. 2 broken pens?
Yeah.
Yes.
How
We'll
do you
share.
have 2 broken
We'll
pens?
share. I'll just write quickly.
Okay, let's clear off our predictions already. Now, I need to set this game up. One of my favorite things to do is obviously play mini games with our little group, with our experts on the sofas. And the game I'm going to explain the rules to you is called Score or Not. We're going to show a Rocket League clip. We're going to freeze it at some point, and you're going to guess whether they score a goal within the next few seconds or not. Okay, Dara, have you got a pen there? Let's see if that works. If not,
we're good.
You're good.
I lost the roulette.
I don't appreciate this game because I only lose.
Correct.
That's what, yeah.
Correct. That's why our producers have done this.
Okay.
They want to have fun. I mean, they're celebrating Chiefs wins. They're on board here. Right. So, gentlemen, eyes at the ready. Let's play the first clip. Okay, score or not. We're going to say a tick or a cross. Ooh, this is so hard.
Oh, from here?
Okay. Now, if you guys were paying attention to the stories and the results, try to infer some details. All right, I'll give you a hint. This is G2 versus BDS. Okay. I want to.
This is a BDS player.
This is a tick or a cross. Okay.
Oh, from here?
Yeah. And if you read correctly, you can see the bottom left, Team BDS, Trali, right? Oh, I need to change my vote. I changed my vote. Okay. Is your pen not working?
I'm gonna do like a thing.
Why is your pen not working?
Pen's not working.
Hold that face. I think I got a replacement. Okay.
It's a
I
tick.
think let's play the rest of this clip and find out if this is a goal or not.
Oh, right at the window.
Okay, grab that one. And it's a goal!
I had a tick.
Do a tick. Yes, you did. Okay, so reveal. We had 4 ticks. Okay, we went 4 goals. Everybody was correct.
I'm pretty sure Young Dara just...
That's
all my results.
All right, let's play the next one.
I wrote goal, and then I rubbed it out.
I'm going to give a 10-second max. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll document how many people get wrong. Okay, so let's roll clip number 2. Ooh. Secret versus XO. Oh, okay. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, to reveal.
I feel like it's a mind game.
Okay,
by
so we're
production.
4 X's. 4 X's. Okay, and... Oh. Oh. Wait, did it score? Did it score? We're watching. Ooh. Okay, we're all good. We're 2 for 2.
You know what? The production team's too easy to predict.
Let's listen. You are so going to regret that with 3 more clips. Okay, let's roll. Clip number 3. Make sure you're predicting along with us here in chat. Reminder, G2 versus BDS. Okay, 5.
Oh, hang on.
4.
Hang on.
3. 2. 1. Reveal. Oh, we've got the X's and O's.
So I'm just going to point out.
Yes.
This is an overtime replay.
Yes.
And G2 1-2-1.
I've noticed this.
Yes,
I've noticed this.
So it has to go in. It has to go in.
Wait, but hang on. That's no goal.
No, it's in.
See, look, it says 2-1, and we're in overtime, so they must have scored.
So he had to have scored.
Oh, you guys are too.
Oh,
yeah.
It's an Easter egg. They've left an Easter egg in the clip.
Exactly. Jared's paying attention.
There you go.
Can I
Blank
say?
and I have our first X's on the board, so we have to catch up.
I have to win this game, though. You have to throw.
Okay, right. Let's go. What are we up to? Clip number 4, I think? So let's roll clip number 4. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, this is all just one game. Dun, 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 dun. 4, 3, 2.
You're so quick with this.
Yes, well, be quicker. 1, reveal.
So I'm going to say this is crossbar
Okay, so
and out.
we've got again X's and O's.
I'm going to say crossbar and out.
Okay, so this so far, why are we on the same page all the time? Are we watching different feet? Okay, let's play the
That
clip out.
defender, is that not, that defender's not going to get it?
Oh!
There we go.
Right, so it's all tied up.
No.
4, 1 incorrect across the board. Does this come down legitimately to the last one?
Wow.
We've all got 3.
Okay, so the deal is this. It's the 3 of us. If one of us gets it right and Gibbs gets it wrong, then we have won. And the Rocket League is...
I mean, if I get it wrong, I have lost.
All right, the 5th and final clip. Let's run this one on your screens. Okay. Oh! Space Station over Chiefs. 2-1. I can't remember the result of this one. Oh, I don't know what the momentum was on that ball because the whole ball has to go in, right?
The whole ball has to go in. That's why it's like half highlighted. It's like
4,
half over the goal line.
3, 2, 1, reveal.
I believe we saw this
We
live.
have 3 X's. So this is going to be up to Darren. Does he get it right? Does he get it wrong? It's me, blank, and Gibbs saying no goal. No goal! No goal! So do you know what we did learn? The driving racer can't play games.
Hey, it nearly went in.
The 3 of us, listen, VAR, you should know how that works.
Yeah,
Either in or it's not.
I've been drawing the lines
So the
for
3 of
offside.
us, esports professionals, were able to read the game correctly, and these simulation people had to simulate answers. As we do
sounded
transition
like a cackle, didn't
to ESL, it was a good one. As
Yeah, it
we
was good.
transition to
It was
ESL R1, let's hear from Dara and ESL 1 caster George Morgan in the ALJ interview.
But I'm here with George Morgan, one of our commentators for ESL R1. And George, I mean, we've had a lot of action so far, haven't we? Drivers' Championship first off. It was a couple of days ago now, but I mean, talk us through it because it was quite tense for quite a while.
Well, it was a tale between 2 Team Redline drivers, really. We looked at Sebastian Job, obviously, as the favourite after taking 4 wins on the spin. 5 would have been sublime, would have led to him taking the championship, but it did not work out that way. Instead, Kevin Siggy opening up with a win, finished with a win, took the crown.
Yeah, even after headbutting his
Even
wheel,
after the headbutt.
which is impressive. And he lifted the trophy, of course, with a plaster on his head.
He
so,
did.
you know, great
Blood
scenes.
was spilled.
Yeah, but that's how you win, hey?
Yeah, it's true.
You wouldn't say that sim racing is a contact sport, but he made contact with the
He made contact with his hardware, yeah.
pretty much. But looking at the teams, though, of course, started well by Team Redline. I think they're most people's favourites going into this. I mean, they are looking very hard to beat.
Well, I think we've seen some of the trends from the Drivers' Championship now falling into place during the Teams' Championship. Obviously, the consistency, but when you have Siggy and Joe performing at their best, Luke Bennett now showing what he's capable of, very much like the same Luke Bennett we saw in the Drivers' Championship online phase that we had coming to the Esports World Cup. I would say, though, probably some of the biggest shocks have been BS Plus competition. I think have been fabulous. Kaiki Oliveira winning at Daytona, and then of course we can talk about several other teams that have been there as well. I mean, Team Falcon's expecting a little more from those underdogs. I think they could probably climb up the field. They'll be looking to get into the second chance race. Obviously Virtus Pro eliminated, I would say, at this point, really struggling, but then again I think anything better than where they were would have been a bonus. I think given the fact they're so new, sim racing. But yeah, it's still very tight. Extraordinary championship, but we love to see it.
Yeah, and Guild as well. James Baldwin winning in Jeddah, a
Huge.
great result.
David Beckham's team.
Exactly, with that big pile up at the start, which was that was so dramatic. There were so many cars, and for a couple of those drivers to escape through, that's really big for them.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Guild have had some really good results. I mean, Marco Pejic was brilliant at Monza. James Baldwin taking that victory, I think, was sensational. I think there's going to be one driver ruin the day at Jeddah, and that's Ulas Yildirim, who spun going in towards turn 1 when trying to make the move on Baldwin. FaZe still chasing bigger dreams, bigger successes here in ESL R1. And it looked like Ulas Yildirim had the best chance possible, but unfortunately could not quite make it work, dropping down to 6th place. But yeah, Guild on the rise.
Yeah, but we've got to also mention one of our kiddier plays of the day, which was down at Fuji at turn 1 when Josh Rogers went down the inside, and then of course there was him losing the positions again. Ferris Stanley coming through for P2. I mean, that was an insane opening lap.
Again, another example of the brilliance of BS competition. I mean, Ferris Stanley has really, I think, blown all expectations out the water. No one expected him to be as talented, or certainly as strong as he has been. I don't want to say talented because he is talented, but strong, in this very highly competitive LAN environment. But has really brought his best, following suit from Kaiki's win. The opportunities are endless for them. They've got a great chance.
Yeah, but we'll have to find out who gets through the last chance qualifiers, because that'll be coming up soon. Thanks, George, for taking the time to have a little interview with us. But
thank you, Darren.
We'll go back to you guys in the studio.
Welcome back. Fantastic interview from Darren. We can finally dive a little bit deeper into ESL R1. I think we've seen the least amount of that so far today, so let's catch some updates. Let's talk immediately about the group stage and the standings, right? How well did the teams perform? I don't think, Darren, I've got you to comment on this significantly throughout the course of the show. So what do you make of the 12 teams?
Yeah, it's okay. It's only been 2.5 hours. That's fine. No, but Redline, they did...
Sassy young man!
Redline did amazingly yesterday. They were just sublime. 175 points over the 4 races that they took part in was just incredible. Team Vitality had a bit of a slow start. They picked it up as they went through, but Portugal and Guild Esports made their way through directly to the final.
I mean, I love that you call that out, right? So 1 through 4 is already in the finals. There are 2 spots remaining, which will be determined from the 5th through 10th place teams. We say goodbye to Na'Vi as well as FaZe, if I recall correctly. No, VP.
That's Pro. Yeah.
VP, thank you, is the correct one. But let's take a look at yesterday's highlights. Okay, this is going to be a bunch of the races. What I'd love for you to do is when we do change tracks, give me a little mention of if you notice it and talk about it. But also, we got to see some of the opening races on our show, and then obviously we missed some of the later ones. What are the highlights as we look at the videos here?
Well, this is Fuji, he's our Rensport head of strategy. Correctly pointed out earlier, yeah. This is Fuji. This was our player of the day, so I know I mentioned it in the interview a couple of minutes ago, but that was the move that Joshua Rogers made to take the lead. He didn't end up winning the race, but hey, it was a good move all the same. This was race 2 as well, which is Kaike Oliveira for BS competition, winning the race in the end and not quite getting a push, but Charlie Collins giving him a little bit of assistance with the slipstream to get himself into P2 as well. But there was so much going on all day, and this was Team Vitality's kind of highlight, you could say, where Marcel Chinjic won this race at Monza.
Oh, very nicely done. Okay, so now we're looking at race 4, lap 1. Straight off the grid with those rolling starts. A little bit of bumping and pushing. What ended up happening with that? Was there an infraction? What did the steward say?
I do believe, if I read the document properly, and that, I don't always trust me on that.
Hey, listen, we're here to chat, okay? Whatever you say is not going to be held liable.
I believe he got 1 penalty point.
Okay, what does a penalty point do again?
So, after the race, there will be... This is quite fun, actually. So, teams will submit incidents that they deem that could be penalisable to the stewards, and the stewards will come back with a response probably after the race because they're watching the race in real time. And instead of giving time penalties in certain scenarios here in Riyadh for ESL R1, they're giving more points penalties out. So instead of saying they drop back 5 seconds, they'll just take 3 points off.
Got it. Interesting. I find that fascinating. I also, on a very personal side, it's always bothered me when the teams and the drivers are the ones that have to be responsible for reporting incidents.
Tattling on each other.
Oh, it's I mean, look, the thing is, trust me, watching up F1, there's a lot of tattling on one another. It is a bit of a spiteful sport. Sport, should we say. Okay, we're up to race 5 now. Job was sitting in the lead just for a couple of seconds before he jumped up. How many races did we have yesterday in total?
We had 8.
8 races. So this is a penultimate race, and Chinchik again sitting in the top. So Vitality looking very good.
Yes, this is the final. That was the final corner as well. So that was how close it was even towards the end of the race. Porsche got enough points in those last couple of races to get there. This is Jeffrey Rietveld from Redline, crushing the keys of Virtus Pro and FaZe, looking
Honestly,
so pleased in doing
I
so.
will be honest, right at the end, the little smirk gave it away.
Yeah.
But up until then, that was
stoic.
Terminator. That was
I did an interview with Jeffrey. We showed it yesterday on the broadcast, and I was talking to him about the Drivers' Championship. He got taken out. He wasn't happy. I mentioned the Teams' Championship to him, and the smirk and the little side eye to say we're feeling pretty confident.
Yeah. Well, it shows there because he had a deadpan Terminator look until it went.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's talk now about that second chance groups and format. 4 teams advanced, 2 teams were eliminated already, and these are how the groups break down. We got Mercedes, G2, and Falcons in Group A. Group B is VS, Apex, and Mouse. This is a slight difference to what we saw at the beginning of the day. Give me power rankings, 1, 2, 3. Is this how you would look at them?
For Group A, yes. That's
Okay.
how, but maybe G2, I'm going to be honest, Williams are winning this group.
Yes,
G2 and
figured
Falcons,
as much.
they've turned up today.
Okay.
They didn't really have to.
Wow!
I'm not trying to be mean.
What a line!
But we saw race 1 as well. Williams 1, 2, 3, 4,
I totally understand.
But
in retrospect, all of a sudden you've got the fire. Yeah, Group B.
Group B, BS competition, they looked strong yesterday. It'll be interesting to see if they can pull this through. Miles have Sebastian Benneker, who got to the finalist mode in the Drivers' Championship. And the Apex Racing team, there's a couple of drivers in there. Kevin Escudi during the Drivers' Championship, up and down, they could do it.
Sorry to interrupt, but while we do have this on screen, is it Blue Zebras? Okay, can you give me the story again? I know I asked you at the beginning of the day, but I don't think I had it. Dude, if you haven't memorized this, I'm going to be so disappointed.
It is the acronym used. It's linked with BMW.
Okay.
And I believe it's their social arm of BMW. Because BS
Social
Competition,
arm.
BS Competition, one of the teams, not sponsored by, but partnered with BMW. I was talking to, in the arena yesterday, one of their performance coaches, and more on the mentality of the drivers, and he was telling us how they do that. But they're linked with BMW. BS stands for like Busud, something like that. It's German. I don't speak German. If any German viewers are watching, I'm sorry.
We've got Germans in the production room. Does anybody know but Busud? Something is BMW. If anyone
Something
knows,
like
let me know.
BUSS, Sud, like for South, I think.
Bus?
Do not quote me on that.
Okay.
But it is a German thing. Blue Zebras.
This is what bothers me so much. If it's a German organization, German clubs are smart. They are not going to look at that. Germans speak English, well, mostly. They should know that if you called BS competition and you've got a blue zebra, but zebra is spelled with a Z, we need to translate this.
You got to do like a snake or something.
Yeah, exactly.
You're confusing
I genuinely think that the
Hold that thought for
logo
a
came
second.
before the team name.
That's irrelevant. Be smart. You've got to do something about it. Change your logo. No, okay. We're going to take a very quick look at Rocket League jump inside the Kidia Arena, if I recall correctly. Team BDS currently down in the set against Space Station. This is our first quarter final. This is do or die. Lose and you go home.
Yes, you have to win 4 games. Space Station 1, Game 1. BDS is up right now on Forbidden Temple here, Game 2. That's where we always go in RLCS and here in Riyadh. But BDS is looking like they're trying to tie the series. I feel like this is a 50-50 series. It depends if BDS shows up. The last 2 times they played in quarterfinals at Majors, it was not pretty.
Okay, we are going to jump out of this for the moment. Remind me, where can we watch the rest of the games?
EWC_gold.
That's it. I really think the memory is close. Okay, we're going to move on, and as we wait for James Baldwin from Guild Esports to join us, let's hear from caster Lewis McGlade in the ALJ interview.
I'm here with Lewis McGlade, part of the broadcast team for ESLR1, and we've had a good couple of days, Lewis, haven't we? I mean, Drivers' Championship briefly, Kevin Siggy taking it. We thought Joe was going to do it. Benneker was in there at the end, but in the end, Kevin Siggy took it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Job looked really strong. He had 4 in a row, which is the first time we've ever seen 4 race victories in a row, by the way, in the ESLR1, which we've had over 200 races now. Yeah. That's pretty impressive. Job has the highest percentage of race victories, of all this, that, and the other, and yet still just couldn't get it done in those last 4 races. Kevin Siggy comes through, takes the final victory. I mean, he looks strong, and he's been looking strong again since. He's a man in form.
Yeah, I mean, for the guys who don't know, if I'm talking on broadcast with some numbers, they'll all be from Lewis's spreadsheet.
Oh, yeah.
So I've got him to thank for a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about. But think about the teams. Team Redline, they come in as favourites realistically. They look pretty strong. I don't think anyone's going to beat them realistically, are they? Maybe? Anyone?
There's a couple. The thing is, the only thing that could really happen is if like Redline fumble it on Sunday, which can happen when the pressure's on. The fact is they've got 4 really strong teams. What's going to happen though is they're going to have to get themselves into finalist mode, and still one of their drivers has to win. Right, that's the important bit. Still requires that victory. The problem is they've got 4 drivers that can win. That's the real difficulty here for everyone else. Teams like Mouse, though, teams like Williams, with McCormack and such, they can challenge if they get through.
And Vitality on a little bit of a back foot, aren't they, after what happened at Jeddah? That was That was quite a pile-up, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think it's the biggest crash I've ever seen in the SLR1. Yeah, very, very big indeed. I mean, it was exciting. Williams came through in that, but yeah, Vitality, who of course, technically speaking, when they were R8G, they're the full season champions from the end of last year. So they are a team that have pedigree when it comes to winning. But yeah, it's not looking so great for them.
And I think surprise team of the day is either going to be Guild, although they had a little bit of luck, you could say, in Jeddah with the positions that they got. But BS competition, I mean, to have Ferry Stanley second at Fuji, they had the win with Kai K over in, where was it? I remember. Yeah, at Spa, that was it. You got the win at Spa. What great day for them, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and Ferris just came off finishing in 4th position as well, the Hockenheim ring as well. So they have been looking very, very, very strong. The thing is, I've seen flashes of good speed from BS competition, so like, yeah, fair enough. Guild have looked, especially online, they have looked, sorry Seb, they have looked pretty average. And throughout the day so far, they've looked brilliant. They've looked really, really strong. And so Guild, I'd say, are like the standout performers that have really stepped up in a car they're not particularly used to, because obviously most of them are used to driving the Merc.
Yeah, but I mean, there's lots of teams that are going to be in that kind of 5th to 10th bracket for the last chance, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Top 3 for Sunday. Who's going to be the top 3 in the end?
Right at the end of the championship, well, obviously Redline. Oh, that's a good one. I think Williams is going to be 3rd, Mouse is going to be 2nd.
Okay. And for those who don't know, Lewis put Dara McCormack as his driver's champion yesterday, which
I
was
might have
unlikely.
A little bit of bias.
A little bit of bias. But we will see how they do, because they do look pretty good. We will find out later today how the second chance races go, but for now, we'll go back to you guys in the studio.
And welcome back to EWC Central. I'm your host, Quick Shot, and we're about to dive into some ESL R1. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome James Baldwin from Guild Esports to the sofa. He's joining Dara and I, and we'll be watching some R1 together, talking a little bit more about the races, the drivers, talking a little bit more about whether it's a game, whether it's a simulation. It's a debate that I've been having for fun, mostly. But first of all, James, welcome to the show. Tell me a little bit about yourself. Tell me how you got into sim racing, and how much exposure do you have to the wider world of esports?
Yeah, so I got into sim racing in 2018, and I've been racing for a variety of different teams now, racing for Guild Esports, and yeah, I've been racing on Rensport for like a year and a half now, and first time at the Esports World Cup. It's crazy.
It is crazy. Just quickly, before we dive into like deeper Rensport topics, and I let Dara maybe take over in terms of the gameplay stuff, how much exposure do you have to esports in general as, first of all, just a human person, gamer, driver, and then secondly, obviously Guild Esports is a very respectable, club. David Beckham's one of the backers. I'm very familiar with them, especially a lot of other titles. So yeah, let's just talk about the wider industry.
Yeah, so I mean, myself, before I got into sim racing, I wasn't really into like gaming or esports too much. So it sort of opened my eyes. By doing sim racing, I got exposed to all the other esports. So I watch a couple of them now, which is kind of cool. Guild only recently has just popped on my radar. As I say, I'm not heavy into the other esports, but really cool team. Very different to most teams I've been with, and it's been cool to sort of been at the start of their sim racing journey. It's been cool.
Now, just very interestingly for me, and this is not trying to create drama or spice. To me, this is a game. Yes, it's a simulation, but if you play PUBG, it's simulated weapon fire. If you play Call of Duty, it's arcade themed, but you're simulating movement. So the idea of simulation versus game, is it a debate that's even worth having? Do you view it as a game?
If you're saying PUBG and COD is a simulation, then sim racing is definitely a simulation. It's closer to driving a real car than Call of Duty is to firing a gun.
That's fair. PUBG is much closer to firing an actual rifle than Call of Duty is. It has bullet physics. It literally has momentum and things like that. Okay, great. We're not going to have a debate here. We're bringing you on because you're an expert driver. We are busy taking a look at a live race right now. So Dara, introduce this race to our viewers, just so James is aware. We've got people from Tekken 8, PUBG, Rocket League, obviously R1 as well. So Dara, give me an intro to this before we dive into the rest of the race.
Yes, so this is Jeddah. This is the 3rd race that we're seeing in Group A. Williams doing, of course, very, very well. James from Guild not having to worry about anything today because, of course, they found their way through in the top 4 in the final anyway. But, I mean, you had a very good race here, didn't you, yesterday? It looked quite dramatic behind, but you managed to just kind of get away from it all.
Yeah, so did a decent lap in qualifying. I was sort of a few tenths off my PB, but it's really hard at the event to do that because of all the pressure and stuff like that. So a solid lap, P2 on the grid, good move around the outside of Max Benneker, and
fortunately, there was a bit of a crash behind, so I could get away, and yeah, managed to hang on to the win just. I had McCormack hunting me down in the Mercedes last few laps. He was a lot quicker than me, but I wasn't the quickest driver on that grid in that race, but I managed to get the win. So it always feels quite nice to be able to do that, to be honest.
Now, James, when we take a look at the rest of the field here at EWC, we've already had 2 teams eliminated. We're obviously in the last chance qualifiers here. This is the Group A teams, on the track. What do you make of the competition, and how well are the respective teams and drivers performing here at EWC?
Some teams are unbelievably quick. Some teams are maybe not so quick. I mean, Team Redline are definitely the favourites. I think that's pretty clear. All 4 of them are really strong. BMW looks really good. That's the other thing in sim racing as well. Like, I guess in different games, like different guns are better, different cars are better in sim racing. So like the BMW seems really strong. But on this grid, like Williams, I'd say are favourites to go through. They're definitely, especially Dara McCormack, he's one of the quickest guys here. So I expect Williams to go through, definitely.
And we'll take a look at the qualifying right now. Briefly explain the qualifying to some of the viewers. We've not watched a lot of qualifying.
Yeah.
So just give the intro basics for our Tech and our PUBG viewers.
So for the way that the qualifying works in ESL R1 is that each driver gets set off kind of at a bit of a stagger, and they've got 1 lap to do it. It's one-shot qualifying. If they mess it up on their lap, they're done. It's where we saw a couple of days ago Kevin Siggy banging his head on the steering wheel because he messed up his qualifying lap and he had no other chances. So it really, really is pressure, and I think James will testify to this, that this kind of qualifying is so much more pressured than other qualifying sessions where you may even get up to something like half an hour to set a lap time.
Yeah, in sim racing, this is the highest pressure environment. 1 lap, if you press the brake pedal slightly too hard or you turn the wheel slightly too much, you lose a tenth and you end up, instead of starting on pole, you end up 5th or 6th or even last. So it's really high pressure. But as I said earlier, we've been doing it for a year and a half now in this tournament. So you sort of get used to it.
Yeah.
But still, I think my heart rate yesterday in my qualifying was like 180.
That's
amazing.
I mean, honestly, again, high pressure, right? Do or die. Being in this scenario, being one of the 3 teams that said knowing 2 of them are going to be eliminated, I would not want to be in that environment. If we zoom out, talk to me about ESL R1. I had the pleasure a little bit earlier of actually speaking to head of strategy from Ren Sports. Dara's briefly kind of talked to me about some of the nuances because as far as sim racing goes, this is one of the newer titles on the block. I love seeing it here at EWC. How different are the respective versions of sim racing that you can get out there? As somebody I come from an FPS background, so I'm not particularly clued up in this world.
Yeah, I mean, they're all really different. I wish there was one, it'd just be so much easier, but they all feel different, right? So the way the tire is connected to the road, in one sim might be very extreme, but in another sim you might not be able to feel it at all. So Ren Sport's quite slidey, so you have to have really good throttle control. So they're all very different, but I think the good drivers or the best drivers can adapt to all of them. It's like Max Verstappen in Formula 1, right? No matter how the car feels, or he's always up there because he can adapt. Adaptability is a really key skill in sim racing, yeah.
Yeah, it really, really is. Okay, now we're actually going to watch most of this race here with you, James. So, Dara, I'm going to need you to guide me through this as well. I mean, look, the last time I watched motorsport, I was telling Dara and some of the guys on our show, I was probably about 10 years old, so that's more than 20 years ago. More than 20 years ago. So I'm a bit rusty on motorsport. So what are we looking at right now? Are the players just lining up to get ready for the rolling starts?
Yeah, this is practice. So they have 2 practice sessions in each race to an effect. They have about a 6-minute practice session before qualifying, and then it's I think 2 or 3 minutes just before the race. So it really is almost like a warm-up to get into the race. These are all the guys getting ready to go. See, they're just lounging about. I know James will know that yesterday, there was quite a lot of lounging about by quite a lot of the drivers because only 2 races by each driver done, so they had a lot of spare time, but they're about to get going.
To be fair, that is true in traditional racing as well.
You're
at a track for 4 days. You may be on the track for an hour, right? It's definitely about that. What does that do for your mentality? Because this event is wild, and I would presume the vast majority of clubs, teams, drivers are not used to being surrounded by other esports professionals who will not look at the game the same way you guys do. So it's a completely different mental taxation than maybe what you're used to, right?
Yeah, I think everyone's different, but some drivers like to stay in the zone the whole time, which I think is really draining.
Yeah.
I just try and relax, have a laugh with someone right up until the last minute, and then switch it on when you need to switch it on, then after relax, because I think that's just such a more sustainable way of doing it. But got the race start here, just about to kick off. let the carnage ensue.
Do you want to commentate it, Darren?
Well, I can. You know, I've done it.
Do you want to flex a little bit for the start of the race? Go for it.
I won't go full commentary, but so this is the race start. James said yesterday that we did have that kind of big crash down at turn 3, which is on the exit of the opening couple of corners. We've got the Williams in the lead, but Falcons around the outside. We've seen a couple of drivers. I know James was involved in this. There was a bit of an incident at turn 2 yesterday, but everyone's made their way through relatively safely. They're underneath the bridge through turn 3. Lots of corner numbers at this track that don't even exist. Into turn 4, they've all made it through quite nicely, actually. This is a very, very, very difficult corner to go side by side. If you do it, you're likely to be going wide, maybe into the wall. It's so, so tricky. In this entire first sector, James, I mean, it's probably one of the trickiest on the entire calendar. Oh, my word. It does get tight around here, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I've only done one race start around here. Unfortunately, I was in the lead, so I haven't had to go through this yet. I'm sure I will tomorrow, though.
James, how I don't know how to word this. How angry? What do you feel when contact is made with your car by a fellow racer?
There's so many variables. It depends on how the contact, the context, who it is, how much you like them.
or vice versa. Or vice versa. Okay, James, give me your professional opinion. So from the start, we're halfway through the first lap here. What are we interpreting from how this has got the race going?
So it's not been too crazy, to be honest. No crashes. Everyone's still with the train, the slipstream train. I mean, you get slipstream from about half a second back onwards. So it's pretty clean so far. Pretty mixed up. I mean, Williams looks strong, first and third, big points. I guess, between Falcon, only one team goes through,
Correct.
right? Yeah. So I think
I'm 99% certain that by this point, it might even start to look very scary for both Falcons and G2. I feel like every race we've seen, we caught a glimpse of race 1, where it was like 1, 2, 3, 4 for Williams. I think it was 12, 11, 10 for G2. And I'm almost certain, just on that alone, unless Williams completely bombs out like multiple races, I think it's just in their favor, right, Dara?
Yeah, I mean, Williams probably have the best roster in this group. I mean, Dara McCormack did very, very well in the drivers' final on Thursday. Maybe getting a few more points than definitely Josh Rogers in the end. But around the outside at turn 1 and 2, that is a bold place to make a move, but just about squeezing out into the wall. It's so tricky if you're on the outside here to really get the drive, especially with the raised curbs that you get here, because this game or this track is new to the to Rensport, so you can just see there. It's what I was talking about before. If you go side by side into that corner, you're likely to be shoved wide. It's an interesting taking the position. I don't know, James. I don't know, the stewards, how strict are they being this week?
I think the, I don't know, actually, I've forgot what happened.
Got pushed off the corner just a little bit. I don't know if it would have necessarily helped him. That wasn't a moment where my frustration trigger went, where some of the other incidents I have. James, give me a brief sort of rundown on kind of the differentiating factors of the cars in Rensport. We don't get a lot of time to, let's say, dive deep into the mechanics or the the specifics of the title. But what are the key differences between the cars you can race?
So I guess the key things of a car is straight line speed, handling, braking, and acceleration. And so the BMW at the minute seems strong in pretty much every area. The Mercedes seems second best, I'd say, and then the Audi's probably third best. The Porsche is probably the worst car here at the event, if I'm being brutally honest. But just clouds at the wall there. But they're micro differences, right? You're talking like a tenth of a second per lap quicker, slower.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's the difference between first and third, first and fourth. You know what I mean? So like, yes, I understand in isolation, but again, when you are talking, hundreds, thousands of a second differentiating qualifying times and performances. But again, I think they're going to stay pretty much locked, right? I haven't seen any major changes at the top of the table.
Yeah, I mean, it's somewhat difficult to overtake. Particularly here, but I mean, there's still definitely room. There are a couple of little groups.
Okay, so challenging question.
Yeah.
What's the point in racing 9 laps if all that matters is your qualifying and your first lap?
Well, it's not, because something can happen.
Aha!
Oh, here we go, though.
Oh, hello. Oh. 3 wide. No, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
Team kill. Team kill. Come on, G2.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh.
Isaac. Oh, my.
Oh, no.
Oh. Are we playing bumper cars?
Yeah, seemingly.
Okay, James, what does this mean to you? Are these drivers just losing a bit of control? Are they pushing too hard?
This is wild.
Oh!
My word.
3 wide here.
Oh, what?
This is probably the craziest bit of racing we've seen all weekend.
Tell me stewards are getting involved. Come on.
100%. Someone's
Yes!
getting a penalty.
Oh!
Yes!
Yeah, I'm not sure who though. I've lost.
Not a clue.
Listen, there are so many potential incidents here.
I'm glad I'm not a steward. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
agreed.
Yeah.
Also, we are discussing this for fun. We are not commenting that anyone will be punished, nor will any decisions be made. This is not an official product. But yeah, I would love to come back to that question, James. I mean, like, again, I'm going to just frame it aggressively. If qualifying and the opening lap determines the majority of the race positions, what's the point of racing 9 laps?
No, you got a good point, because obviously we want the races to be entertaining, right? And some tracks you can't overtake. Hockenheim, this track's not great for it. So I do feel like, why are they here? Like, why wouldn't you just not have the races on tracks?
Do you want longer laps or do you want different tracks? Longer races or different tracks? Ooh, because hypothetically, if you have longer races, more laps available, does that create more opportunities to overtake?
Well, I think for the viewer, you just need tracks to it, like Monza, where you just need races like that, you know, where you can just overtake. It's always a good race at Monza.
I'm going to say this, James, I'm so sorry. We won't be able to complete that show, that race on our show. That's the sentence I'm looking for. We've got multiple interview guests lined up. It's the second to last day of EWC. This is, I want to apologize to you and Dara, because that means we have to cycle through a lot of guests.
I get that.
I'm going to give you the opportunity. Can you give a shout out to, let's say, the wider esports market, and let us know how we can support Guild Esports tomorrow in the finals? Camera number one. Let's give directions.
Camera number one. Yes, so, yeah, we're in the final of the EWC Rensport Championship, and we're Guild Esports. We qualified in 4th. We're not the favourites, but I think we can do really well. So make sure you tune in.
I'll tell you this, qualifying in 4th, you've already surprised a few people in terms of power rankings and stuff.
Including myself.
Deserve to be there. Deserve to be there. And you, dude, you don't have to throw yourself under the bus. He's right here. One very last thing. How do people get involved in Rensport? Let's say hypothetically people are interested in Gran Turismo. They've played Need for Speed, but it's not challenging enough. How do they get involved?
Need a PC, it's on Steam, and just download it. Get it and download it, yeah.
That makes it a game, everybody. Exactly. No, I'm kidding. James, thank you so much for your time. I wish you the best of luck tomorrow. We're going to move on with the show. We're going to an ad break. When we come back, we're going to speak to Musty, and that'll be followed by Team Liquid CEO, Steve Arnchett. And we'll be right back.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
down into T1. He's trying to force Tatler out wide. Tatler has gone wide. The up and under comes in from McCormack as he sends his way up into second place. Little nod of the head there. It becomes a Williams Esports 1-2. Perfectly read from McCormack. He forced Tatler to defend and worked his way through. Yannick Tourmaline will make a move on Matty Siepler in the background as well as they head down the start-finish straight. And once again, Thomas Tatler will have a look down into T1. But once we've exited turn 2, it will be confirmed as a 1-2 at the moment for Williams.
Well, that was absolutely sensational. The man from Kildare in Ireland managing to find the undercut coming through the final corner, coming out of turn 27. It was so majestic. He just broke a little earlier, found the escape coming out of turn 27, and the run down towards turn 1 was left with the Williams out ahead of Team Falcon's very own Thomas Tatler. And now it's a 1-2 scenario for Williams once more. Yeah. Of course, they would have liked 3 and 4 to correspond with what happened at Fuji, and Tatler, as you can see, very frustrated and the odd mistake creeping in.
Yeah, it was pretty poor through 8 and 9 there was Tatler. Used a little bit too much of the curb, and I don't know necessarily, I've not actually driven the Jeddah Corniche circuit in these GT3s, but typically what I would suspect based on my knowledge is the Merc should take to the curbs quite nicely going through 8, 9 and 10. But the Audi's typically a little bit more, struggles a little bit more on the curb, although I can't say that one for certain. It did seem as though that did look like it was the case there for Thomas Tatler. Riding on board though with our race leader, and look at that beautiful clean road up ahead. Dom Plyer absolutely running away with things for his first ever victory in ESL R1. He has 2 more laps to complete if he's going to take that victory here at the Jeddah Corniche circuit. Only our 4th race around here in ESL R1. And to be fair, only 4th race of Rennsport around here.
It's not quite Sunday, but this is very much a Sunday drive for Dom Blyer, taking it nice and steady. McCormack sat in second place. Williams currently holding all the cards. And I must say this is going to go very well in terms of what their hopes and expectations will be. No doubt the team behind the scenes are going to be well, soldiering them on, hoping that they can go out there and ensure their place as one of the 2 teams to make it through to the finals, to battle it out for the overall team's crown. Obviously, it's going to play such a vital part in this Esports World Cup. Whilst Falcons have, of course, won the club championship, still some major points to be dished out. Let's take a look at the replay here, running on board here with the Williams driver. This is Darren McCormack's move through turn 27, just perfectly executed, Lewis, and that is experience in a nutshell.
Yeah, absolutely teed him up. Did McCormack. You can see already way too far on the inside, trying to turn. Tatler knew he was braking too late. McCormack judged that one perfectly, straight back through on the inside. Lovely stuff from Darren McCormack to take his way up into second spot, and now with a 2-second lead over Thomas Tatler, it does look as though it is going to be a 1-2 for the Williams Esports team. They'll be cleaning up with 45 points at least from the top 2 positions. Is it going to give them an extra 40 points or 34 points rather on their gap and confirm them as moving through to Sunday? Not quite, but do you know what? They'd have to have an absolute desire.
Good evening, good morning, or good night, depending where in the world you are tuning in to the EWC Central broadcast from. As I promised a little bit earlier on, today is an interview extravaganza. My second to last guest today is a significant figure in the Rocket League community, the most subscribed YouTuber as far as Rocket League content is concerned. He has a move named after him, which I know nothing about. My producers have just told me to ask about it. And because of the fact that I don't think I can properly pay respects to the impact and influence that Musty has had on Rocket League, I've asked Gibbs to join me for this one. So first of all, Musty, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you very much for being with some of the craziness here in the studio. We've got a very small space, we've got a lot going on. Could you introduce yourself to camera number 1 and our fans and viewers? We've got Tekken, PUBG, R1. Yeah. I mean, you've seen there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, first of all. But yeah, I'm Musty, otherwise known as a Musty Cow. And I am the biggest Rocket League YouTuber right now. And I've been following the tournament kind of closely. I'm more excited to just be here at the Boulevard, and I've been enjoying a lot of the stuff around the Esports World Cup, and we've been in the desert. We've done a lot of fun stuff.
Perfect. I mean, I was going to hold the microphone a little closer to your mouth.
Okay.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Talk to me about what are you doing out here? I know, obviously, content creator, like working with Energy.
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with Energy. They cross over a lot of the games that I've come from and whatnot. So what are you up to here on closing weekend at EWC?
I'm here to have a fun time, man. Saudi Arabia, I've been here. This is my 3rd time being here now, and I went to the desert we rode some camels.
Ooh, that's awesome.
And my favorite part, I don't know how this happened. I just got a text that said, hey, do you want to play Neymar later tonight? And I ended up playing with Neymar on my Rocket League
That's
team.
even better than playing against Neymar.
I got things, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's very hectic here.
Yes.
So last minute, I ended up playing with Neymar.
So you're part of the reason that he ended up winning that show match a couple nights ago.
I'm not sure if he won, but we
did not win Rocket.
We did
Okay, so the overall competition.
Oh.
Okay, so even though you hurt his chances, he still won it for the
Yeah.
team. Because they played Tekken, they played Rocket League, they played Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
He ended up getting a knife kill in Counter-Strike, just by the way.
Yeah,
so.
we got him 2 goals in Rocket League too.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
That is
not
awesome.
only that, you played football as a kid, so
Yes.
obviously Neymar is very important.
Yeah, I played football.
Can I give you a recommendation? There is a esports experience not too far from here. You put on the goggles, you carry the gun. No backpack, no computer. It's all done wirelessly, and you basically play like Call of Duty.
I think we're gonna do that maybe later today. I really want to.
I'm looking at your organizer here, your manager. He needs to make it happen. I got to do it with Diogo Yorte. It was amazing. Anyways,
Really?
okay. Well, let's move on. Let's talk a little more about Rocket League. Before we get into whatever the musty flick is, before we get to that, I've been having a lot of fun poking fun at Gibbs because his predictions are terrible. He told me the second best team of the tournament is going to be Gentle Mates. And they've been smacked twice by an Australian team, Chiefs. Dude, how huge of an upset is it that Chiefs have taken them out twice?
Listen though, Chiefs they picked up a new player, I think just for this tournament, a guy named Jorius.
Yes.
I'm not sure if that's how you say his name,
Yes.
but it changed the entire team dynamic, and he seems to be fitting in really well. And it is crazy that they're getting. I wouldn't really call it upsets though with a player like him.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. The only other one is I've obviously learned about the impact that Beast Mode has on G2 and the Rocket League scene in general. The fact that G2 3-0'd BDS with a sub.
Yeah.
How wild is that?
I mean, it sounds wild on paper, but people underestimate Nas. He's a fantastic player. He's a little lesser known, but I think they're going to go very far in the tournament.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I had another. Who did I speak to? Was it Mizu?
Yes, Mizu. Yeah.
Mizu.
That's
Actually,
my boy. Yes, sir.
Mizu predicted G2 to win the whole tournament.
Ooh.
Hot or not?
Close. But you got to remember, Falcons are also in the tournament. This is their home turf.
Yeah, home turf, man.
Where were they in the bracket? Were Falcons up there?
They're going to play in the semifinal, I think.
Okay,
Yes,
that was you call yourself so good. They're gonna play. I think it's like, oh, okay. It's G2 versus Chiefs in the quarterfinals. I've been having a little bit of fun with the Chiefs team. I come from South Africa myself, so I've adopted the Chiefs, even though Australians and South Africans don't get along very well. Regardless, okay, you are the biggest YouTube content creator for Rocket League. You have a move named after you. Explain the move to me, and then can I ask you to try pull it off?
We'll see if it works.
Okay.
I'll try my hardest.
We're gonna try. Look, I want to make something very clear before we start. This is not an ideal competitive setup. Okay, this is a broadcast environment. There's a lot of wireless signals around. These are not gaming monitors that we're working from. So I'm not gonna hold it against you if it doesn't work. But first of all, explain the move to me.
This is called the Musty Flick, and basically I've been playing Rocket League for 8 years now, ever since I was around 15 years old, and I'm 23 now. So I was just a kid in my parents' basement, kind of messing around, learning the physics of the game. And Rocket League is a purely physics-based game. Like if you want to shoot the ball, you don't just click shoot.
Yeah.
You have to click a combination of 4 or 5 buttons in a very particular order.
You have to have momentum behind the call
to get the exact shot you want. And I was playing around with stuff like that, and I noticed if you lean far enough forward and backflip, you'll actually propel your car forward. Then I had the idea, what if I did that with the ball on my car? And this is about a year after the game came out. So I did it, and I posted it to Reddit, like, yo, guys, is this cool? Like, is this valid? And I got a few thousand upvotes on Reddit, and they're like, bro, we haven't seen this before. It's actually pretty crazy. And then the higher ranked players started posting their clips of doing it in games and stuff, and they were calling it the Musty Flick because my username is amustycow, which Xbox name generated. And then it just kind of took off. You know what I mean? I had no idea it would really take off, but you'll even see Musty Flicks in this tournament, to this day.
Have we caught any? Probably not.
I haven't caught any in highlight packages yet, but they do happen, and it is a move that is very viable.
Okay, so Gibbs, I'm going to hand it over to you. Can you set this up for me a little bit? You're going to have to, once you get it together, let's pull the PlayStation up. We're going to see if a Musty Cow can pull off
he's got to take rings off. Look at him.
This is professional stuff here. Come on. We don't mess around here. And again,
I think that's why I was bad at Rocket League.
I wanna make it clear this is not the biggest. Okay, so Gibbs, this is all you, dude.
All right, so the musty flick, he's going to try to do an aerial dribble. We'll see if he just puts the ball on his car and then see if he can pop it up.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to give me a few tries here.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, that was just the initial setup, just to...
Also, dude,
you have to own goal first.
Of course.
You've got to get used to the screen as well. Make sure we're looking at the one without the camera because there's no input lag on that one.
Okay, here we go. Wait, which one?
So
look at the bottom one is probably
the middle.
your best.
The one that does not have your camera. Those are the ones that have no input.
Okay. It's still a little bit input lag here.
Yeah.
Oh, God, this is hard. okay, so I'm going to...
What if you go on the wall, maybe?
Nah, it'll be harder.
Okay.
Oh, no.
What if you aerial and then put the ball up?
Hold on. Guys, I'm normally not like this. I want you to understand.
Again, please take my word for this, Musty. The configuration is challenging.
He's only slightly worse than me.
Oh, no. Okay. Dang it, man. Okay, one more try.
All right, here we go. Now, again, it is a move used by pros, and that's why it is a very difficult move, but it has a lot of power on the shot.
To that.
Similar. Okay, that actually was a pretty good example because I can understand how you
understand. Okay, so here, I'll do it without the ball. Look.
Okay.
So you move your car forward, you lean it, and you go like that, and it will pop the ball up in a way that
you kind of like scoop it.
Do you know what I love so much? It literally just looks like you're kicking a football. Do you know what I mean? It's basically the articulation of an ankle and a foot. Oh, that was so close! Oh, that was so close.
Yeah, a lot of input lag on this.
Like I said, it is a challenging setup, but I tried to...
There it is! Oh!
The reason I lost to Justin Wong is because of the input lag. It has nothing to do with his skill difference to mine.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, we're going to try this again.
This is high pressure.
Oh,
there you go. So you'll see the power.
I'll take it.
Okay, look.
That's all we get.
That was awesome. By the way, our producers had just given up on you. And then they cut away to camera, and then we cut back just as you scored the goal. Like literally pulled that one off. One last question about this before maybe Gibbs, I'll give you an opportunity here. How do you feel that knowing that there's a game that your name and your impact will live on in Rocket League history?
It's very surreal. It's crazy that just coming from my parents' basement, just hitting the ball, and now commentators are talking about it live, and people are utilizing the mechanic to win millions of dollars is genuinely a crazy feeling, and it certainly helped with my growth as a content creator, having that move in the game. Because some people may not even watch my content, but they know the Musty Flick. And I'm like, yo, I'm Musty, nice to meet you. And they're like, oh,
you're him.
Musty Flick? Musty? And then
he is him.
Yeah, exactly. So just to answer your question, very, very surreal, and I'm of course just thankful that that's even a thing.
And I just want to say that in terms of Rocket League, we talk about that the content creators are the lifeblood of the esport as well. We always talk about, there are pro players and all that. A lot of them don't do YouTube. A lot of them don't do Twitch. So you need people to enter. And you enter through YouTube personalities like Musty that will show you the game in a fun way. Then players play, or then they watch the pros play. That's the entry level. You need people like him to make the esport grow.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me. I'm just going to say one last thing. First of all, thank you so much for taking the time for joining us. Thank you for actually showing me the move as well. I am definitely...
I tried my hardest. I'll show you a better version off camera.
Gibbs and the rest of the EWC teams have actually made converts out of most of the people on my show, including Justin Wong, who's one of the most storied and legendary fighting game guys. He's literally going home to play Rocket League, just as...
Oh, wow.
Legitimately.
He loves it.
I'll say this really quickly. We've had a number of very, very special guests join us this weekend. We're going to be giving away this t-shirt. We'll give you details on exactly how. If you know Call of Duty, we've had Hex, we've had Scump on here.
Oh, wow.
I've had a couple of different high-impact CEOs. We'll be adding another one to the list in the not too distant future. I'll ask you to sign this on the way out. Just before I do let you go, camera number one, give a shout out to your fans, your community, and lovers of Rocket League.
Yeah, well, thank you guys, first of all, for watching EWC. I think we're in the quarterfinals right now. Super excited to be here. And for all the fans out there, I greatly appreciate you. We're very close to 3 million subscribers. I think we might hit it in a few days here in Saudi Arabia. So thank you guys for all the support, and thank you for watching EWC.
Where can we find you? What's the exact name?
Oh, just look up Musty on Google, and I should appear. If my SEO is correct, just
Musty. If you want that close to 3 mil, I want the exact URL. Come on, hit it. Give me it to the camera.
YouTube.com/a musty cow.
That's it. Get this man to 3 million. That's what I'm looking for.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Stay there for 1 second for me. We're going to jump inside the Kiddie Arena, take a look at what's happening in the Rocket League quarterfinals right now.
Seconds left. There's a big demo. LJ, it looks like he might have just gotten the boost, but it doesn't matter. Demoed off the field. Chicago lets that ball bounce up. Drawley over one, goes for a 50, couldn't get a piece of it. Hoxer doesn't have much boost to do anything. Has to go for that low pass. It's pinched and blocked. It's going to be an open net for Monkey Moon, who secures the series, inks the paper. This one is done and dusted in favor of Team BDS.
BDS win a battle here in 6. It looked more comfortable than perhaps it felt at times, but ultimately, across the board, the more consistent team. And that is what it's all about in single elimination. No one cares how high your ceiling goes. It's nice if you're on, but it's all about where's the floor. And BDS have a pretty high one.
Team BDS break through. They've been cursed with only top 8 performances this year in international LAN events. They finally make it to a top 4. A quality victory over Space Station Gaming, who had some tricks up their sleeves, but not enough to get the job done.
And you could see it over on Hoxer's face. He knew, he's like, man, it was a good tournament, but he knows not his best series. He knows he didn't play poorly, but he knows he could have played better as well. And Chicago, decent start to the series, but then tapered off heavily as that series went on. Didn't have as much of an impact as they would have liked, at least across a few different aspects. You know, normally they like to see him really pressuring out of the midfield, good 50s, find some passes.
And this looks like a completely different Team BDS than we saw play G2. I mean, they scored a single goal, you know, and Team BDS even dropping that game to Power, having 2 overtimes against them. We're thinking, no way Team BDS is going to do much damage at this tournament, but they have showed up today.
And a well-deserved win for him is right. I mean, it's been a long time, like you said, top 8, top 8, top 8. Hey, you fight through a tough international competition. You earn a top 4. You earn a key to crush.
Welcome back to EWC Central. The interview extravaganza is drawing to a close. I have one last very special guest joining my show. Before I introduce this gentleman to all of our viewers at home, this is a man that I have crossed paths with many, many times. More than 20 years ago, the organization that this man represents influenced my love for esports. The organization, Team Liquid, frankly, put StarCraft on the map in the West. It's that simple, and if you think otherwise, you're wrong. On top of that, Team Liquid Steve, CEO from Team Liquid, also has had a gigantic influence on developing the club, adding teams, influencing competition, and I have had some of the best professional moments either competing against you regionally as a European broadcaster or watching your teams and cheering for them in recent years, which I will tell you this, Steve, has been strange for me to adapt to. Cheering for TL teams after many years cheering against them. First of all, thank you for joining me on the sofa.
Well, thanks for having me.
Steve,
some wonderful things. So
we know of one another. We very rarely get the chance to collaborate and work together. But could I ask you to introduce yourself to the wider viewers for this week's broadcast with PUBG, Rocket League, Ren Sports, Tekken 8. Yep. Camera number 1, just give me a little intro for yourself, please.
Yeah. For folks that do not know me, my name is Steve Aronstedt. I'm the co-CEO of Team Liquid. If you're not familiar with Team Liquid, we are...
Wake up! Sorry. I'm sorry. That sentence...
No, all good. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're, of course, one of the largest esports teams in the world. And a little bit about me, you know, I started off in League of Legends. It's the game that I play the most and love the most. I used to be a pro player and joined forces with Victor, who founded Team Liquid about a decade prior, and we became co-CEOs and have built an organization that has proven to build a legacy on winning. We have won more than most teams out there. International, back-to-back championships in League of Legends. We won the Grand Slam in Counter-Strike and many more, and we're currently in second place here at EWC. So it's an honor to be here.
Currently second place.
Currently. Hopefully finish second.
We'll build on this in just a second. Let's briefly talk about EWC first. Obviously coming in here, I saw your tweet finally arrived, and the word finally is what caught my attention there, because Team Liquid has had a lot of representation. You've had a lot of teams, games, I see the name quite a lot. How have you been watching? How have you been feeling? How anxious have you been, maybe not being on the ground, and how do you reflect on the 8 weeks of competition so far?
Well, this event is something that has never been orchestrated in esports history, to showcase so many different game titles, determine who is not just the best team or player, but the organization that fields so many different games all around the world. I think for me, I have had the joy of participating here on site at the venue with League of Legends, and you asked, like, how has it been? That moment of being 1-1 with T1 and then going into the third game, being 6K gold up, and I'm backstage and Spawn, the coach, he's sitting right there, and I'm like, what do you think is going to happen? And he's like, this game, it's impossible to lose, he says to me. And then we lost.
I would say this.
Heartbreaking.
I will say this. Team Liquid put up a better fight against T1 than the finalists. You know what I mean? So like, honestly, mad respect. In particular, I've known Spawn for a very long time.
No, you do.
We spent a lot of time together. I loved watching him take that little victory lap going, I thought NA was bad. It was well-deserved. Okay, I want to zoom out very quickly. Let's talk about Team Liquid's games. Let's talk about the results. I actually have a visual aid, mostly for myself. I've been here a long time. It's been 8 weeks, Steve. League of Legends, 3rd and 4th. MSC from Mobile Legends Bang Bang, 3rd and 4th. 2nd in Dota. I'll say this, another second. Steve, can you sit, my man? I've had enough. I'll get him to explain that in a second. And then look, I think it would be unfair for me to say this. It's been a little bit more topsy-turvy, like 7th, then we got 17th, 45th, 8th. We have a StarCraft win. I will get to StarCraft last because I want to unpack that for a little. You have to be proud overall when you look at that, but how do you actually feel as the co-CEO for TL?
Yeah. I mean, looking at that list, I think it's a representation of something that we have set out as our main quest at TL, which is to become a global, multi-generational esports team. And in order to do that, you need to have relevancy, not just in one game or one region of the world, but you need to have representation in so many different titles. And it's a strategy that we took on at Team Liquid prior to a lot of other organizations and teams.
If you'll allow me to interject, as a longtime viewer and fan, I believe you may be the first North American club, organization, team, whatever you want to call it, to do that, because I believe you were doing that several years prior to any of this. I actually believe you were kind of building towards this type of model that EWC is working towards beforehand. I'm a viewer, right? Steve and I did not support Team Liquid because they kicked my ass in games that I liked for a long time, but I credit where credit's due. And I do want to just, celebrate that fact too.
Yeah, thank you. And you see it in the club standings, and that representation is not easy. Like, if you're an organization and you are in Germany and you're fielding German teams, that's one thing to manage. But we're an organization with headquarters in Sao Paulo, Brazil. We have Los Angeles, California. We have another in Jakarta. We have another in Manila. We, have one in Utrecht. And so each of these are offices.
That's the Netherlands, right?
Yeah, Netherlands. And so we are a global organization with teams and players and boot camps and facilities all around the world. And that is not easy to manage. It is easier said than done. And so to see that list, so many different cultures and backgrounds and languages represented, it kind of speaks to the idea that within esports, diversity and inclusion is key to success. Not a nice to have, but an essential ingredient in order to actually win the world championship or the Esports World Championship or the even to come in second. You know, the Falcons, they're representing 6 different regions. We're representing 6 too.
Can I just say, just as a little bit of an aside and a kudos on that one, I've heard some of the things, especially when I look ahead to like the Olympics committee and I look at how they were talking about men and women competition, things like that. Kudos for the Pride jerseys as well, coming out and doing that. It's something that I think was celebrated and something that I think was a brave move to play. I also want to celebrate one other thing. I said right at the beginning of this interview and this introduction that Liquipedia, learning about StarCraft and honestly the databases is frankly a lifesaver. I think you know how big of an impact it has, but the fact that Team Liquid came out on top in StarCraft 2 again, I want to show you a video of Clem, him celebrating.
Oh my God, that moment is so insane.
How do you reflect? How do you reflect? Keep watching. Keep watching. I mean,
you know what's so amazing is that Clem's journey has been such an incredible one. He's always kind of fallen short of being able to do that moment, right? And beat out the competition. And something clicked. Something has clicked where he's been able to perform how he has in scrims and practice on the big stage, and he deserves that. And he convincingly won the finals. Like, it was not close.
Can I tell you, I don't know if you know the numbers. I'm sure you would have. In the 12 months before Clem defeated Cyril 3-0 in the upper finals, he had lost 3 maps. Okay? Wow. And Clem took 3 of them off him in less than an hour.
It's crazy.
Cyril has never lost 7 maps in a row to a single play in the history of his professional career. Clem did it in 2 days. Okay? So,
incredible.
I give you that.
Yeah.
Now, you watch that celebration. How the hell do you justify your Dota team taking 8 second places in a row? You're wearing a silver jersey. You're cursing them.
I guess I am. You know, it's so funny because it's like they finished second again. And of course, we're not shocked and surprised because it's happened like 8 times before.
Let's name the game. Okay?
You know, but you know what's so funny is that as soon as that happened, I text Nick, who runs Gaming Gladiators, and I just said, mad props, man. You just like keep doing it. But then they went to Lima. I don't know if you followed this. And like 2 weeks later, and they got first. And I was like, oh my God.
It happened.
But Gaming Gladiators wasn't there.
Right. So, I swear to you, I did plan this one for you specifically because we took second in Dota. For long-time viewers, especially if you follow more than one game at Team Liquid, placing second for multiple times in a row is a bit of an on-brand thing for this organization. Would you like to know where they're sitting in the overall EWC Club Championship right now? Okay. This is one of my favorite moments because you don't have any competitors feeling this weekend. I can tell you that mathematically you're guaranteed top 3, just for the record.
Yes.
In the worst case scenario for you.
Yes, we will be third, worst case scenario.
You lose $2 million. That's a pretty bad scenario. Let's be frank.
It's still $2 million, which is a lot of money.
But in order for that to happen, I think Vitality and G2 both need to do exceptionally well. I'm actually going to read some specifics. When we look at these clubs, you see the names on there. As far as long-time viewers, people can like, this is a pretty elite list of clubs, and you're sitting there in second place, a significant lead past the rest. You have to be proud of the org.
Of course proud. I mean, you know, to have such an accomplishment, to sit where we are. Yes, that being said, you know, I think we are built to win as an organization.
You could have fooled me a few times, Steve.
You know, yes, I know. But like, you know, there's a little bit that's just, you know, you got to reach, you got to shoot for the stars. And Falcons did an incredible job, right?
Yes.
They have
built
so, it is to be commended. Yes. Honestly, like for real, like, you know, there's a lot of other teams that spent a fair amount of money, fielded many rosters that did not qualify, right? They were able to achieve that. And you know what is so crazy is that if we would have just won in a few moments, like if we would have beaten T1, we might have went to the finals.
Yes.
If we were in that apex moment when it was like, how many of the teams had qualified in the final map? 13.
Correct. 13 won threshold.
Yeah, 13 threshold. And then we're in the final map and we're going 1v1 against the team that won, and you're literally like seconds. You're just like a few shots away.
Trust me,
you know,
I've lived it.
Like they say in professional sports, they say, you know, you lose by an inch, you lose by a second. Like this is that kind of thing. So we could have have been there in striking
one
distance.
last thing. Yeah. As a long-time viewer, supporter, I use Liquipedia across the multiple platforms on the daily basis. On the document that I share with every single person that's joined this broadcast, one of the links that says on-air talent important links, Liquipedia. I mean this sincerely, right? I am a supporter. I'm a fan. I want to make sure that you hear it from one of the old boys around as well. You guys are great. But look, you have to find gold. Stop wearing silver. I'm going to just point that out. The gold trim. The gold trim. I'm just saying, you've cursed yourself. Okay, I've done this with a lot. I'm sure you saw the previous interview. Yeah. We're going to be giving this away. There's a bunch of really legendary names on here. We actually just had Joe Marsh on a little bit ago. He said, "Oh, Albon was here as well." Actually, now that I think about it. So I've had a day, Steve. Yeah. I'm going to say thank you one last time. Again, it's one of the few moments I get to personally share my adoration and respect. I'm going to give you the chance to say, camera number one, you can maybe atone for your second place sins or whatever else comes from the heart. It's up to you.
You know, there are so many things to say, but I want to first thank the entire community that has been watching the Esports World Cup, supporting through viewership, as well as the local audience here. You know, I think there's been over like 1.5 million people that have purchased tickets and come to the venue and supported esports locally here. I think that's phenomenal. You know, and to pull off such an incredible feat of having, you know, probably over 2,000 players compete across 22 different games and all of the logistics and broadcasting and graphics and media to accomplish this in such a short amount of time is probably on par with running the Olympics would be my guess. And so kudos to the entire team out there, to the competition who have really pushed us, especially Falcons. Congratulations to you on placing first. And of course to all the Team Liquid fans out there that have been rooting and cheering for us. Love each and every one of you, and of course to all the players, and especially Team Liquid players, and a huge shout out to Clem. You're the go to StarCraft, and yeah, so thank you.
I will just say this, thank you very much as well. Something you may not see through the microphone. Congratulations, Falcons. There was a little smirk there. That for now. that is what drives competitive spirit. That is what I expect to see. That is what I want. That's why I'm here. Steve, I'm going to say thank you so much. Before you leave, make sure you sign this one for me. Stay there for one moment. We obviously are going to continue the show. We're into our last half an hour of the broadcast. We are done with our interview extravaganza. I'm going to bring the gang back together again. And while we do that, let's head into the Aramco Sim Arena and check in on ESL R1.
Think of the driver at the 48 who would love to do it most, but there must be someone who would absolutely revel in it.
I actually don't know who crushes it on this side, because sure, would it not be Williams as they're the one that's knocked them out?
Because they've knocked them out. Yeah, good point. We'll have a look later on, of course, as we make their way to the end of the opening lap. This is side by side, a bit further back between Matty Siepler and Dominic Blyer. Siepler on the inside. He's going to have help from his teammate to go through.
Yes, indeed. Look at this, though, as here comes the bump, lifts out a bit, just dumps. I think there's rules against aggressive bump drafting.
Yeah, but you can still get close, and so that helps you along. It did the sort of reverse slipstream effect, if you like, pushing you along. And so Siepler's going to get to the inside. Yeesh. Oh, contact on the inside. Half spins, and now he's side by side awkwardly with his teammate.
Yeah, Isaac Price is going to sneak his way into this one, but has to drop back in behind Matty Siepler. That was very messy between Jakub Maciejewski and Matty Siepler. Przemysław Lamanek is also going to sit on the rear end of this one. Jakub Brzezinski, I don't know what's actually happened. We didn't quite see there on lap one, but he's down in 12th position and 4 seconds off the rear end, so he's clearly had some form of drama.
Oh,
I saw some side-by-side behind all that, and it's all got a bit chaotic at the Roger.
Yeah, it has. It was all in that same battle again. Matty Siepler's dropped dropped behind Isaac Price now in that battle for 8th place. Maciejewski is going to keep his eyes forwards here because he's trying to overtake Dominic Blyer. Not over here. Side-by-side into Lesmo 2. Oh, off the road, and Siepler's going to drop behind.
Welcome back to EWC Central. I have the kids back together. No, you know what? I have the gang back together again. That's what it is. We are definitely a gang.
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, if you want to call me a kid, that's fine.
Can I be honest? I missed you guys today. Look, yeah. I sincerely have loved every single interview that we've had, but I do feel like I missed the group. So I think what I want to do then is get one another to get back in the vibe. Let's teach one another some slang, teach one another some community words from our game. I also think this group that we've had this week, including Justin, we've used more of one another's terms in our own games more than I've done before. So kudos. Good job, team. Yeah. Right. Let's do an easy one here to start off. Well, I think it is. Dara, what is a hot drop in terms of PUBG?
It's Is it where you get a very good landing location, or it's a landing location where there's lots of people, so it's very hot?
What do we think? What do we think, Gibbs?
When you're on the path of the plane, as soon as you can drop out, and you go to the first location.
Ooh, okay. I think it's for the Australian players. They start a little barbie, chuck some shrimp on in the plane, and they have a nice hot drop of the barbecue.
Yeah, so actually you're right.
Yeah,
You drop out and the shrimps all drop with you and you eat them mid-air. No, for real though, Darrow was the closest with his second attempt. We'll allow him that.
Of course.
It's usually where 1 to 3 teams typically will drop in the same location and you generally battle it out straight away. It gets pretty crazy because it's one of the most exciting things as you don't really have a lot of loot to work with.
I will tell you this, I think PUBG casters are wrong. I think it's the least exciting. It's fisticuffs, whoever finds the first gun, you gotta load the weapon. It's frantic, but there's no shoot. It's like, ooh, it is exciting as a viewer, I'll say that. But as a player, I have pain. Okay, the next one we got ESL R1. What is a switchback? I actually don't think I have an idea on this. I'm gonna come to Gibbs first. So ESL1 racing switchback.
I think it's one of those turns where you go like, and then and you go back. So it's like a double turn, and that's what I'm thinking it is.
So like around or like?
No, around, and then you go the opposite way.
Like that.
So you're going straight.
Like a Z.
Like a Z?
Yeah, or an S or something. Yeah. So something like that.
I think like a switchback. So it's like
trust the guy from the Midlands to bring that up. You know what I mean?
I have a fake, but I'm pretty good with it actually.
You know what I mean? Okay, so you're thinking it's whatever. I think it's going to be something to do with 2 teams, 2 drivers on the same team swapping positions.
I'm very pleased with this one.
Okay.
None of you got it.
Yes.
You've described a chicane.
Yes.
So that's another word I didn't put it in, but you've got that. What a switchback is, it's a type of overtake. Or a defensive maneuver. What you do is either, let's say that you're overtaking, the car who's defending goes to the inside to try and make sure that you can't get your nose down the inside and control the corner. You brake a little bit earlier to make sure that you can get your car out of the corner quicker, and on the exit, on the traction, you pull in front. And you call that a switch.
So the word is when a driver on the outside corner brakes earlier to straighten up the car sooner and get a quicker exit to take position.
Yeah. So
I think I need to see. I think you know what?
Hands.
Yeah.
Hands. So let's say we're going into a corner.
All right.
And so I'm a car on the outside and I'm coming up.
Lift your hands higher.
You come into the corner.
Yeah.
You come into the corner.
Yeah.
They've braked a little bit later.
Okay.
And as you've come into the corner,
yeah,
this car's come up the inside.
Oh.
And on the exit starts pulling away.
Oh, because you switch sides from the back.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. See, start with the hands next time.
Yeah.
Right. In a Rocket League, what is a 50-50 blank?
I feel like we went over this at some point.
We did talk about it.
We did.
I'm going to say 50-50 is just where you've hit the ball and you've got a 50-50 chance of getting it in the goal post.
It's an incredible game where both teams scored and you're in overtime.
Is it the kickoff?
Oh.
It's a 50-50 who gets it there first?
Sort of, not particularly. It's more when 2 cars go for a challenge, which it could be on a kickoff, but we don't call it there. Okay. So basically both cars go at the ball, and you call it a 50-50 because you really don't know who's going to win that challenge because they both meet the ball at the same time to see who wins it.
I don't think I've even seen any 50-50s. Most of the time teams are driving it like...
No, they happen a lot. It's basically just a challenge on a ball.
Okay, interesting.
What's the difference between that and a pinch?
It's because it's 2 different teams, so one person could like dunk over the other and the ball goes over his
Also,
car.
hold on, we can't pinch the ball. Put your finger out. We can't pinch the ball together. That's a 50-50. That's I mean, okay, we're going to move on. I don't know why.
Yeah, I like that.
ET phone home.
Yeah.
It's time for the EWC catch-up powered by SDC. All right, I think today we may only have one update, maybe more, I don't know, we'll find out. From Rocket League, let's hear what's happening. Obviously, the quarterfinals have started today, so let's check in on the floor.
Hello, and it's Kayeli again from the Kadia Arena, here to recap about Rocket League that's going on right now. The lower bracket is done and dusted. For us, Team Secret and Power, with, of course, Gentle Mates have left the competition and a Twisted Minds. The most shocking surprise was that Chiefs were able to take down Gentle Mates by 3-0, basically. It was a clean sweep from them. And for us right now, there is a BDS walking on the stage with the Space Station Gaming. Of course, they are looking not just to take down the competition, they are also looking to guarantee more club points for them to get more money from the club championship. Are they going to be able to guarantee that for their club? Let's see. Back to you, Quick Shot.
Thank you so much for that update. We did take a look at the Rocket League playoffs a little bit earlier, the playoffs bracket. I know the first quarterfinal has already commenced. Gibbs, what's been happening in it?
Yeah, so BDS, Space Station, they came through the upper bracket. BDS has looked kind of shaky, but they made it in through the lower bracket. BDS with the upset win, they win 4-2. A lot more club championship points for them. They move into a top 4 position. That's the only result that we have so far. We see Monkey Moon and Exotic doing the offensive work on the field. Space Station fell just a little bit short.
Just before we go on this, Exotic, Monkey Moon, Drala. What do we think of the player names in the stat lobby? We happy with that?
Quite like that one. Monkey Moon.
Yeah, you're
Monkey
the official.
Moon's the best.
Give me another chance. Which matchup do you think, of the remaining quarterfinals, do you think is the highest likelihood of an upset?
I'm saying Genji Vitality, which is about to go on right now over at EWC_gold.
You know what? We might actually be able to look at it in the next few minutes. We'll find out. Now, we'll turn our attention to Player Unknown's Battlegrounds. The first day of finals has concluded. 6 games wrapped up. Let's hear how it went.
Welcome to the STC Arena, where day 1 of the grand finals of PUBG at the Esports World Cup has come to a close. So I'm here to give you a little recap of everything that took place yesterday on the main stage. We kicked off the day with a win from Sonics on Erangel with 10 kills in the bag. Then we went to our next Erangel where Team Falcons took the win, followed by FaZe on Rondo. Untego TSM took the victory with 13 kills. Then Miramar was claimed by Kwandong Freaks, and the final map of the day was claimed by Day Trade Gaming. Now remember, that is not set in stone because today we have 6 more maps to play before we crown our champion. So welcome to Championship Sunday.
Welcome to Championship Sunday indeed. Sir Blanks, what has been happening?
Well, my young knave, this has been quite an intense leaderboard so far. 54-52 from that third to third place, but first to third place, sorry. But let's look a little bit towards the bottom of the rankings, I would say. Falcons, 26 points, half of the points behind there. All Gamers Global also at 25, so not having as crazy of a streak out as they had during the group stages. And Petrichor Road stepping things up a little bit with very even placement points to kills.
For the most part, I think like Freaks TSM doing very well, similar kind of keeping that momentum going. Yep. But we have seen a day and night performance from some of the squads from rounding out groups today. We'll find out what happens. There's only 6 more games happening tomorrow, and whoever's on top of that leaderboard 1 through 8 will then be locking in those championship points and winning the title. Right, we've got another game playing here. It is ESL R1. Let's take a look at the standings. Now, this is the least that I've been able to watch throughout the course of the day, but Mercedes Williams smashing that crew.
Yeah, they took the 1, 2, 3, 4 and they haven't looked back, have they? 156 points after only the first 2 or 3 races is incredible. It's just not catchable for either Team Falcons or G2 Esports. They've had a tough day. I think when they saw the group yesterday, they wouldn't have been too pleased. And then after that first race, especially with the carnage that we saw at Turn 1, with everything that happened.
So correct me if I'm wrong, how many races have we already completed here? And like, are there still points to be made? But there's nearly no way Falcons and G2 can catch, right?
Yes, we're currently in race 4. So I believe this is after race 3. Right.
Uh,
I mean, if they've got 106 after 2 races, then, oh my word, that's impressive. But after 3, exactly. So Falcons at 84, G2 64, but it's okay. But they're 70 points back, so...
I can't remember what you said. You were so mean to them earlier. Regardless...
Who? They might as well not have turned up today.
There we go! Oh, such a good burn. Of course, that second group will be commencing a bit later. We'll let you know exactly where you can watch that in a moment or two. That does it for our EWC catch-up powered by STC. Now, this is our second last show of the 8-week run here at EWC Central Broadcast. And for the second last time, there's genuine sadness in my heart because I don't know if we're going to do this one tomorrow. The closing ceremony is going to be so exciting. Regardless, we're closing out the night. So let's check out the best moments in Arcadia Plays of the Day. The number 3 is coming from ESL R1. This is Williams securing the which positions there, Dara?
First, second, third, and fourth.
Sorry, say that again.
First, second, third, and fourth.
Normally you do this a bit more dramatic.
Oh,
I'm trying to build.
First, second, third, and fourth.
Why is that amazing?
Well, it's just incredible, realistically, especially when they didn't qualify in the top 4. To manage to kind of work together as a team to get themselves to the front, especially in the opening race of the day. So limited practice coming in, limited race experience in the last 24 hours or so. To come out with a 1, 2, 3, 4. Sim racers, they're pleased, aren't they? They're happy people when they win a race. I genuinely don't think we have cut away after a win and we've seen a smile. I genuinely don't think we have.
Oh, do you know what? The more time he spends with us, the more brutal he becomes.
I know, I love it. You were
I'm sitting there, I'm waiting to say, they're so happy, they're so excited.
Believe in the dark side. Okay, the number 2 play of the day comes from PUBG. This is James from FaZe Clan with the roadkill. What happens here?
Coming in at number 2, it is James with an incredible spray down as he gets out the vehicle. I mean, it was assisted by the bumper quite a lot, and I think for Tiamba, they were quite upset with that one.
So we were watching from the perspective of the person that got driven into.
Yeah,
right?
from Tiamba, yeah. Which is really sad because usually when you would... I think when you crash on that warehouse in particular, you'd want to crash on the outside because you want to limit the sight lines because there's not as many windows on that side.
Can we just confirm, when you say the word crash in both of the respective games, it means a lot more.
Yes.
You mean approach and work on, or are you actually saying drive into the wall of a warehouse?
Yeah, so usually what you'll do is you'll spin out the vehicle on the handbrake, so you'll slam sideways into the building.
Oh, I think I know what noise that makes.
I apologize. I actually thought it was like slang term, so you just physically drive into it.
Yeah, it's the fastest way to get onto the side of the building. So it's honestly the best way. But
you're not wrong.
the best part about that clip, though, is they don't do that. They swing wide round the front and catch poor Tiamba with their proverbial pants down.
You know what I love so much? Not only was the play great to watch, I also learned something else about this because I thought it was going to be like, we're crashing the party. You don't physically crash a party, you just walk in quite dramatically. Anyways, your number 1 Gideon play of the day comes from Rocket League, and it's the Monkey M00N from Team BDS. Why is this great, Gideon?
Monkey Moon, let's hear. Oh, he goes off the back or jumps off and flips into it. These are incredibly difficult. Basically, first he throws it up off the curve of the wall. We call that a waterfall. See how the ball drops down, and then he lands on the opponent's wall, jumps off, and flips back into it. Very, very
That is the first time that I have not thought about. I was watching soccer car, and I thought I was watching basketball. No, we'll try again. Let's move on. The EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. Now, of course, this is some big updates as far as securing semi-finals has been concerned in Rocket League for Team BDS. They're not only now eligible for the Club Championship, they've moved into 5th place, a significant jump. If they do reach the finals, that would bring their tally to 1,600 points and tied with T1 in 3rd. G2 is about to be eliminated, all but in ESL R1, which means that only Vitality is still able to catch and overtake Team Liquid in 2nd place. In order for that to become a reality, Vitality needs to at least place 1st and 2nd in Rocket League and ESL R1. It's not completely out of reach, or is it?
I think that's pretty plausible. I'm pretty sure in R1, Vitality was ranked number 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
Going into the finals.
Can they win Rocket League?
They absolutely can. That they can make it to the grand finals. Absolutely.
Is it going to happen? Do you believe Vitality can do that?
They can definitely get top 2.
Yes?
I think they're not going to, but they absolutely can.
Oh, I hate flip-floppers. Stand on the fence. Anyways, Twisted Minds had a disappointing weekend with so many expectations and such high hopes, especially in PUBG. They grabbed themselves what I have learned is called a donut. A big fat 0. They will stay at 710 points. And depending on who else rounds out our final 3 titles, will they hold on to that position? We'll find out and let you know tomorrow. That does it for our EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. Now, we legitimately only have about 10 minutes left of the show. It's been a wild one. I'm going to start by talking a little bit about ESL R1. What is happening for the rest of the evening? Let's start to hype it up. If we do get gameplay, we'll jump around, but I don't think there's any happening. So let's just talk about the stakes and where people can watch.
Yes, so we've just seen Williams qualify, definitely 100% done into the final for tomorrow. They've just finished their 4th race, which means we've got a little bit of a break. You know, you can go have dinner, go get a cup of tea, or whatever, you know, hot drink. That was a very British reference there, wasn't it? Before we get to Group B, we've got BS Competition, we have got Apex Racing Team, and we have got Mouse. They are 3 teams. That's going to be a very, very tight group.
Who wins it? Because you dodged it earlier.
Thank you so much.
He asked you.
I got a scarf from BS Competition a couple of days ago. I'm going to have to back them.
You don't admit getting gifts to vote for them on podcast. You just say, I like it.
I did a couple of their team streams this season. I have to say, this is biased. I'm going to have to go with BS
So that's who your heart wants to win. Will they do it? Are they the good enough team to do so? Because they are different questions.
It's going to be such a tight group.
I'll let you vote with your head and your heart. Your heart's with BS. I understand that.
Mouse, I think, can do it.
Okay.
But I'm talking, you know, we had...
It's an actual competitive group as well.
It's a really competitive group.
I like that. I like that.
Really competitive. And you can watch it on twitch.tv/EWC_black.
Nicely done. Let's talk about the goal scoring, Rocket League.
Yes.
What's happening there?
We're in the quarterfinals right now, Gen G versus Vitality. We still have 2 more quarterfinals after that to play. Very, very important. We have live gameplay right now. I said it earlier, I picked 2 underdogs. One was BDS, they got the win. My other was Gen G, and right now they're up in game 1. It's a long series. You have to win 4 games, but Gen G up 2-0, and I picked them not because I've ever gotten merch from them. I just like them. All right?
Wow.
And I would really praise them all the time.
I would really like to not play the game, of which orcs I've responded.
But yes, right now, Gen G, so this is a classic. It's North America versus Europe. These are the 2 best regions in Rocket League forever. And we're looking at Gen G trying to pull the upset.
And it's actually crazy because Team Vitality versus Gen G in other games is such a different matchup, such a different expectation. I can't remember who did you predict to win this? Did you say Vitality earlier?
No, I said Gen G.
Okay, got it.
Bracket, yeah.
So there we go. That means there's no ways Vitality will catch Team Liquid.
Oh, absolutely not. So Vitality, they won't get those club
That's it. Oh!
Never mind.
Okay, not a bad goal there. So I think we're going to spend a couple of minutes here to watch this one. Obviously, PUBG is wrapped up. That won't be happening. Blank, I will give you an opportunity to promo what time the game starts tomorrow and when we'll see that. Not now, but in a bit. But I think as we stick with this one, wow, Radisson, Chronic. What I will do, Blank, let's rate the names. This is honestly one of the most fun things.
All right, so let's take a look here. Alpha 54, hate the numbers in that one. Okay. Rodosin, it's like a beetroot almost, I'm feeling.
I would have said Radisson.
Yeah, like a radish.
No,
radish.
He's right.
Yeah.
Rodosin.
Zen, first killer. Apparently Jack. Very good.
That's a good
top name.
But we're not sure. It's apparently Jack. It could be Jim.
Exactly.
It might be John.
It could be. That's what's so good about it.
Out of interest, would a French person say Rodosin? I don't think that's our French.
I don't know.
Because
I have no
if
idea.
you have just Americanized a French person's name,
probably.
I'm going to get tilted.
That's why I call it Radisson.
Radisson.
Yeah, I think
no, it might be a meal.
We as Americans just can't say that.
I'll say this, you're not beating the posh.
Look, I did a French A-level. I did a French qualification when I was 17.
I really have missed you guys.
And one last name. Go for it.
I was just saying, pas de problème. Tout à jour.
So,
it's fine, guys.
So, a fun story.
Omelette du fromage.
A fun story about First Killer. That name, it sounds like, oh, he must take down a first place a lot.
He's very
He is known as one of the best NA players to ever play.
Yeah.
And also one of the best players to never win.
Okay.
He's never won a LAN before. So his name isn't really appropriate.
Keep in mind, if you're the first killer and you never get a chance to apply for first, that means you can't kill it when competing for first. Or you could interpret it that he takes down first place players, but it never says win. He could be a first killer in solo queue, could be a first killer in group play. There are so many ways to interpret that name. Do you know what I mean?
Sure, and that's how he would explain it because he just can't win. So yeah.
That's like
I'm really
to be fair, what I have learned from Rocket League names is a lot of them just use Xbox randomizer because Musty Cow might be one of the most fun. Now I will say, obviously, we're having a lot of fun just kind of bantering around a little bit because we've missed each other. In terms of the goals that have been scored, this is a close opening game. I've not watched any of them. How's it looking, Gibbs?
Yeah, so Zen right there was just a little backflip flick to get by the last player on defense, and no one expected the power on that shot. That's why that third defender was kind of out of the play, because he wasn't expecting that power. But right off the kickoff here, Gen.G trying to capitalize. It doesn't work out, but now we got a 2-2 game. It was 2-0, 2 very quick goals by Zen, known as the future of Rocket League, and he's showing up. He's showing up right here, but this is a great series because First Killer is that guy in North America outside of Beast Mode. For the last 3 years, it's been First Killer, and now Zen is that newcomer in Europe that everyone expects to be the best player in the world. So this is a nice classic matchup here, but we got a shot attempt here. He's going for the flip reset double tap. Apparently Jack cannot hit it. So he is actually from England, but he plays for a North American team. And we get another goal by Zen, a natural hat trick.
I mean, to be fair, England's not part of the EU anymore anyway. So
okay.
Continentally attached, emotionally detached.
Okay, but that goal, not the prettiest, but Zen, again, natural hat trick, 3 goals in a row. And Gen.G, just a little bit poor defense, bad comms on who's going to hit that clear. So Vitality was down 2-0.
Did you say natural hat trick?
Natural hat trick.
Does that mean
that's 3 goals in a row? That is a hockey term.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, like hat trick in football, 3 goals.
So
that's a hat. Yeah.
I understand hat trick. It's just natural hat trick.
So natural hat trick. So that has to be 3 in a row. No one else can score. So they use it in hockey occasionally, and I guess they would in football. Look at 3 seconds left though. We got a tie game. First Killer comes out. I believe that is.
I don't know if we're going to be able to watch the overtime. Give me a quick shout out on where we can watch the rest of Rocket League tonight.
Twitch.tv/EWC_goals. That is where you'll watch. We still got another 2.5 hours of action, so go check it out.
Yes, that is awesome. Okay, that is great to watch. Overtime is just about to begin. There's no way somebody's going to score in 3 minutes time. Yeah, exactly. They're too good. Apparently that was Jack. He did not find Zen. Okay, so that's obviously a good kickoff there. I think we'll stick with this for a moment or two. Okay. I have no idea, because I think if there's no racing on, then we're not going to jump to the other arena.
This is Rado going for a flip reset. Can't get it. Let's see if there's any rebound attempt.
And the thing is, this is golden goal. So it goes until someone does. The record is set at around 18 minutes.
Around 18 minutes, which is very difficult to play in Rocket. Again, constant action, consistently. You're common the entire time, so it is very, very hard. Right now, Vitality's in the zone, though. They're on the offensive side. Chronic has no boost. He's going to try and clear this with no boost. Just go for a low 50. Doesn't work out. Apparently Jack goes for the attempt. Nothing there, though. Rado's going to clear it away.
I genuinely think I could listen to Gibbs talk about Rocket League all day.
Yeah, Gibbs, there's been a lot of shots on goal.
I don't cast normally, but I like casting occasionally, and like maybe I'll give a little tidbit. At the World Championship, I might actually cast.
Okay, I'll say this really quickly. We've got about 2 minutes of time, either when we hit 2 on the clock or max 2.
Okay.
Basically, because we want to go Warfare at 7, we've got some things to wrap up and announce for tomorrow. Unfortunately, we may not catch the end of this game in the Golden Goal rule. Until a team scores, the game plays, in theory, forever.
Yes.
So let's see how it goes. How long is your average overtime?
They're very quick normally.
Okay.
Like I would say under 2 minutes is like probably at least 50% of them.
I mean, this game was average 50 seconds per goal, so
exactly.
we're already over that.
Wow, look at that math. Look at that.
You guys are complimenting one another with the stat drops. I really like this, by the way.
Here we go. Apparently Jack's got an attempt here. Wow, that sneaks in. That was some bad defense by Vitality,
Thank you, Jack.
Huge goal.
Apparently it's easy to score in overtime, and I'm very grateful for you. So there we go. Gen.G pick up the first round in this best of 7. There's the first to 4, and that means they will be winning the series. We'll find who does that. Let's take a look at what is happening on tomorrow's schedule. That's the last time I'll say that. Yeah, because on Sunday it's over. I'm actually genuinely getting sad now. I haven't had a chance to think today, so it's sinking in. PUBG Final 6 maps commences. Rocket League's semi-finals and finals. Are they all BO7s?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And ESL R1 is the Team Championship Finals. Only 6 teams will enter those races. We'll find out how well that plays out. Let's give everyone just an opportunity to say goodbye before I start to wrap this one up. We'll start with Dara. I want to end with PUBG and Blake.
Yeah. Bye, everyone. We'll be back tomorrow. We've got one more show, which I'm looking forward to, because we've got the team's final tomorrow. But we still don't know that team that's going to be there joining them out of BS Competition Mouse and Apex Racing Team. I didn't forget that for half a second.
Before we end the show, what noise does a zebra make? I'll make you do it at the end of the show. Gibbs.
I'm really excited tomorrow, lousy Rocket League Finals, but I'm almost more excited for PUBG because there's, what, 5 teams within 8 points?
Yes.
That is going to be an insane final. I'm very excited to watch that, and of course, watch some Rocket League.
Also,
and of course, watch some racing. The only problem is Redline's going to win.
Your emotional awareness is dropping because of how much we're picking on your North American teams. Give me a quick shout out for what time PUBG starts tomorrow and say goodbye.
12:45 local time for my British fellas out there. It's 10:45 BST. But yeah, I'm very excited to watch that when you go watch it at twitch.tv/EWC_white. As Gibbs said already, stole my point, but I love it because he's learning. We do have one of the most stacked finals here. Looks very competitive, should be very fun to watch. You should join in. I think it's going to be a banger.
Now, very importantly, on behalf of myself, the entire production team downstairs, as well as every single person that has been on these sofas and joined us, we just want to say thank you to everybody that's watching. Tomorrow will be the last time EWC Central will be on your screens for EWC 2024. The show will commence at 3 p.m. and then, following our broadcast at 8:30 p.m., the closing ceremony will be live with EWC Central moving into the closing ceremony pre-show. There'll be much more information and details to be shared tomorrow, but make sure you tune in. We love you. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow.